Hey, what's going on, Craze? Just waiting for King J to get here. What's going on, EKP? Can you guys hear me alright? Sound okay? What's going on, Whoop Dog? King J running on black time. It's AC. What's going on, bro? Tekken 7 all the way. Hey, let's hold the debate until he gets there. I don't know where he is. Let me just see. What's going on, Dawamonga? Faso, Narcotic, Bims is here, Sun Dripku. Damn, everyone's piling in real quick. Let me just post out that the stream is live. It says that he's playing Tekken 8. But why is he playing Tekken 8? Hold on, let me post out and then I'll just chat to you guys for the time being. Let the man run his set. I'll have to keep on opening this up because I think it might disconnect every now and then. But anyway, in the meantime, this discussion around Tekken 7 and Tekken 8 is really interesting, but I don't think people are... I don't think the arguments are as good as people think they are for it, which is why I thought it would be interesting to have people on. So I am going to have some of you jump into the live stream to give your thoughts, but we'll wait for Jay to get here just to not like jump in straight away because I know people are still going to be piling in. What are you lot saying? Just got done with the gym. What time is it for you? It's 3 o'clock for me. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I just got done on the treadmill. Oh, it's gone again. Try that call again. Going on, Kobe? I don't want to give my thoughts yet because I want Jay to get here because I want to hear what he has to say. Obviously, he has played Tekken for as long as I have, so I'm sure he's got some interesting points. I will tell you guys though, personally, my favorite Tekken, and this has never changed, is Tekken Tag 2. Tekken Tag 2 to me is the most fun Tekken game ever. Am I watching Crown Jewel? I will be watching Crown Jewel once this live stream finishes. Am I mirrored? What do you mean am I mirrored? What does that mean? Might be because of Discord. Do I still hate Mortal Kombat 1? Hate's a strong word. I would say that I really dislike the game. I really dislike it. I think that it's a shame what they've done to PC players as well. I watched a YouTuber the other day called Big Flounder. I really like his content, and he was explaining how they've just abandoned PC players basically, and he's put it forward to NRS that they need help, and I think Tyler Lansdowne actually acknowledged it. So I think it sucks what's happened to MK, and I really do hope that MK bounces back and the next Mortal Kombat game is good. I'm mirrored because of Discord. Yeah, I assumed that was why. Am I caught up on the boys? No, I haven't watched any of the boys. What I am caught up on though is Yakuza. I'm gonna put out a video later on discussing my feelings about Yakuza, but just so you guys know, every episode I was that Hercules gif, you know, where he shouts into the sky disappointed. If they just made it a regular mob show, if it was just about the mob, if it was just about the Yakuza, it would have been fine. It would have been fine. It would have been a good mafia show. Someone explained to me why they called it Like a Dragon. it almost had nothing to do with the game. It almost had nothing to do with it. It was so loosely based uh on Yakuza 1 because they butchered the story in Yakuza 0. I was just like, what? Why did you do this? But that's a video for another time. Have I watched the Penguin? I haven't watched the Penguin. I just caught up on Dragon Ball Daima. And what else am I watching? I'm watching Dandadan. I'm not watching too many shows though. I've got a lot of things planned for the channel in the next coming days, so I haven't got too much time to. This guy, man, I haven't got too much time to sit and play anything right now. They literally pulled a Netflix of The Witcher. I haven't watched the new ep, but I heard Kiryu wants to beat up Kazuma because he found. Yeah, it's finished now apparently. I think there's only 6 episodes. Let me try and call this guy, man. I don't know where he is. Yo, bro, where you at? I'm trying to call you on Discord. We're live. Yeah. Alright, cool. Safe. He forgot. He's on his way. Please join. Yeah, I'm gonna add people into the call as we go. So what are we saying? Curious what to see what they'll say and blast them. Do you know what I will say though? I'm not gonna stop anyone saying from what they want to say, but if you come into the live stream and you start saying some shit like, "Why are you even talking about this? It's tiring. It's making me upset," you can go and check yourself at the door. I ain't got time to deal with people like that. This is an open discussion. People can have their opinions, but if you come in saying, "Oh, you guys are ruining the game for us," blah blah blah, jog on. I'm not dealing with that backboneless rhetoric. Okay, people can have their opinions. That's fine, but don't try to stifle the conversation. That's the only thing I'll say. Do you think you'll do at least one Tekken 7 stream? Um, Maybe. I would really like to do a Tekken Tag 2 stream. I think he's having issues connecting his account. Wait, can I not hear him? 1 second, hold on.
Bro, can I not hear me?
Oh, I can hear you now. So that was my mistake.
What's going on with the cam? Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, I don't know why. It's doing my cam. Wow, what is this? Like, now it should work.
Yeah, I can see you now.
Why is it going? Why did this, bro? I feel like my settings just changed across the board, like from my stream to Discord, bro. It was trying to select my capture card, like my PS5 one. I don't know why.
Yeah, I hate PC, man. It's one problem after another.
Always, bro. What you saying, man?
Yeah, I've just finished gym. This conversation about Tekken 7, Tekken 8, I saw you talking about it on Twitter, and I saw
Yeah.
people interacting in the post. So I thought it might be worth having people in here to give their perspective. So I guess we'll give our perspectives as well, and then
Yeah.
we'll let people join.
Alright, cool.
But
When
bro,
do you
let
want
me
to
just
start?
say, you still hitting gym. You're looking more slender. You're looking
No,
more
bro,
slender.
bro, do you know what it is? I'll be honest. I haven't been going gym since I come back from Portugal. I've been a bit demotivated, but I think life stress, obviously the studio thing that we spoke about, I think that's kind of hit me a little bit, and I'm eating a lot less. So I think it's like all of that stuff and life is kind of just, yeah, it's just got to, man. So now I was looking at myself and I'm like, bro, I look a bit skinnier.
Yeah, you do. I can see it on your face, man. You look skinnier, bro. That's really good.
But it's good, but I don't know if it's really, really good though. So I'm kind of scared at the same time. I'm like, bro, damn, maybe I should start eating a bit more because, yeah, I look like I'm not eating, boy. But nah, I appreciate it, man.
It's Christmas,
I'm
isn't
gonna,
it? I've lost about 7 pounds as well, just because we're going into Christmas, and I'm like, because I've got Ellie's family that are Colombian. Then I've got Chelsea's family from Trinidad, and then my own. So I'm gonna be going to like my Greek family side. I'm gonna be eating a lot. So right now I'm just trying to trim right down so that when it gets to Christmas, I'm gonna explode.
Yeah, nah, bro. I can imagine how mad the food is gonna be, boy. The food's gonna be great.
Yeah, it's gonna be crazy.
But yeah, nah, bro. Like, I don't know. What are we starting now, or do you want to wait till people talk? Like, how do you want to do this?
Well, there's quite a few people in my stream. I think there's like 60 people watching right now.
Okay.
I don't mind if we can jump straight into it, or we can wait for people to come in. I'll give. I mean, I can give my opinions on this whole discussion. And then I guess you can, and then we can just have people join.
Cool. Let's do it, man. Let's do it. Flipping. I was just doing like a flipping Tekken 8 thumbnail, so I was just like in the photo mode. But let me just come out of this now.
Mm. What did he say? They're asking King J is right about Lydia when responding to FDX. What did I remember what you said? I put in my video because
What did I
FDX.
say?
Yeah, let's talk about that. Let's start there.
Oh, I can't wait. I don't even remember what I said, but if I see something, here's what I got to say here. If I see something here from a creator now, I'm getting fed up because it's like they're not being true about Tekken in it. Like I
Mm,
know that everyone's trying to protect their bag and they're trying to do what they're doing. I understand that in it, but bro, a lot of these creators now are just saying stuff just because they want to get on the good side and of Bandai in it. And I hear that, but
mm.
I also don't hear it at the same time because you're putting out one message on your stream, but then on social media like Twitter and that you're saying, "Oh yeah, nah, man, like I'm open minded about this that, and other," and I'm
Yeah,
like, I'm looking at them side, I'm giving a side eye because I'm like, nah, like you're not being true to yourself. I get it that if you are gonna be nice about like these things to Bandai and that, cool.
yeah,
Because they're not gonna be watching streams, in it. Like they don't really watch streams, if I be honest. Or at least I don't think so. So it's easier to kind of give your real thoughts about certain things. But if you're saying stuff like, oh yeah, you're open-minded about these things on socials, bro, stick at it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no, this was the tweet. Okay, hold on, chat. Let me
this
let
this
me
is the tweet. So this is the original one that he put up. Now, when he put this up, I read
Mhm.
it and I was like, "That's nonsense," in my opinion.
Yep. Yep.
So I think everyone can see it in the chat. But for anyone that can't, it says, I think this is mainly a problem with S tiers. The world's best players fight these S tier characters for 6 to 12 hours every day. So what Arsene is conveying here is probably not comparable to most players' experience, me included. I wonder how it would feel if everyone would, if everyone is Steve tier. Which I was just like, it doesn't even make any sense, to be honest with you. And then your
Bro,
response. Hold on, let me get your response. One sec.
bro, it's mental, bro. I can't even understand what that even is. I realize Twitter is just not a real place, bro.
Yeah.
Like, it's that's just this point. It's like, bro, why would you say that?
So you said no, it is across the board. Lydia doing 50-50s in Heat and she not even S tier. This has nothing to do with the world's best players. It's happening with intermediate players as well. Then you can look at Kuma in Heat, Jin, Kazuya, Ling, Lily, Shaheen, Eddie, Yoshi, Asuka, and many more. It's nice to be open-minded and always have a good outlook on things, but I don't agree at all with that comment. And I completely agree with you, to be honest. I don't understand why he would say that. Everybody's experiencing the same thing. I don't think you need to be a world champion to see it.
This is why it's sad for me, bro, because imagine now my yeah. Let's be truthful. We're here, man.
Yeah, just speak.
My
Be 100% honest.
but my outtake. Let me just put some Captain. We're getting into some serious topic here. I don't promote obviously alcohol in any stream.
What? Are you drinking it?
Yeah, it's a straight, bro. Having a little drink today, flipping and Saturday. But listen, let me tell you something, right? When it comes to Tekken, I was saying from the start, like, you don't need to be a pro player to understand. Look at this guy drinking water, Biav. You're making me look bad now, bro. This guy just drink. Hey,
Also, you
listen,
joke.
you see you, yeah. Nah, joking. Nah, so I've been saying from the start that I don't like the way how Tekken 8 is. And it wasn't because, oh, yeah, I just want to be this controversial guy. It's never been that. Like, I just say how it is. This is why I have a platform. I'd say what I want, say how I feel. People can say whatever they want. It's your opinion. I've always said Tekken 8 was too 50-50. There's too much, like, situations where you have it's like flip of a coin. Do you duck or do you stand with like certain situations? And it's like if you get hit by the situation, it could lead to another follow-up attack. For example, Lily, when she's in heat, if she does the low, you get knocked down, then she does the follow-up. Then it's pressure again because you then have to get up and then guess what's gonna happen again. Or you can stay on the floor and get hit again. It's like you're always thinking 50-50. This was said, like you can go back to all the old tweets I've done before, all the old videos where I've said I've liked Tekken 8, but these are the problems. When I was saying those things, I was labeled a crybaby. I was labeled all of these mad things. I was just like, no, I'm not crying. Like I'm still getting God of Destruction with the worst character in the game, which was Leroy at the time, right? Leroy and Panda were the worst characters in the game. I'm still getting God of Destruction with them while complaining, but these issues were still there. Like it
Mm.
wasn't, oh, I got God of Destruction. Yeah, you know what? This game is great. No, I got God of Destruction. This game has problems. So then now fast forward on and moving on, like they started doing a lot of patches, they started ironing out the game and stuff like that. Fine, I understand. But you gotta look at it from this game is meant to be like looked at from the casuals, and the casuals are now looking at this game and saying, wow, this game keeps getting patched. Like, what's going on? Do
Mm.
you get what I'm saying? If you don't have internet and you're playing Tekken 8, you're missing out on all of these updates, all of these patches, all of these things that are changing the game. Now, my thing is that when we'll fast forward on to the Tekken 8 shop situation, everyone was complaining about the shop. And I said a thing of like, hey, like, if you don't like it, don't buy it. Then all of a sudden it turned from complaining to, oh, you're a shill for Bandai Namco. And I'm like,
Mm.
I thought you just said I was complaining and I'm crying about the game. Now you're saying I'm a shill or bootleg or whatever nonsense you lot saying. So it's kind of like no matter what I do or no matter what I say, there's always going to be a negative spin on it, right? Now, take me out of the equation. You have pro player, world class player, Arson Ash, right? Arguably one of the best, if not the best at Tekken, 7 and 8, right? He says, yeah, this game is 50-50, this, that, and the other. Now, all of the world class players are saying it. You got Kokoma, you got this. Like obviously, Nee was saying a couple things as well from before, and he's saying that there's issues, but there was no one that was really vocally raising that bar and saying, "Look, there's something with this game." Like I'm not saying I'm the only person at the time, but I was the one the most loudest, and I know a lot of people were saying I was complaining and crying. It shouldn't take a pro player to make you lot understand what is wrong with the game. You are playing the game yourself. You have your own mind. You shouldn't be sheep. It shouldn't have taken you 8 months to say, all right, cool. Yeah, there's something wrong with this game. It's too volatile. It's too aggressive. Like, you lot should have been able to see this. You lot should be experiencing this, right? Because you own the game, you play the game, you're going through these situations where you have to guess the 50-50s. So my point, my problem with all of this is history repeating itself again. It's the same with Tekken 7. When I said certain things like Akuma's like broken from season one, no, he's not broken. He's not. Just learn the matchup. It took for end of season 2, season 3, for then people like, oh no, Akuma's busted, and I'm like, bro, I have a video from before Tekken 7 came out, and I said, bro, what Akuma is doing is busted.
Mm.
So no matter what I say, I'm gonna put my hands up and say from now on, I'm not giving my opinions to social media. I'll wait for you lot to hear from the world class players, and then you lot can then make a decision because it just doesn't make any sense. I don't need a world class player to tell me I can play this game at a competitive or high level,
Yeah.
and that is with like it's been proven with any character I touch, I can be like, all right, cool, I can play this. I was playing Azusana, she's close to God of Destruction. Played Asuka, she's close to God of Destruction. Victor's at God of Destruction. Any character I really like, I can. Do you see what I'm saying? And even then, if I was to take them in tournament, Victor saved me in Evo Japan. I was going to lose with Leroy, and I switched to Victor, and I was able to get into day 2 of Evo Japan. So I don't need no world class player to tell me anything. I was saying Yoshimitsu. If you look at my tier list, Yoshimitsu is at the top. This is vanilla season 1 Tekken 8.
Mm.
Everyone's like, bro, why are you putting Yoshimitsu there? Yoshimitsu's not even top tier. So, all right, what are we going into now? Everyone's saying Yoshimitsu's top tier.
Yeah.
Like, what is going on? Like, why does it take a pro player for you lot to use your minds? Like, it just doesn't make any logical sense, and that's where I'm struggling to understand. Like, is it just like I'm like, with what I say, there's like some little hate cult that just will just hate on anything I say? Is there like, what is it? Like, I don't understand, because stuff I've said from early.
Do you know what I think it is? I think that a lot of the time people don't have like that. I don't mind people having their own opinions and disagreeing. That's completely fine. But a lot of the time when people are like, "Oh, you're crying," or something along those lines, those people are usually just looking to have their voices in the conversation rather than putting forward anything that is worthwhile. And
Yep.
even with Sparking Zero, like what I found is that the minute you say anything, it's
Mhm.
like I had the same experience with you because I'm a massive Dragon Ball fan, which I've not hidden from anyone. It's hard to make something and have me hate on it. But that's with regards to like the anime. When it comes to games, I've hated on the games before because I expect a certain level of quality from them. That being said, with Sparking Zero, I've been very high on it, and I look at things on like a pie chart. If 80% of my experience is fun, then 80% of my content is going to be positive around the game. And one thing that I noticed the other day is I made a video about changes that I'd like to see in Sparking Zero. It was
Mhm.
similar to a video I made about Tekken 8 regarding changes that I want to make. And a decent, not a lot, but there was enough people for me to raise my eyebrow because in the video I was very high on Sparking Zero, just like I was on Tekken 8 at the time. But I
Mhm.
put the changes forward. I was like, oh, this is what I think they should do. And you have people there going, "Oh, you're crying." And I'm just like, they can't be adults. There's no way these people are adults. So those comments, I kind of like just tried to, either depending on my mood, I'll take the piss out of them in the comment section or I'll just ignore them. But I
Mhm.
do think that there is because of Arslan's his prestige in the scene, him
His
saying
power,
things,
success.
yeah, it has a lot of weight, and a lot of people are gonna like listen because they respect him as a player. Versus if I say it, I completely understand. I'm still like a nobody in the Tekken scene. If I say something, they're not going to look at what I'm saying with any level of validity. So when I put out my tier list and I had Dragunov and Yoshimitsu right at the top, I also had comments in the comment section saying, "What are you talking about? Feng player, shut up." And I was reading them and I was like, "How could it's very obvious that Dragunov and Yoshi are top tiers. That we everyone should be able to see it, but I wouldn't take those comments personally myself. I kind of just laugh at them. I don't think there's a hate campaign against you. I just think Twitter is like a hive mind, and I think people just like jumping on something. People have always enjoyed jumping on something, so they'll pick who they want to cuss out for the day, and then they'll keep it moving. I just laugh at it. It's not. I don't think anyone's on like a hate campaign against you. I just think people in general like hating online.
This is what I'm saying. It's crazy. I don't know, man. It was just weird because it's just I've seen it happen from Tekken 7,
Mm.
Tekken 8, and it's like even when I am right, I don't get the all right. You know what? He was right. Like it's always the okay. Don't say like even like the frame data. Like bro, I was saying frame data before. There was no leaks about it. Nothing. I said if frame data comes in Tekken 7, we're paying. Everyone's like, no,
That's
it's
still
not,
crazy to me that they did that.
bro. Bro, I have streams where I'm like, bro, we're gonna pay for frame data. Everyone's like, nah, we're not paying for frame data. Like Karada said that he's not gonna do any of those type of things. I said, bro, even like the shop. I said, bro, we're 100% getting a shop. We got a shop. I didn't know it was gonna be that quick though. I'll be
Mm.
honest. I thought it was gonna be down the line, maybe 6 months down the line. To hear it was like just 3 weeks or a month after release was like, wow, okay,
Yeah, that's
that's a
pretty
bit
bad.
strange. Yeah, but I did say there was gonna be a shop. So everything I've been saying, it's been happening. And have you not realized that with this new update, all those costume bundles are now gone? Like I said,
Yeah,
they were
yeah,
gonna
yeah.
be. And now it's later on down the line, it's gonna be loot boxes. Like I said, like it's just come on, man. You gotta understand when I say stuff. I know people wanna like disagree, but I've been around the game long enough. I've understand like how they market and do things. I
Mm.
don't necessarily agree with everything they do, but I understand, and that's where I'm coming from with it.
All right. So that aside,
Hmm.
if I said to you, "What's a better game, Tekken 7 or Tekken 8?" What would you say?
Can't do that. Can't
Why?
do that. because Tekken 7 had a long time to be out and marinate, whereas Tekken 8 is just we've never had it come out in the arcade. I see a lot of people talking about and posting clips and oh yeah, this is what Tekken 7 was like. Oh, how are you lot? Hold on 1 second. That's very unprofessional of me. I should have got my phone silent now. Sorry, chat. Yeah, no, Tekken 7, like it had a long time. Remember, Tekken 7 was out in the arcades, but like very vanilla. This is like before the Bob came out, Eddie, all these characters came out. It was very vanilla, right? It had 2 years. And then we got Tekken 7 Fated Retribution. That's when you started to see all the other characters come into play, right? And then it came onto consoles, right? It had a long time. Remember, there's 5 seasons to Tekken 7. There was season 1, 2, 3, 4. And then it wasn't season 5. It was kind of like they done a patch. They done a last patch and it changed a lot of things. We had Wall Crush and all of these other things. Um, it took a long time. But even at the end of Tekken 7, Kunimitsu was busted. Feng was stupid. Leo was stupid. Like these characters were dumb. The game didn't. It wasn't. Oh, this game was finally done and it was balanced. But it took a long time to get to where it was. We started seeing the introductions to Wall Bounce. That Wall Bounce was like season 3. Yeah, Wall Bounce is season 3. So Geese was the only character to have season bounce, and that came from King of Fighters. We used to do this back medium punch thing in King of Fighters, and it would make them bounce off the wall. That then got introduced to Tekken, and he was the only one to do it. But then everyone had it, where they were just doing wall bounces and doing these combos and stuff. It had a long time to marinate. Whereas I feel like Tekken 8, they didn't do no arcade. They done 2 betas. I even said Tekken 8 wasn't ready before they even announced January, because there wasn't enough balancing out. And then you had all these other characters that were coming. Victor, that has a sword, a dagger, and all of these things. Like it's kind of new to Tekken. I know Yoshimitsu has a sword, but his sword moves are come on like they're kind of unblockables and stuff like that. Like Victor uses his sword and it's not unblockable, so it's mainly chip damage stuff. So that was a bit like, okay, we need to test this before anything happens. Dragonoff wasn't tested. Devil Jin wasn't tested. Like Reina wasn't tested. Like these characters just came straight into the midst of things as soon as the game launched. How is that going to work out? You haven't tested these things. You've just added things into the game. So that's why we've had all of these patches, and that's why we can't test. We can't select Tekken 7 and Tekken 8. If you ask me what's a better game now, I'll say Tekken 7 is a better game, but it
All
had a lot
right.
of time to iron out.
Let me ask you this then. What would you say is a better game, Tekken 6 or Tekken 7? I'm
Tekken 8.
asking you this question because I'm going to relate it back to Tekken 8, but I just want to hear what
Yeah,
your
I
answer is
know what you're
first.
trying to do. I know what you're trying to do. I
Yeah.
know what you're trying to do. Bro, listen, you're a smart guy, you know. I know what you're trying to do. But yeah, nah, I would say Tekken 7 is a better game. I wish they had Bruce in though, but yeah, Tekken 7 is a better game.
Why would you say Tekken 7 is a better game?
I feel like Tekken 7, they kind of cater towards the crowd more and the audience. So like they were doing things, they were kind of like the characters that they were bringing in were characters that people liked, right? So for example, before the game had the DLCs and all that, Armor King came back, Marduk came back, Julia came back, Lei came back, Anna came back. Like they were doing stuff that we actually wanted to see. I feel like there's a large majority that wanted Bruce to come back as well, but he never came. But all of those characters coming in, they had somewhat decent stages. I'm not really a fan of the music of Tekken 7, but I can respect that they were going for this dubstep and all this kind of like noise. I don't really like that type of music, but you know, even seeing guest characters, Geese, Negan. Is there any other guest characters? I think Geese and Negan are the only ones. Oh,
Not
Noctis.
this.
Yeah, seeing these characters come into the game, this is fresh. We've never seen a guest character in Tekken. So I just enjoyed it for the fact that they were trying to respond to the crowd. And this was our remember, I come from Tekken Tag 2 where we had one DLC. We had one DLC where it had all the characters. If you like it, if you don't, lump it. That's it. That's how it was. Whereas Tekken 7 was like, oh, we're giving you this, we're giving you characters, we're
Wasn't
giving you
it
stakes.
wasn't it free in Tekken Tag 2?
Nah, oh yeah, it was. It was. You're right. Yeah, it was literally a code. You put the code in, you get all the characters. That's it. So it was free, but I feel like it's a different era, and I felt like
That was a
yeah,
lot of characters to give for free though. I was pretty shocked.
yeah, it's a different. Remember, you know, that's this was coming from a fighting game era where they didn't know about season pass and all these things. I feel like Fortnite, Apex Legends, all these type of games are doing season pass, releasing characters, releasing different things, the battle pass and all that stuff. and they were just slowly getting on. I've always said that Japanese fighting game developing companies, they're kind of like slow on what's happening. Um, so I feel like they should have added it to Tekken. They should have had like maybe Fight Pass to Tekken 7 because it was around at the time before Tekken 7 came out, but they just probably never knew. And they've just seen, these other games do it, and now that's why we have Fight Pass and Tekken 8.
Would you say that playing? I'm going to relate this again to Tekken 8, but would you say
Okay.
that going from Tekken 6 to Tekken 7 is an easy transition? Do you feel like those games are close to each other, or do you feel like Tekken 7 is very much departure from like the norm at the time?
Feel like it's an easier departure than Tekken 7 to Tekken 8, purely because Tekken 6 had the rage system. The rage system was okay, if your life goes below 20-25%, then you get access to extra damage. So obviously when you're in Tekken 6, there was no rage arts, no rage drives or any of that stuff, but you knew how the rage system kind of worked. That makes sense. And obviously like the combo system was pretty much similar. Like, Tornado used to or Bound used to hit them down. And then the screw was kind of like you'd hit them, but they kind of like spin in a certain way to continue on the combo. You dash up to them and continue on the combo. Whereas if you compare Tekken 7 to Tekken 8, you now have heat dash, heat burst, heat smash, heat cancel. That's a lot already, right? Then you got to think about if your character has a heat perks. So, and what I mean by heat perks is that they have certain moves that when they enter into heat, they can only do in heat. And then you have to now think of what moves are plus in heat, because some characters get access to different frames when they're in heat. Then you got to think about rage. Now, you don't have no rage, what they call rage drives. You don't have no rage drives no more, but you have access to rage. But then you could also build up your health. You also have grey health. There's a lot to think about from a player that has maybe not even played Tekken 7. They're coming into Tekken 8. And I find even me doing guides, I even slowed down doing guides because I found it very difficult trying to explain to someone that has nothing to do with. Remember, I know a lot of casual players that play the game as well as pro players, and I think it's very difficult to teach a game like that with all of these mechanics into one that's meant to be easier for the casual audience. So, yeah,
Okay, so I'm going to relate this back to Tekken 8 now. This is why I feel like Tekken 8 is fair to ask the question because, as you know, like I started on Tekken 1 when Tekken 2 was out, right? So Tekken 1 was the first one that I played. So I've gone
yep,
through them pretty much since the beginning.
yep,
And every time I've gone to a new Tekken game, I don't feel like a fish out of water. And so
okay,
I feel like I could compare, apart from obviously 3 to 4 is a jump, but
okay,
1 to 3 doesn't feel too different to me. At least at the time, it didn't feel too different. When I went back and played them, it still doesn't feel like a massive leap. Tekken 3 is a big enough leap from 1, but it's not a big enough leap from 2 for me, in my opinion. And then
oh no, no,
I
no,
don't
no,
feel like it's a big enough leap. Not for what we've got now. I'm comparing it by today's standards.
right. You know what? You're right because it never had no wall. It never had like wall combos and all that stuff. It kind of was like you're hitting each other. All of that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
no, fair enough.
it felt refined. It didn't feel like it innovated. It felt like it was more refined than Tekken 2.
Mm-hmm.
Then you go,
Okay.
then Tekken 4 is where the real jump happened, right? But
Mm-hmm.
and then you get to Tekken 5 and Tekken 6. And then
Tekken 5, big jump.
yeah, Tekken 5 was a big jump, but Tekken 5 is like the model they used going forward. So you go 5, 6, Tag 2, 7. Those all feel kind of close together to me. It doesn't feel like there's a massive departure. Then you get to Tekken 8, and I looked at Tekken 8 and I was like, this feels like a completely different game. Like, it doesn't feel like what I've grown up with. If I put
Yeah.
all previous games together, and so when people ask, is Tekken 7 a better game than Tekken 8? I feel like it's a fine thing to ask because when you go from 5 to 7, it feels like Tekken was being refined. Not They weren't innovating, they were refining it, right? I heard Dash Fight say that, and I completely agree. They refined Tekken over and over again. It never felt like Mortal Kombat, where you play a new Mortal Kombat game and it's completely different. Like everything has changed. There's no recognizable systems outside of maybe Breaker, and you've got to learn everything from the ground up. With Tekken, your legacy knowledge is always carried over, and it does carry over in Tekken 8, but there's so many extra systems on top of it that kind of bastardize some of the knowledge that you had before. So when someone says to me, do you think Tekken 7 is a better game than Tekken 8? I feel like I can confidently answer that, regardless of the seasons, because Tekken 8 is such a departure from what I knew, is that it's a completely different game. It's not like if someone said to me, Tekken 6 to Tekken 7, I can be like, okay, like these two games are not that far apart. They're different enough to warrant a new release, but they're not that far apart. If you look at Tekken 7 to Tekken 8, they're night and day. So
Mm,
even if we give Tekken 8 3 years, chip's still there, heat's still there. The way the rage system works now, because of the white health, is still there. Recoverable damage is still there. Going into this Super Saiyan mode manually is still there. Like it's not, that's not going anywhere. So whether they refine that or not, if you have a problem with heat, if you have a problem with chip, if you have a problem with the aggressiveness, that's here to stay. That's Tekken 8. So I think it's okay to ask the question. I don't think it's a silly question. I think it would be a silly question if you said, uh, what's better, Tekken 6 at the end of its lifespan or Tekken 7 at the beginning? Because again, to me, they don't feel like that much of a departure. I feel like I'm playing a different game here completely.
like it's fair to say though that with all of these games, modern fighting games, and I'm not going away from what you said, but I feel like most of these modern fighting games now they have completely gone away from what they started with. If we talk about Guilty Gear Strive, that's completely different to the rest of the games. If we talk about Street Fighter 6, it's completely different than Street Fighter 5. You know, these games are they all have completely changed now. Tekken 8 to Tekken 7 is a completely different change. I would agree with you. Like me jumping from Tekken 7 to Tekken 8, I was saying that this game is a bit too aggressive of like when I first played it and I was like, oh, I've got to go into heat. People are trying to figure out how to go into heat. We've got world class players for crying out loud. Knee that is struggling to use heat in matches. Like we're looking at them like, bro, why are you not using heat? Because mentally, this game is mentally taxing. There's so many things to think about, right? And that's not just from what we use. Remember, we got to use heat burst. Are we going to use heat burst? Are we going to use heat smash? Are we? No, sorry. Let me get back to that. Are we going to use heat burst? Or are we going to use heat engager? Are we going to just select heat and cancel it depending on where we are? Are we going to do a move to throw them away, then choose heat and cancel it? Like, there's so much things you have to think about when you're in heat. How much of the heat system are you going to use? Are you going to use like moves that deplete the heat bar? Are you going to use heat dash? There's so much things going on. So it's very taxing. Even like when I play the game, I struggle to play the game for a very long time. I've been trying, but bro, I get frustrated by like the fourth or fifth hour, and I'm just like, yeah, this game's too much.
Yeah.
But like, you then have to figure out how do you defend against other people's heat. Like, Kuma, for example, his God Fist is mid. Like, why is his God Fist mid? Like, he has good mids as it is, but then you got to sit there, block God Fist, God Fist, God Fist. Then you got to block his heat smash, and then you got to guess afterwards. And by that time, you're looking at your gray health, and there's so much. But then you could say that, oh well, maybe I could use power crush. But if you do power crush and they block it, you get punished. Like there's a lot going on in the game. And it's very, very, very overwhelming for a lot of the people, which is why a lot of the players or casual players or new players, they are starting to dip out and play other games because it's not fun thinking that much remember the fastest move in the game is a 10 frame move, right? Someone could be jabbing you, you gotta think, what do I press? Do I not? Do I do this? Do I like you gotta think so quick, so fast, and
Mm.
then you got all the other layers of the of what's going on in the game on top of it. It's just too much, in
I
my opinion.
I don't mind. So I've never minded Tekken. Tekken's always been the most, other than maybe Virtua Fighter. Tekken's always been like the most taxing fighting game to me mentally. It's always had the most going on out of all the main fighting games that I've played. So my issue is not them building on that. I don't mind it if they made a Tekken game that is even more complex. I think the way they've gone about it is the problem. I don't. I think when I say the game's like mentally taxing or like it's exhausting to play, it's annoying to be stuck in place while somebody is just mashing on me, right? So if someone is going into heat, my character gets knocked back. I have to stand there. I can't do anything about that. There's zero options there, and then you're guessing high or low essentially what's going to happen next, and it could lead to death. So my issue is not with them building on it because Tekken's always been a franchise where they've added something or they've added two or three new things, and you get all the way to Tekken 7, there's like 100 systems. That's never been my problem. My problem is that I feel like they dumped anime systems into this game, and I don't feel like Tekken was ever like that before. It when I was playing Tekken Revolution the other day, and I was like, I feel like they got some stupid idea from this game. This game's got a lot of dumb shit in it,
Yeah.
and I can only imagine that that game was like testing things that they were gonna refine later on and put in a Tekken 8 or Tekken or whatever they were planning on doing. So
Hmm.
like when people say there's too many things going on, I do think there's a lot of things going on, but I think it's the wrong. I think it's taken away from what Tekken was. If they added more systems in the game where there was like a more intricate way or nuanced way of dealing with jabs or highs or lows or whatever, I wouldn't have mind. But I just don't like the restrictions that heat's brought into it, and then the penalties that you get for simply just trying to play defensive like we always have. I think they went too far. I can respect innovation. I can respect trying something new,
Same.
but just because I can respect it does not mean that it's a good thing. So I think they dropped the ball. And when people ask me, do you think Tekken 7 is a better game than Tekken 8? I'll almost always say yes, because the style of Tekken that I've known since Tekken 5, if we forget the older ones and just go from Tekken 5, that
Yeah.
style's kind of out the window now. And it's a whole new style. So even if we give this game 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, it's still Tekken 8, the aggressive Tekken. That's not going to change. That's not going anywhere. So
Yeah.
everyone that's saying it's a silly argument, I don't think it is. I see this game in the same light. It's not the same as, but I see it in the same light as Tekken Revolution. It is completely left field of Tekken. A lot of the stuff in it, to me, in the way it's played, is unrecognizable.
Yeah. I think that when it's funny you brought up Tekken Revolution. I feel like Tekken Revolution has invincible moves. So each character has an invincible move, right? Where you could just throw it out, and regardless of whatever you're throwing out at them, yeah, it will just be invincible, and your attack will hit, or they will block it. I'm surprised that I never came in Tekken 7. So I feel like all those invincible moves, like, if Law does, like, I think it's like, is it full forward three or down back 3+4? Law
Hmm.
has an attack where he does an attack, where it's a kick attack, mid kick attack, and that's invincible. I feel like, don't quote me on this. Maybe just remember I said it, but I do feel like maybe something like that will come in Tekken 8. Like, Akuma doing like the Shoryuken. He used to that used to be invincible. Well, it still is invincible in Tekken 7, right? We don't have invincible moves in Tekken. No, we don't have invincible moves in Tekken 8. Those would be good defensive type of attacks that you could use. Obviously, you'd be super punishable, or whatever. But I feel like those things could come in Tekken 8 season 2. I feel like they will be looking at, doing like, oh, if you're in a situation and you do like an invincible attack, you'll be like launched punishable or something like that. I don't know.
Hmm.
But then I feel like that will again take Tekken away from what it was. And I don't know what type of decision making they got going on over there. But yeah, we're just involved in this Tekken 8. Like I said, it's what you said about Tekken 7 and the mechanics. If it was to do mechanic versus mechanic, I would say Tekken 7 all day. Like, I really like the Tekken 7 mechanics.
Hmm.
Like, there was some stuff with some of the 2D characters that were dumb. I understand that, but I feel like that was Tekken. I can move away, sidestep. Like, sidestepping is better in Tekken 8, but you can backdash. You had to learn that. When I was like competing in the first half of Tekken 7, and I took away, like, all right, cool, I took a loss from someone. I'll then go back and I'll start practicing. How do I do with that? Okay, cool. All right, next time I'm ready for him. You can't really do that with Tekken 8
Hmm.
purely because of the guessing game. It's like if you guess wrong on these situations, you could be out. That's never fun for someone that's competing for money. And I know that a lot of people might give Arslan for the slack for maybe saying stuff after he loses in tournaments, but you gotta remember, I do what I do as a content creator. I do the pro player as well, but my bag is not just a pro player. When your bag is the pro player only, and you're dealing with that constantly, time and time again in tournaments, not only is ranked mentally taxing, but being a pro player and competing in these tournaments and not winning, and just by the situations that he's going through, could be extremely mentally taxing. Where you just have to guess, like flip the coin. Oh, stood this time. Oh, I was lucky.
Hmm.
It's not skill anymore. It's, oh, I'm lucky. I stood this time.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I do.
It's
Before I read the chat, like I do want to bring people in to like give their opinions on everything.
yeah,
Um, I do want to say though that I feel like there's a misconception, because if you go back and look at old Tekken games, there
mhm,
is you do die quickly when you're playing someone good. Like they can kill you very quickly. But
yeah,
the difference between this Tekken game and the older ones is that you weren't forced into those situations. People were posting old clips of Ryan Hart playing on Tekken 5. I can't remember who he was playing against. It was 2008 in the finals.
The Brian player.
No, no, I think it was a Jin and Kazuya match. I can't remember.
Okay,
But they
they
were
were forcing.
playing in the like the Devil Castle, whatever it was called, Snow Castle, and
Yeah, yeah.
the matches were ending quickly. And some people were saying to me, "See, the matches end quickly here. What's the problem?" And I said to him, "The problem is not that there are mix-ups. The problem is not that the match is ending quickly. The problem is how they're getting there. Everything that happened in that match
Yeah.
was by fault of the player, right? Everything that happened there was a way out. In Tekken 8, the way you get to 50-50s is forcing people there. And that's where my problem is. Like, if I have to stand still and I have to eat this mix up, now I have a problem. Versus in Tekken 5, if Kazuya's wave dashing at me, there's a way out here. Like, I know I'm scared of the wave dash, but I have like 3 or 4 options. In Tekken 8, if Kazuya does his the Petrifier Fist or whatever it's called, or whatever the heat smash is called, right? Forward, forward two. I have to fly back. I have to sit there. I don't want to sit there. Like, I want to have my options, and that's the problem here. There's regular 50-50s and there are forced 50-50s. And if you're telling me, if I'm speaking as Arsenal now, as a pro player who understands how to weave, duck, and dive, that's all out the window. You're taking this shit and you're gonna like it. I can understand why he's annoyed. And as someone that's just sitting indoors playing, it's annoying for me as well. Like, I've got people dashing in my face, and I'm just like, right, I guess I might die. I don't know what's gonna happen now because I can't move.
Sure.
That's the difference between the 50-50s in Tekken 8 and the 50-50s in old Tekken games. So for people that were asking me, yeah,
Yeah.
someone said Demon Paw. Like, that shit's annoying. It hits. I'm here. Jin's here. Jin's fist is here. Now I've
Yep.
been hit.
Yep.
It's annoying.
Demon Paw is ridiculous. All the Demon Paw type of moves they see, because I think I need to check myself, but I think Demon Paw does chip, right? But I can't remember if it fully does. Someone could correct me in the chat. I think Demon Paw does chip.
Mm,
But like, it's like, how can you be playing? You're playing Tekken 7. We're playing the range game, and you're just doing 4-4-2, and you know, oh, if it hits, oh, it's a heat engager. If it doesn't, I just unchip damage. The only character that does a move like that doesn't do chip, from my experience, is Lee. Lee's 4-4-3 is a heat engager, but it doesn't do no chip. So it's like, why are these moves, these long ranging moves, that you're like, in a Tekken 7 uh mind frame, you use these moves at range one, no, range 3 or 2. You're trying to just throw out something and see if it hits. Like, why are these doing chip damage? It's not making sense.
yeah.
There's a lot of decision making that I look at this and I'm like, all right, cool. You lot say you lot have Mishima Star there. That was an old pro player, right? Is he giving the directions for these? Because this is not a direction of a pro player. This
Mm,
seems more of someone that is like, oh, let's make a fun fighting game, and they're just throwing every paintbrush at it in the same
yeah, yeah, yeah.
or whatever. And it's like, everyone is like, well, now everyone is looking at it and saying, is this Tekken? Is this what they want? Like, and no one, like, I can't really see anyone saying that they agree with it, other than people that are just trying to just be, awkward on Twitter and say,
Yeah.
oh yeah, no, stop complaining about it. Da, 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 da. It's just like, no,
Well,
this is not.
hopefully we've got some of those Twitter people here because I'd like to hear from them now. People talk a lot behind the keyboard, but I'm
Oh,
gonna bring people in. I want to bring Blackheart in here because I want to hear what Blackheart has to say about this whole discussion. I know he's always got.
well, at
I know
least at
he's.
least he speaks, though. At least he speaks, because you see all these Twitter people, they will say everything. The Twitter Tekken Mafia, they say all these things on Twitter, and
Mm,
then like you say to them, "All right, cool, let's have a conversation." They don't want to have a conversation, and it's
mm,
like, you just want to type. Your typing is your best skills. Yeah, you don't want to come and have a conversation. Everything I say, like, it's my opinion, but then it's like, people are now starting to see, like, bro, okay, yeah, maybe this game is a bit aggressive.
yeah,
But if people have other opinion, I'm down to have a conversation. I've never been one to be like, oh, I'm saying what I'm saying. You don't have to love it or like that. Funny, just say what you gotta
yeah.
say.
Well, what we'll do is we'll bring in Blackheart to start, and then every like 5 or so minutes, we'll bring in someone new to give their opinion on the situation, or however long they need to talk, just so everyone gets to see what they. So if you're one of the people on Twitter that's been yapping away, now's your chance to yap on live stream. Let me add Blackheart in here first. Where is he? Why does it do that? Oh my lord.
Hello.
I don't know why it starts a whole new chat. That's so annoying.
Yeah, no,
What?
that's crazy.
Do you hear any echo or something like this? Is it fine? Is it fine?
Nah, it's fine. It's all good.
Okay, first of all, I have to blast Kingjoy, of course, as always. That's the first thing. Before he complained about Victor and his daggers and all of this stuff. He forgot he plays Leroy, a character that has that when he was released had a +7 on block Kane, unparryable, fully tracking, launching weapon. And he complains about daggers and all this stuff. Don't play Leroy then. Don't play Leroy then.
You bet +7 on what game?
What?
+7 on what game?
+7 before.
In what game? Tekken 7 or 8?
Tekken 7 release, yeah, release.
Why are we talking about Tekken 7 when we talk about
No, but it's the concept. He also uses weapons. Why is daggers a problem with Victor? Leave Victor alone. Leave Victor.
I like Victor, so I'm not even
okay.
against him. But I'm saying that if a character is based around weapons, when we first saw the trailer, we see him using a sword, we see him using his daggers, this and the other, right? Leroy's thing was different. I didn't play Leroy. Again, I've said this many times.
Here we go. Okay.
No, it's true.
No. Fair enough.
Leroy after the first patch.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
when I started to play him all throughout Tekken. No matter.
Nice.
It's a Kane. It's one time.
Yeah, but it's a weapon. It's still a weapon.
It's not based. His whole moveset is not based around weapons.
No, it's not based. Okay, but
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Whereas Victor, his moveset is based around weapons. He goes up, teleports in the sky.
Of course.
Slashes you. Then he's got his punishment. Do you see what I'm saying?
He's basically supposed to be a Noctis replacement, but he doesn't get the job done because Noctis is way better.
I don't know about Noctis, but okay, I know you main him, but no one cares. No one cares about your state.
No one cares shit. I care. Momodo cares. I care about Noctis. We want him back, okay?
We definitely don't.
We do.
No one cares about Final Fantasy 15.
Okay.
Final Fantasy guy, so we can clarify. No one thinks about waking up saying, "Oh, I want to play Final Fantasy 15 again."
Yeah, I do. I want to. I want to play Noctis all day long. My beautiful prince. I want to play him all day long. Okay.
So that's why you play Jun.
Wow! Look at him.
We're in a conversation now. You know, it doesn't change.
Still the better Kazama. Not like cringy Asuka.
He's not even max volume.
Wow. By the way. Okay, what's the discussion about? Again, so I heard about all the Tekken 7 versus Tekken 8 stuff, and I wanted to say my opinion on that. Depends on which version of Tekken 7 we are comparing Tekken 8.
Why does it compare?
Because if we compare beginning Tekken 7 to beginning Tekken 8, I think Tekken 8 is better. And that's something, I know, huge to say. But Tekken 7 beginning...
Well, explain yourself.
Yeah, Tekken 7 beginning had even more broken stuff than Tekken 8. He had a broken as fuck Paul, broken as fuck Akuma, broken damage everywhere. You know, Dragunov was very, very good in the first interaction of the game. Do you remember how Paul was in beginning Tekken 7? Like, at least now, some mechanics are based around damage and so on are better now. I would say on some stuff, Tekken 7 beginning was more oppressive than now, I would say. But that's speaking of Tekken 7 beginning, like the first months of Tekken 7, something like this. If we compare later Tekken 7 to Tekken 8, of course, instead, I guess most of us can agree that Tekken 7 was more enjoyable to play than than Tekken 8.
They were busted in Tekken 7 Season 1.
I guess Tekken 8 it's not enjoyable to play in the long term because it's always fun when you use the mix-ups, you know, when you impose your 50-50s. But when it's the turn to, you know, to guess, it's your turn to guess. That's where it becomes not very fun anymore.
Sorry, Sesame Kitten just said in the chat, Akuma wasn't discovered until later. That's not true. There's videos on Green Arcade of Akuma wrecking people in the first week.
But Akuma was very underrated, though. Like, in the beginning, yeah.
I just want to interject here. I did say before I even got my hands on the game, the video's out, 2016, before the game released out on console, I said Akuma was busted. There was other people that said that they don't see it. I need to learn the matchup. That video is 2016. I said this character's gonna be broken.
There's only one thing you need to look at with Akuma in Tekken 7. When they first showed off Akuma, what did he do? A 10-frame jab into Tatsu. And everyone that played Tekken looked at it and went...
Or down three is even worse.
Before, that was Tekken, that was the last season when he could do jab into the EX Tatsu. In Season 1, he used to be able to do jab, shuriken, cancel.
Yeah.
It's a full combo. But in the Season 1, he couldn't do Tatsu.
And...
he could. Jab Tatsu.
Yeah.
Then,
he could do it from the beginning. I remember seeing that and I was like... jabs in Tekken are not launchers, right? It's not Mortal Kombat.
No.
When Akuma did a jab into...
Unless you play Jun.
Unless you play Jun.
Yeah. No, it doesn't. She doesn't launch from 10 frame, but almost same damage. But okay.
Blackheart, don't you think that Tekken 7 and Tekken 8 are so different that it's okay to compare them?
What?
It's okay to say that you prefer one over the other. Sorry. Don't you think they're so different that you can be like, this is the better game because this game doesn't have these mechanics or this game does?
Yeah, but again, it depends because Tekken 7 beginning to Tekken 7 end are like two different games, I think. It's like we are seeing two different Tekkens overall. So imagine what Tekken 8 will become after some years. You know?
I don't feel like it's like we're seeing... I feel like Tekken 7 became more refined as it went on, but Tekken, if I go back and play original Tekken 7, it's a
completely different game in my opinion.
The characters got buffed and nerfed, and they were different. But the system surrounding it was still the same.
Mike,
game.
there were beginning Tekken 7. There were no wall bounces, no wall crush mechanics. Some characters played completely different instead of what they were playing and Tekken 7. They are. Again, I think two different games for the mechanics they had. Tekken 7 was, I think, more similar to the beginning, was very similar to previous games more. Instead, Tekken 7 End was, I think, one of the best Tekkens ever because it became much more balanced, I think, and every character could win Tekken 7 End. But of course...
Just before we go on, there's a $1.99 donation that said, what's one nerf and one buff you'll give to the top 10? That's a lot of people to name. Let's say the top 3. One nerf and one buff. In my opinion, the top 3 in this game are Dragunov, Yoshimitsu, and Nina. I don't know if you guys disagree.
I agree.
That's agree.
What's one nerf that you'd give to Dragunov?
QCF4 hitting grounded.
Yeah, same. I will make it less plus frame instead.
Oh, yeah, no. Do you know why I say not hit grounded? He has down 2 to hit grounded. QCF4.
Yeah, I know.
It's a chunky damage when you're on the floor. So,
but if I had to pick only one nerf to the move, I will.
Probably plus as well.
Yeah, I would. Agree. Yeah.
What about Nina?
Nina.
Also, one buff we have to say. Also,
buff to Dragunov. Dragunov buff.
I
can't.
Dragunov buff maybe giving him a sneak out of 4-1 as a punish only. Maybe 4-1 into sneak.
No.
It's punish only maybe. If you have to say something, I don't know.
So that's a 12 frame into sneak.
Sneak, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's why you're not on the balancing team. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy.
And we have to say one buff. Yeah, we have to say also one buff. It's the rule, man. It's the rule.
I
can't think of a move that I would buff on Dragunov. Like he's good enough. There's literally nothing that I would buff on that character.
Maybe his power crush. No, even then, no.
No, it's good enough, man.
Yeah, I think you know what I'll do. One buff actually. You see the forward 1+2. I'd make that a power crush. I think that would be a good power crush for the attack.
Which one?
The one, the spinning elbow. It's kind of like Brian's. I think I'd make that power crush.
4-1+2. Okay.
Yeah, I think I'd make that power crush. That's the only thing. 'Cause I think he's power crush.
That could be interesting.
What would you nerf on Nina?
Everything.
Too much for me. No, I think.
I'll tell you what I'd nerf on her. You know when she does that combo and ends in guns and you go flying to the wall? I would change the distance that you get sent over there. I thought you go way too far, in my opinion.
I will nerf the down 4-3-2 because it's actually bugged right now, that move. Because right now, if you duck the high out of down 4-3-2, sometimes it gets unpunishable. Even if you duck the high. Because she can cancel with some crazy stuff like I don't know, warning I spam abuses it, and it becomes basically unpunishable, the move, the string. Or also down 4-1-2 not being in jail, one of those two strings.
Oh, down forward 1-2 not jailing, bruh. We need that in this game. Oh my god, bro! She just she can do whatever she wants. You literally have to sit there and you're just frozen. Like I see it happen to so many players where they're just like just make down forward 1-2 not jail. Like it's not hard.
It becomes it's probably one of the best pokes in the game. Probably one of the best meat pokes in the game.
What would you buff on her?
Your tits larger. You know, there are. Wow, you're so surprised. There are a lot of weebs here. I mean, it's a reasonable buff.
Yeah, that's some black card, guys. That went from me.
I don't know. Which I don't know what to buff. I don't know.
I would potentially. I don't think she needs any more buffs, man. I'm not even gonna lie to you, man. I don't think she needs any buffs. She's ridiculously strong at the minute, so I wouldn't buff her.
What about Yoshimitsu? For Yoshimitsu, I would nerf his damage across the board. He's doing for a character that's got all these weird gimmicks and unblockables. The amount of damage that Yoshimitsu does is absurd. I would rework his Flash, man. Flash being able to punish unpunishable moves. Whether that's been in previous Tekken games or not, to me is weird. Like when Main Man showed off Victor doing his forward 1+2 with the power crush, and Yoshimitsu can punish it. I'm just like, doesn't make any sense. That move's meant to be safe.
Yeah. Either that or the health recovery mechanic he has, because it's too much sometimes. He recovers too much health out of everything, you know, like out of 4-1+2, 3-1, and so on. He gets combos in which basically he kills you and also heals himself. It's too much. So yeah. Buff maybe one of its lows, maybe just maybe down back the tree a little bit, but really it's buffing already OP characters. So I don't know if that's interesting.
So so with Yoshi, like if the Flash is the problem. So like Flash has a bigger hitbox when he doesn't have his sword. He can flash if you do spring kick. He can flash. If there's certain strings and they have a certain time that he can flash in between, he can do that. He can finish moves. Certain moves that are -9, if they finish close to him, he can flash. Like his flash across the board gives him full damage, which I think is like wow. Like it's
maybe it's a controversial opinion on that, but I think that thing should stay because it's one of the main characteristics of the character. It's like you kill one of the main characteristics the character has had since Tekken, I don't know, Tekken 2. It's the rest the problem for me, personally.
Not in a game like this. This game is turned
because
you
again...
can't have a defensive... Hold on. You can't have a defensive tool in a game like this where it's stronger than ever. Like the Flash now is stronger than ever because he recovers his health, and you can do it in combos as well. Like everyone, like I hear people say that, oh, it's not that bad, this and that. I'm like, bro, it's like giving Lei Hulong mad damage, and he's got all of these stances and all of these mix-ups. Like it's a recipe for disaster. Yoshimitsu is ridiculously strong with all of these mix-ups, especially if he gets you to the wall. It's either he flips you over with forward 1+2, or he crouches and just does the unblockable load. Like that is ridiculously good. Like that's
Yeah,
why
that's
it's
what.
that strong.
That's why I told you that they should nerf the health recovery mechanics and damage overall, because he can still have his main gimmicks while being making him balanced in the other areas he's broken right now. I think that's why again I see Flash as a very strong tool, but again it wasn't a problem in Tekken 7. Why is it a problem now? Because of the rest of the broken things he has, not because of Flash itself. I think. Once they remove and or I don't know tone down the broken stuff he has now, I guess we can live on with his gimmicks. It's just that he's too good on everything right now. Only that is only that's what I said before.
And then
That's
so Wolfsbane donated 199 again. He said one nerf, but only for the top 5. So we've done the top 3. Who I would say personally, if you ask me top 5, the other 2 characters I would put in there are Alyssa and King, maybe Jin. I'm not too sure. I don't know how you guys feel about that.
Alyssa and Jin, in my opinion.
You know, Alyssa is all types of crazy, but I don't know, man. I feel like it might be Alyssa and Jin. You know, like I feel like King is really strong, but I really have to I might do a tier list later because I don't know who is in top 10. Like I really don't like. Alyssa and Jin are really annoying. Like I can lose to any random Jin because his toolset is so solid. Like great throws, great poking game, great keep out tools, you know, great combos across the board. But King is like, I don't know. I think Jin is better than King.
Because basically Jin has no weakness. He's perfect in every area. If you tell me what weakness does Jin have, I honestly don't know what to say.
None.
Probably just a little bit of weakness on the right side only, but that's the only thing. The rest is completely overtuned right now because he's basically a jack of all trades. Everything he does is good. If you see all of his move list and say, "Oh my god, this move can maybe..." No, every move he has is good, basically. That's the thing.
I would nerf his Demon Paw, personally. It's still got a phantom hitbox. They said they got rid of it. They didn't get rid of it. It's still there. Alyssa, I think I'd probably just tone down the chip damage a bit on her chainsaws. It seems a bit absurd. It's pretty ridiculous. I know Frame Whisperer put out a good video on how to get her to stop. But doing that in like this game where it's hyper aggressive is a lot easier said than done. And I'm already not a big fan of chip damage in Tekken to begin with. So I would nerf that. I'd nerf Demon Paw on Jin. I'd just remove the phantom hitbox. It doesn't need to be there. And
I think they removed it though. It's
no, they didn't. They didn't remove it. It's still there. It's not as bad as day one.
It's not as bad, yeah, but I think they tried at least, from what I remember.
Yeah, they didn't try hard enough.
It's not good enough, man.
It's not good enough.
I get it.
Still, I know it's still a crazy ass move.
Yeah, and then I'd nerf the chip damage on Alyssa. Those would be my 2.
In my opinion, they should nerf down for 1+2 immediately of Alyssa. Immediately, probably one of the most broken moves in the game. I think that's more urgent than her chip damage, to be honest. Down for 1+2 is so stupid at high level. Basically, again, jailing, 0 on block, low, high, insane damage. I don't know. It has everything in the book. So maybe too strong low poke. As for Jin, I will probably nerf his forward 4 instead. I will make him like Tekken 7, in which you could do a combo by canceling all this kind of stuff. It's not possible that he can again combo only if you do 4 counter it only. I think that's too stupid because it's a long range 16 frame counter it safe mid into stance. It's too much. I will nerf that move on Jin personally.
Okay. And I don't know who this is in response to, but Kobe, thanks for the 3 months. It says that attacking legacy moves instead of bad mechanics is bad. I think that's
what I said before. That's what I said before.
Flash.
Yeah, I agree with Kobe.
I don't know if I completely agree with that, to be honest with you. I think that you can have legacy moves that just become too powerful, especially with the system that we have in place right now. So Yoshimitsu's Flash in particular, I do think it's overtuned. Personally, it's a bit too much right now.
How would you nerf the move?
I would make it so that where it's able to punish moves that are not meant to be punished, I'd just get rid of that completely. I would probably bring down the damage, and I don't think there should be a follow-up to it. If I'm being completely honest, I don't think there should be a follow up.
The
And the
thing-
fashion that there is,
Yeah.
it goes into heat. It's a bit too much. Like heat's already an overwhelming mechanic. Having flash.
It's a sick idea, you know. I'm just thinking about it in my head. Flash, and then you just being able to do forward 1+2 to spin them up, like to flip them over would be sick. Like that would change a lot of problems. Getting like, sorry, I want to hear the rest of what you're saying, but like doing flash and then doing a full combo is the problem at the minute. Like you're just interrupting moves, and then you're just carrying me to the wall. Then I'm dead. Like
I want to ask you something about this though.
why?
Why?
Hollow finish? I want to hear hollow finish.
No, sorry. Sorry, Mike. If you were finishing, sorry.
Yeah, no, I was just saying I don't think having a move that interrupts the flow of the game also allow the character to go into heat to then put you in a mix-up, you know, that could potentially kill you is going to be fun for the defender. I understand that like you should make games fun for the attacker as well, but there's too many things that happen once flash hits. It's just an endless barrage of bullshit, and when you're playing a Yoshimitsu main, I mean, I'm not shitting on them. They're just doing what they have to do to win. But you kind of get taken out of the game a little bit because you're kind of panicking on, oh, you know, should I attack this character? If I attack him, he's going to go into heat, and I'm going to be in a mix-up, and I'm going to be at the wall, then I'm dead. And it's just like, it's one thing after another. They should bring it down so that, okay, flash interrupts the flow of the game. That's already annoying enough, but don't make it so it interrupts the flow of the game. Then puts you in heat, then keeps you in place, then puts you in a mix-up. Now I'm at the wall. Now I'm dead. It's too much.
I want to ask you something. In Tekken 7, okay, it's not to make an argument or something. It's just to to think about it together. In Tekken 7, Flash used to give a full combo always. Why do you think it wasn't considered a problem that time, but now it's considered a problem only giving a follow-up into it?
I think that the reason that it's such a problem in this game is Yoshimitsu is stronger across the board. So the running into Flash becomes more of an issue when you're also dealing with everything else. And I think that the fact that Yoshimitsu already regains health, and then the new mechanics make you regain health as well. Yoshimitsu's gaining more health than anybody else.
On that we agree.
Yeah, and then on top of that, the heat mechanic makes it so that Flash basically grants you a full combo into a mix-up, right? A guaranteed mix-up. You're forced into a 50-50 situation. Whereas before, you'd get hit by Flash, you get hit by a full combo, and then the situation is basically reset. When Flash hits in this game, it's like a domino effect, and then you're dead.
I mean, Mike, but it depends because Flash in Tekken 7 did a full combo. Then you get to the wall, and he had the same broken Oki he has now.
He didn't have the
so
damage.
The point I want to get in is that why wasn't it considered a problem before? Because he had problems in other areas. That's what I said before already. If we nerf those kind of things that make him so strong now, personally, again, it's the last time I'll say this. Flash won't become a problem anymore. It will be just a good gimmick he has, like he always had in Tekken 7 in the games prior. The game should not focus on nerfing legacy, in my opinion, legacy things out of nowhere, because now the community cries about it. Because the problem is not there. The problem is that now Yoshimitsu combos do more damage, make him recover health. Insane wall carry that he didn't have before. We get to the wall. He has even more insane Oki situation than he did in Tekken 7. That's what makes him strong, not the Flash itself. That's my point.
But that's what I said in the beginning. Like everything surrounding Flash is making Flash more powerful.
That's the thing. But it's not Flash itself that it's OP, in my opinion. I think it's the other things surrounding the move. The way Yoshimitsu plays now, that it's broken, needs to be toned down. Not Flash itself. That's my point.
I can kind of see. I do think there's things in this particular Tekken game where I don't think they were happening before. Like him being able to punish unpunishable moves in certain situations. I don't think I ever saw that happening.
No, he could do that in Tekken 7 too. It's not something new.
He could punish unpunishable moves?
Yeah. It's always something he used to do. It's the same thing, but it's even now. It's not something that happens every 2 seconds. Basically, for example, now he punishes it when he's near the wall. Maybe most of these unpunishable moves, because the Flash has no range in the neutral unless he's in it. You know, that's the thing. So it's always something he could do, but it was very situational. In the neutral, I don't know how often it happens. I don't know.
Okay. Right, before we bring people in here, Math Fury, thank you for the 249 donation. What else was there? Wolf Spain, Reina has a lot of Tekken 7's Jin's weaknesses. Weak clothes. Thank you for the 199 donation, bro. All right, is there anybody? Jay, you streaming right now?
Yeah, I don't stream on YouTube no more.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I stream on Twitch.
If there's any, I don't know how we're gonna do this. If there's anybody that wants to jump into the call, Blackheart, are you streaming?
No, I'm not. No.
Okay, you can stay if you want. If there's
I let
any,
people talk though, Dark, because you don't let people talk, bro. You just talk over people. I'm on to you. Yeah, no. If there's anyone else, so I know you're doing anyone else in Mike's chat or my chat that wants to come in, now's your chance. Like, don't do it on just Twitter. Like, we're here. We want to have a discussion. It's a healthy discussion as well. It's not no like toxic chat or anything like that.
No. Unless you're talking with me, of course.
Yeah.
all right, but just to be clear, the discussion. So if anybody wants to come in, discussion is about Tekken 7 versus Tekken 8, not specific characters. So I was only answering those questions because they were donation questions. But the discussion is around: do you think Tekken 7 is better than Tekken 8 or vice versa, and why? Or if you think it's a bad argument, then obviously you can enter the chat. Outside of that, I don't want to make it about specific characters because we all have our opinions on.
We already know that some characters are too much in this game.
Yeah. Well, whilst we're waiting for, let me see who said that they want to jump in.
There is Kobe wanting, I think, to know.
Kobe, yeah, Kobe wants to talk about Yoshimitsu. I don't want to talk about specific characters.
Or did you have beef with someone on Twitter? That's why you're mentioning Twitter, or what?
No. I didn't have beef with anybody on Twitter. It's just I saw so many people talking about the game, and right. I'm gonna add people one by one. Let me add Ruse in here because I know Ruse and Blackheart.
Oh no!
Oh shit!
Actually, Dragunov isn't that bad. Isn't that good? That's what Ruse said last time.
Oh, we can't have people like that.
We had a very, very cool beef.
And then I'll add Kobe in next, and then who else is there?
A man said, "Hey,
yo, man, what's up, Ruse?
Do you hate Tekken 8?" I don't hate Tekken 8 because I still play it and stuff. But
yo, man, what's up, Ruse?
You got an echo. Whoever just entered, you got an echo.
Yeah, Ruse, you got
mute the live stream. Mute the live stream, Ruse.
Yeah. I'll answer that question, and I want to hear what.
I don't remember how to redirect this audio, man.
What?
Can you hear? Bruce?
I'm ready to see some nipples also this time.
No. Listen, anyone enters this Discord, make sure you're fully clothed. Make sure you're fully clothed.
Yes. Wow, Malky, you're getting a lot of money today. We'll get some of this money.
You get some of the money.
He's rich. He's becoming rich today. Jesus.
Thank you for the membership, Jeff L. I think he gave us a Sesame Kitten.
Thank you so much, Jeff. Give you one to me too. Thank you.
Jeff, don't worry. I'll add you to the call. Ruse, are you there?
He needs to come out, man. He's taking way too long.
Yeah.
Figure it out and then come back because
he saw my avatar and it shows. Okay, I'm gonna run.
Saw your shit out and then we'll add you. Okay. Right, I'm gonna add Kobe in first, and then I'll add
Kobe the goat.
So shy, bro. My viewers are shy. They don't want to come involved and talk. What do you want to talk?
Yeah, the fighting game community is full of pussies.
My viewers are not pussies. But yeah, they don't.
Go on, Kobe. All right, Kobe, give us your thoughts on Tekken 7 versus Tekken 8.
Can't wait.
All right, I have some bullet points I want to go over here.
Bullet points.
Yeah.
Whoa.
So the first thing I actually want to bring up is a little while ago when all this like Tekken 7 versus Tekken 8 thing, it's still going on, but when it first started, I was watching a Main Man Suite video. And in that video, they were going over Tekken 7's story. and he had Twitch chat rolling, and I was looking at it, and the whole time, everyone in that chat was saying Tekken 7 is not real Tekken. The old Tekkens were better. Tekken 7 is not real Tekken. And it's just, I find it really funny that it's essentially the same thing happening all over again, right? Tekken 8 isn't real Tekken, yada yada. And now you have all these comparisons going on. I just find it really funny that that's happening again.
But my thing is, why do people think Tekken 7 is not real Tekken? Tekken 7, you have to backdash, you have to whiff punish, you have to do all those things. Tekken 8, you don't really have to whiff punish that as much anymore. Like Tekken 8, you just have to just keep attacking and wait for a heat engager and keep doing 50-50s. That's not real Tekken.
I think Tekken 7, some characters in Tekken 7 played a little bit more than only Tekken, I think. But apart from that, the game on its core was more Tekken based, definitely, than now. Now it's more aggressive Tekken, I don't know. But yeah, but if you think, for example, that Kunimitsu, Geese, Akuma, I don't know, all of these kind of characters,
wait,
you know.
hold on. Geese
Eliza,
definitely played
Noctis.
Tekken, but he had 2D elements. Like he's the only character out of the 2D characters that actually played real Tekken, but he still played like, you know what I'm saying.
What does real Tekken mean though? When people say it, what do they mean by that?
I'll break down what real Tekken is, right? So
Let's go.
Tekken is when you're able. So you got poking game, which is obviously jab, down forward one. Then you mix it up with the lows and stuff. So that's the poking game of Tekken. Then you have whip punishment. So you're waiting for other people to whiff and then you punish them. That's what Mishimas do it quite a bit. You know, they wait for someone to whiff and then they do the electric and then do the combos and stuff like that. And then it's all about just like it's mind games and just being able to whiff punish and being able to poke. Those are the three things. So when people talk about, you know, small Tekken is literally just doing 5 moves, literally 5 moves. There will be jab, it might be a string, like with Mishimas, it'll be 1-1, you're just trying to fish out for things. It'll be like a down forward 1 move, then it'll be lows, and then it'll be one like a launcher. That's small Tekken. You can do this across the board with all the characters, which is why, like, when I play the game, I don't know like combos with different characters, but I know how to play small Tekken with every character. Right? That is how Tekken is. It's just about with punishment, you know, playing small Tekken, which I just explained, and it's also about just being able to play these mind games to set your opponent up to do things that you're like. For example, you know, if I do a string and I only do 2 hits of the string, then I throw out a 3rd hit and I counter hit you. That's Tekken. That's what the game is. But being able to, like, Tekken 8 is basically you're just trying to get a heat engager. You're just trying to mix someone up and you're doing a 50-50. And if you guess wrong, it could lead to a lot of damage. That's not.
The thing is that 50-50s always existed in Tekken, but before you had to create the opportunities to get to this 50-50. The thing is that now most people aren't saying that Tekken 8 is real Tekken, because now the game forces you to get to 50-50s. Before that's where skill came to mind, because you actually had to build the opportunities to get a 50-50. That's why most people are critical with this game, because now it forces you to do that. The opponent is forced to block your 50-50. Before it wasn't like this. That's why 50-50s were more fun to play around in the previous games, because it's something you had to gain. Now you still have to gain it because you have to, you know, to hit a heat engager. But hitting a heat engager is not very complicated in this game, especially because some of these heat engagers are so strong, like Dragon of QCF4. I don't know, there are a lot of heat engagers. Like, at least every card has at least one broken heat engager, at least. Most of them, at least.
Yeah.
So now, except for June, of course. No, I'm joking.
Mike, how does someone get in? There's how many people want to join in? Because there's like you and XUL that wants to join.
Let me see. I'm gonna try add Roos to the call as well.
There's Dizzy Dize as well. There's 2 of you. I don't know how to add. The only thing I can suggest is obviously add me,
because only Mike, I think, can add people to the chat.
So tell them to my Discord link is pinned in the comments. If people want to join, they need to add me as a friend so that I can add them in here.
Alright, cool. Let me go to your.
Yo, Ruse, what's up, man?
BLN Snake wants to join.
Well, another thing I wanted to say, right? Like, I've been playing Tekken since Tekken 4. Now, keep in mind, I was never competitive until this game. I think it's the same for a lot of people, actually.
Yeah.
You know, I tried in Tekken 7, but it was towards the late end of its lifespan that I started playing seriously.
With Yoshimitsu
Um,
already.
Yes, Yoshimitsu.
There we go.
But from this game to Tekken 7, I see a lot of people saying that it's brain dead. And I don't necessarily agree with that. Yes, there's Force 50/50s and it is a problem. But the way I look at it is that there's so much more information to be found on the internet and just in general than compared to older Tekkens. And I think for a lot of people, when they see very strong characters, they're ready to chalk it up as brain dead or they're carried. But I think in reality is that the training tools and the information that is readily available there's just so much more going around. That's why you can have someone who's new to competitive Tekken and have them shoot up in the ranks because the information is there. But in turn, you get someone who is able to use the moveset better, do better Oki and better setups, but their fundamentals are not as good. And that's why you get the whole carried thing, because they don't have the experience, say as someone like a legacy player may have.
I don't know about that, honestly, to be honest. My opinion, of course. I don't agree with that. I think some characters just naturally carry in this game, not depending on the level you are. Like, for example, not aiding, of course, to anyone playing this character, but for example, I don't know, Dragunov. Like, okay, let's say the most bland example ever. Dragunov, I think, naturally carries players, not depending on how strong they are, because he has some of the best tools in the game. It's like giving a shotgun to a child. He's not gonna have the same accuracy as a pro player, but he's still gonna hurt you if he shoots. That's the point, I think.
I don't think so.
Oh, well, go on.
I don't think
Well,
so.
of course, because you are a Dragunov player. Of course, you don't
No.
agree. Of course, you don't agree. Of course.
You see what it is, yeah. I believe it was Kobe. I don't know. Correct me if I go wrong, but someone said that there's information out there already, and so for you to play the game, you need to know what you're doing. So it's not about the character in a sense to shoot up the ranks. Yes, the character is good. Yes, the character is helpful. But if you don't have information, you're gonna be stuck at the low ranks, no matter what character you're using. There's always gonna be like a point where you're gonna reach in the ranks that you're not gonna be able to go past.
I don't see that, because I saw some Xiaoyus or Alisas at Tekken God or Tekken God Sweden don't even know frames. Just
Yeah,
doing
I always say I don't know frames. I always say I don't know frames, but I play the game. I have information.
Which
on
rank
past-
are you?
I'm Tekken God.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
But the point is, it's not just about the character. I'm saying the character is good, yes, but I've got information on how characters play previously. I've played characters in this game. I've played characters in Tekken 7. So it's just like experience helps you as well. It doesn't matter who you come up against.
Yeah,
Experience
but
does help.
can someone explain to me what information you have to know to play Dragunov? Can please someone explain?
Who you taking God with?
Dragunov.
Oh yeah, no, I'm taking God with Dragunov still.
Can someone tell me the information you have to know to play Dragunov? Down to, run into, QCF4. Well, yeah, I won.
Bro, everybody's got their own gimmicks or movements or whatever.
But it's
to
not
play
about
the character.
gimmicks, it's about gimmicks and strength of the moves together. It's the combination of the two things.
My point is, yeah, when I say I don't know frames, yeah, I'm not saying I don't know frames completely in it. I know frames. I'm just saying I don't play the game so like deeply like other people, like you, for example, who's decided to rank up every single character. I play the game for fun and I play to have fun. Yes, I don't like losing, but that has nothing to do with the character. It's just that my experience with Dragunov is that I've used him in Tekken 7, so I play him in Tekken 8. Like I use also other characters as well, like Lee, for example.
But
And
no one here.
What rank is your league?
Fusion.
Thought so.
No one here is saying that you start playing Tekken, you play Dragunov, and you get to God of Destruction. No one is saying that. Of course, it still requires some level of knowledge to rank up, but it's far easier with some characters rather than other characters, because some characters just naturally carry you there because they are stronger than others. It's very simple. It's
that's a fair point. But if you're gonna use that point, it's not relatively for people that have experience in the game. Like people, for example, like if I'm playing Dragonov, yeah, and I'm at Tekken God, which the highest rank I've been is Supreme.
GG.
Yeah, thank you. Like I'm not gonna then be at, like, for example, stuck at Fusion or blue ranks if I don't have experience or know what I'm doing in a character. Some people get away with it and they get into higher ranks, but when you get to higher ranks, people know what they're doing. Do you understand? So you're gonna get blown out no matter what character you're using
Depends.
until you build up that experience and that like knowledge against those
If you
characters.
meet
So,
if you meet the pro players, of course, your point is fair. But if we meet at the general level of play, even in higher ranks, it's not very high, in my opinion. Huh? Excluding the top players, the pro players, and so on.
what? There's people that how many? There's people that have so much hours in this game. Literally,
Yeah, you tell me.
I don't even have that much. I'll have like I don't know. If I check, it's probably like 100 or something. I don't know.
Nice.
Let's give the other guys time.
It's
Yeah.
hey, sorry, I just joined, but let me just add my 2 cents to that. So,
Yeah,
so what's up, everybody? What's up, Little
What's up?
Insanity?
Yeah.
What's up?
Mike, it's good to finally meet you.
Good
I'm
to meet you,
the
bro.
I'm the guy who's been commenting whenever you make a comment about Lily.
Oh, okay.
Nah, I'm
Yeah,
just
I
joking.
hate that character.
What comment did you make on Lily?
No. It's just sometimes he'll say something about Lily and then like say like she's a problem character, and I'll be like, wait, what? What you say? But yeah, no, I'm playing. But yeah, regarding what you said about like characters carrying, I just feel like there's some characters that do just very little. Like, okay, Dragonov, he's broken. We can all agree with that. He's a very broken character, but he's very straightforward. If you want my opinion on that, he doesn't do anything dishonest. He doesn't have any crazy gimmicks. He's just plus on everything. It's always his turn. So like at a high level, at a super high level, maybe a pro player can take or a higher level player can take advantage of things like that. But I don't know if at a lower level, like people can
That's
abuse
what
these
I'm
kind of
saying.
gimmicks.
Literally.
Yeah,
Huh?
because me personally, like King, I know that matchup like the back of my hand, but even lower level Kings can somewhat get a dub on me because sometimes like I don't take the throw in time or one thing I really hate with King is I'm not saying this should be nerfed, but I hate that move where he flexes and he gets armor. I hate that move with a passion. And it catches me.
I get turned on because his muscles get bigger and red. That's all. I get a little bit.
But yeah, no, I'm just saying there's small little gimmicks that some players can abuse at any level. That can somewhat carry this. I feel like King can carry people sometimes, but that's just me.
Yeah, the point is not about Dragon specifically. I just made an example about Dragon, but the point is that there are some carry characters. Now everybody can say different characters are carry, but
Guys, do you
point is that
remember
carrying.
Wait, Blackheart, sorry, do you remember what the topic of the conversation is supposed to be?
Tekken 7 versus Tekken 8. Tekken 8 is a better game than Tekken 7. I'll say for sure.
Look, I understand everybody wants to defend their mains, okay? I get it. There's some sort of pride there. But let's try
And
to
we
stay
are
on
not
topic.
talking to, and we are not talking to Rules. We are not
Yeah, we
talking
always
to
end
Rules.
up talking about Dragonov.
Yeah, it's
Let's talk about
Blackheart,
something
man. To be honest,
Well,
though,
okay,
to be honest, yeah, Tekken 7
sorry,
had
go.
that moment where like it was put in the arcade, in it, for a long time before it came onto consoles. Do you get? So they've had time to crease, like iron out the creases before people on PlayStation or any other console or PC had time to even put their 2 cents into it. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So this game of itself, Tekken 8, was still early in this game. Like the game is such a child, such a baby. Like, but obviously people want to, I don't know, get the same type of experience or enjoyment from Tekken 8 the same as they did in Tekken 7, which is just unrealistic. Either way, on top of that, yeah, I feel like the people who are complaining are people who don't understand what Tekken as a game is meant to be.
What
Do you
is
get
that,
me?
bro? What is that, bro? I
So
was about to say, I just saw some ceiling. I didn't. I was like, bro, what? Go
So
on,
it's just one of those things where just like Tekken 8 is very early and everyone needs to like relax, like enjoy the game for what it is. Yes, the game is terrible in terms of the balancing and
Yeah,
characters are strong,
That's a
but
fair point. That's a fair point.
but comparing it to Tekken 7 is also kind of a bit unfair because it hasn't had time to like spread its wings. Do you get what I'm saying? Like the
But
game is
that's why-
fantastic.
Hold on. Don't you think that they're different enough to start talking about which game is better? Like they're not. It's not like Tekken 6 to Tekken 7. Tekken 7 to Tekken 8 is such a massive jump that I don't feel like that's gonna change for me in 2-3 years.
No, it's gonna change.
No,
Mike.
it's gonna change. It's gonna change. It's too.
I think they're
It's
gonna
too
slow down
early.
heat.
Oh, that's
It's
fine.
too early.
That's what I've been saying. I've been saying for the longest time. Right, I don't like the way how the game is being played at the minute, but I have hope for season 2 and 3 because I know.
Yeah,
the game's gonna
definitely.
change. 100%.
It's going to
It's gonna be
change.
sick.
Okay, let me
It's
ask you
gonna
a
be-
question then. you guys all think that heat is going to change so dramatically that it's
Yeah.
going to change my opinion of this game.
Yep.
I do.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You reckon?
Yeah,
100%.
man.
Yeah.
It's going
Yeah.
to,
All
man.
right, hold
It's
on,
a-
hold on, hold on. I want to go around one at a time then. How do you? I'll start at Jeff, and we'll work our way around. Jeff,
Okay.
what do you think is going to change in this game so dramatically that I would change my opinion from Tekken saying that Tekken 7 is better over Tekken 8?
I think okay, this is a personal bias, but I think we can all agree we hate power crush heat engagers. Do we all hate that?
Yes, yes,
100%. 100%.
Especially safe ones. And one I don't even know why this is not launch punishable, but there's one that Nina does where she goes like, yeah,
This.
it-
Yep.
the mid. It's a mid power crush heat engager. I
Night
think it should be launch
guy.
punishable. It's launch punishable.
Nice.
And yeah, and on top of it all, power crushes, if you hit them while they're armoring and you block, they're still safe. So I don't even know why that's a thing. So yeah, I think power crush heat engagers are gonna change.
Hold on. The reason why they made that safe is because you see in Tekken 7, no one really liked using power crushes. So they tried to make it like more of a usable feature in Tekken 8. So if you
More
jab,
rewarding, yeah.
yeah, like
I bang
if you
power
jab-
crushes all the time.
Yeah, so if you jab and then while they're doing a power crush and then like they're able to block, like it does this thing where you can't punish them. I don't agree with that, but it's in the game because they want you to use power crushes when you're like trying to throw aggression on those power crushes. But yeah, that's the reason why they added it in. But yeah, continue.
Okay. But no, I feel like that's one thing that's going to change first and foremost, power crush heat engagers, and that'll be a good thing for me.
Okay.
So
yeah, if everyone gives me one thing, just so I can hear. Well, Jay, what do you think? Because I'm convinced.
and he laughed, and he
I'm
laughed.
convinced that this game is too different for me. Okay, just bear in mind, everyone that's watching, my favorite Tekken game is Tag 2. I don't think there's anything 8 can do. Blackheart, relax. I don't think there's anything that Tekken 8 can do to bring me to say that it's better than Tekken Tag 2, let alone Tekken 7. So that's what I'm saying. Everybody give me one reason because I think it's too different at this point. It's way too different.
I think like I can't give you one thing. I just think across the board, they're gonna change a lot of things about the game. They're getting a lot of bad feedback from the game, whether it's like down to the shop, whether it's down to the mechanics, whether it's down to Dragunov. Like, I was watching the Esports World Cup and I fell asleep when it was Atif and Ulsan playing, and that wasn't like, oh, I done it for this. I literally I couldn't be asked to watch Dragunov as a Dragunov. It's boring. So the way how I look at it is, they know all of this stuff. They're gathering all of this information from everyone. They need to make season 2 good. Otherwise, they're not gonna make no profit off of their character pass to season 2. So I believe that they're gonna change the game and make it a lot more like how the previous Tekkens were. So that's my 2 cents.
Actually, so sorry to cut you off. But do you think it's going to involve toning down heat like a lot, or just like how heat works?
Yeah,
I think personally, I think that they're gonna definitely have to tone down heat because usually what happens with Tekken is that they bring a new mechanic in, and sometimes we just have to love it. Tekken Tag 2, they brought the whole tag system and stuff like that. That was completely different to Tag 1, but that was completely different. They never had the resources to do updates, patches for that game. That game was literally, we love it, or if we don't, just don't play it. Tekken 7, they were kept on changing things. Obviously, they had the introduction to wall bounce. We never thought that we was going to see wall bounce with other characters other than Geese, but we saw every character have a wall bounce. And then we've got the wall crush, which is the stagger system, where if you hit the wall and you block something, then you stagger and then you're heavily plus. We didn't think we was going to see that in Tekken 8. Like now, there's like moves that are like heavily plus, like heat smashes that if you block, like for example, Kuma's, if you block it against the wall, you got the wall crush. You're heavily plus, then you got to guess a mix up. I think they're going to change certain things across the board because I think Kuma's heat smash being 13 frames and you're against the wall, you block it, then you got I think they're like plus 17 or something like that if you're against the wall.
Yeah.
Like that is insane because you can't do anything for 17 frames. Like I don't think you understand how crazy that is. And it's a
It is pretty
13
exhausting.
frame. Yeah, it's 13 frame mid move. Like what? But then there's other characters that do it. Like Jin has his I think when he goes into Zen Slash 3+4. So it's like that kind of like jump kick move where if your back kick is against the wall, you're heavily plus if you block it and your back is against the wall. And it's like why is this in the game? Why? And you're getting chip as well, by the way. I forgot to mention that. So there's a lot of things in the game that it's too much, and I feel like they're gonna start, cramming down on like all the aggression and making it back to how Tekken was, because this game is completely different than all the rest of the Tekkens.
All right,
So, yeah,
Faso, if
Fair
you
enough.
do you have what's your belief on this?
So just to give you guys my perspective, first and foremost, I'm more of a casual player in comparison to y'all. I have more knowledge when it comes to Tekken 5 and Tekken 6 in particular. But jumping in from like the early days of Tekken 7 and then straight into Tekken 8, it has been obviously been said from the get-go that this game is going to be completely different, just from like its approach and aggressiveness. From the demo, it was also said, and the tutorials, you just need to be more pressing to your opponent. This game is not going to be easy on you if you're just going to stand and block. So with that, obviously, comes the 50-50 situation in mind. But going into the actual question in particular, how is he going in the future? I feel like because this mechanic has been implemented now into this game and the developers are trying to still figure out how this is going to work out and how to actually balance heat in itself, it's going to take a while. I think that in Season 2, maybe, it's still going to be a bit something that is going to be criticized, but I believe that in Season 3 and Season 4 and forward, it's going to be something that people will essentially look into it and be like, okay, yeah, heat is definitely a part of the fighting game genre, or at least like in Tekken in particular, because we see that also with Street Fighter 6 with like its drive system. And if you take a look at Dead or Alive 6, it also had a meter system. So I think that it's going to be a mainstay in the modern fighting games and also something that the community is going to adapt and adjust to.
Yeah, I think it was long overdue for Tekken to get like some kind of meter system, but it does feel a bit all over the place. I will be honest, like because there's sometimes how do I explain it? To be honest, the way that I'd fix the game is just back off some of the plus frames on some people's moves, because a lot of the time I do feel quite locked down when I'm fighting certain people or certain characters. I feel like there's literally nothing I can do. Whereas with Tekken 7, I didn't feel like that. I felt like there was a counterplay to everything. So.
Okay.
Well, technically, Tekken 7 did have a meter system with Geese, Akuma, and Eliza.
Oh yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. My apologies. My apologies.
I think that's where they got the basis for
No,
heat.
we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. That is a dark age of Tekken. Yeah.
Gosh, all right, cool. Next.
To be fair, that gave us a good insight into what Tekken X Street Fighter would have been like. I don't know.
And
if I would have enjoyed
someone
it too
here
much.
abused that 2D character that screamed Repuken and Shipuken every 2 seconds. But okay, but okay.
Okay, yeah, I got a question.
I can't lie. 2D characters are really bad. They should never be in a fighting game like Tekken. 2D characters should not be in Tekken at all.
Real quick, Jay, because I remember you talked about this in one of your videos, Jay. I think you were asking the pro players which characters they want back, and I remember a decent amount said Akuma, and I was like,
Oh,
what?
Oh my god!
Exactly.
I remember that. I remember your and then because I thought Akuma was not received well, but I was surprised when they said they all wanted Akuma back.
And
basically, when we think about it, Akuma was playing Tekken 8. Akuma literally was playing Tekken 8.
Exactly. But I didn't. And the worst thing is, I didn't say to them to say it for a joke. I was so confused. I was like, "Why are you not saying Akuma?" No,
You should have removed those parts. Now Arada thinks we want Akuma back and we'll bring it back. Thank you, King J. It will be all your fault. Thank you, man. Thank you.
Alright, wait, I wanna hear from RJ. What do you think about all this?
Bro, okay, cool. Basically, I think there's too many forced 50-50s in this game, bro. I think there's just too much. With Lydia, the heat smash, there's no option select. You can't do anything. You're just forced in that like exact moment. Like +5 on block, you can't do anything. And the other mix up is a high. +6. That's even worse.
Yeah.
That's even worse. Bro,
Oh, wait. After what?
yeah,
After heat dash or what? After what?
He's talking about
after
the heat smash.
After the heat smash, there's nothing you can do. Nothing.
Which heat smash? Every heat smash is different.
Lydia's. But that's, in my opinion, that's one of the worst ones.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
I think a lot of people are sleeping on Jack 8. I played against Jack 8 today. He has
Thank you. Yeah.
With,
thank you.
Hey, that is funny.
The high thing and guard breaks. That's so dumb. That is so dumb.
J-Kate is
Smash.
J-Kate is weak. J-Kate is a very weak character.
Let him talk. Let him talk.
The Heat Smash. The Heat Smash is also broken in my opinion. Jack Cade's Heat Smash.
Yeah.
It's just dumb. But in Tekken 7, there's no force 50-50s. You can backdash. Like KBD is so much better in that game. Like 2 months ago, I went back to Tekken 7. The online is still working. Like I was playing Tekken 7 ranked. And I was just like, it was just more fun. Obviously, it just got done because of the knowledge check. We've got characters like Katarina, in my opinion, are just dumb. In my opinion. And like 2D was just dumb as well. But like overall Tekken 7 right now is better. But Tekken 8 will be better in my opinion. But that's just my opinion.
Hopefully.
Well, I need to. If it's okay with one of you, I need to trade one of you out to bring somebody else in. So, is there anybody that wanted to add anything?
Yeah, so I was a bit kind of uninformed about what a 50-50 was because I've played Tekken for like most of my childhood and obviously most into my adult years. It's probably the game that like I've stuck with the most out of everything I've played. So when I kind of started taking it a bit more seriously this year, I only got Tekken 8, I think about 2 months ago. Hearing all these terms like 50-50 and kind of mix up, I didn't really know what people were talking about. I was just kind of like, oh, I'll just try and jump in and just play and see what happens. But now I'm playing Tekken 8, I can definitely see what people mean because I'm using Lydia a lot at the minute. And every time I move into a stance, I can feel it kind of in my mind thinking, right, I have to pick an option. Whereas before in kind of like previous Tekken games, I didn't feel like I had to do that. It was kind of, I was just playing and kind of staying the course. But now you can literally feel it as you swap into a stance. Okay, so I've got to pick either high, mid or low. Your low gets blocked. All right, so now we're kind of back into the neutral and then you're just doing it again and again and again. And I kind of really felt the difference between which one was more enjoyable for casual players because I was under the impression that Tekken 8 was going to be this kind of casual game that people were just going to be able to jump in and then they'd be able to have a bit more fun with it. But playing with my friends who have never really touched Tekken in their lives, they preferred 7 as opposed to when I brought 8 over to them. They preferred 7. I was like, well, what do you prefer? And they're like, well, there's just a lot less that you have to think about, which I can kind of see. Like I've accustomed to, I've kind of climatized to 8 quite well, but obviously, like all you guys are saying about the Force 50-50s, I'm definitely starting to see that now, where like everything that I'm doing with most characters that I play, because normally I'm either Lydia, Heihachi, or Reina, a lot of the time I am forcing people to just either stand up or stand down. Does that kind of make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I think that is a bit of a problem because it just doesn't seem that fun if you're on the other end of it. Like you do end up on the other end of it yourself, but I think that's where the balance comes in. It's not necessarily balancing the characters. It's like you're still having fun while you're defending as much as you're attacking. And if you're not, that's like a balance issue. So
yeah, I do think that the developers seem to think that if you're a casual, that means you're stupid or that you need your handheld. That's the impression that I get from developers these days. They think that if you're not going to tournaments, that you don't care. You just sort of slam your face into the controller, and I think there's like a disconnect.
Sometimes it's true.
Maybe for you, Blackheart. Maybe for you, but everybody else.
Your piece of. Okay. I'm done. Fuck.
Right, I'm gonna try bringing planted Medusa. So.
Medusa, the good old, nice.
Yeah. So, who was talking just now?
That was me. You can kick me out if you want.
Yeah, it's alright if I trade you.
Wow, no worries, man.
That's kinky. That's kinky.
Before you go, thank you very much for your contribution, Rashma.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man.
No, it's okay. It's good to meet you both, actually. I've been following you both for a while, so thanks for having me.
Thank you, bro.
No worries, man.
No worries, man. See you later.
See ya. Alright, let me bring in the next person. I'm gonna try to keep doing this on a rotation, so nobody get offended if I'm like.
I follow Medusa since he had 2 viewers.
I've seen Medusa stuff, but I never.
Yeah, I know him since a long time now. Nice to see him here.
Hello, guys. How are you?
Yo.
Welcome.
Yeah, so I'm here. I just wanted to, because I also have a platform on Twitch, and obviously we watched old Tekkens and really trying to give like some constructive critique here as well. The thing is with Tekken 8, why the people get exhausted so quickly as well, is because you need to 24/7 kind of hold the things. Let's say you play against Dragunov and he whiffs the heat smash. You look from afar, you can't really power crush in between and you need to hold that. He comes like a train towards you, and that's with many characters. You hold that mix, and then you hold another one. That's kind of jarring. Then they say, yeah, the DLC characters came, like the main man Sui said, the DLC characters came out in perfect state. What was perfect about Eddie? There was a literal bot of people pressing free.
Wow, that's dissing right there, right between the two most famous casual streamers. That's nice. That's nice.
No, I'm not dissing him. I'm just saying the argument is it's just insane.
Yeah.
Lydia, like who likes to fight against Lydia? FF2 plus frame simulator, high, unblockable. She essentially has like a low there. It's
Fights against
ridiculous.
Lydia in the first place. Who fights against
Sorry
Lydia?
to cut you off, but as a guy who's been playing Lydia since she came out, yeah, I'm very guilty of that.
Oh,
But I mean,
It's
I
just
could give you ways
ridiculous.
around it, but you're right. For the most part, I actually don't really know how to get out of that mix, but there are some ways around it. But
It's not okay. Of course, you have always ways around it. What I'm trying to say is, it's not fun to play around.
Yeah.
You know,
I
when the
agree, I
game
agree.
ain't fun, that's the problem. When you look at 90% of the characters in Tekken 7, you would have an issue with specific characters that would defy the system, backdash into knockdown, mid into follow-up, like Kunimitsu and specific characters. Now we have an issue where the system is the problem, and on top of that, the character itself is the problem. Before, you had a character that was broken, and you could address it in a specific way. Now you have a broken character and a broken system, which makes it too bloated. It's just ridiculous at this point.
I agree.
Best
I feel like
example, also
Tekken
Link
7
Xiaoyu, for example. When was the last time you played against Link Xiaoyu and you was thinking it was a genuine good game?
It's never a good game against that fucking bitch. It's never a good game against that fucking caring bitch. No, I hate her. I hate her. I hate her. I hate her.
Which character did he mention?
Xiaoyu.
Just an example. There's many characters.
Xiaoyu.
Who?
Xiaoyu.
Okay, never mind. That's the last time I saw that character. I'm not gonna lie.
Link Nation. Yeah, nuke Link Nation. Nuke them all.
Nah, Ling Xiaoyu and Lily are both in the same boat, in my opinion. I think both of those characters, they kind of have similar, like.
Except one is monumentally stronger than the other.
Which one do you think is monumentally stronger?
Like Ling? I think Ling is stronger than Lydia.
Lily's so cancerous. Lily's so cancerous.
How do you think they can fix even heat? How do you even think they can fix it?
Fix heat smashes. I
They're
think
gonna probably tone down the time.
Nah,
I got some ideas how to fix heat.
I think, all right, so with heat, I think the timer shouldn't be so long. That, like, some characters can recover in heat. Like, so for example, you've got like characters that do certain moves, like for example, Victor, if we do use any of these sword attacks, he can recover, keep on recovering his heat. If Lily does her feisty rabbit, the spin, she can keep recovering heat. If Xiaoyu is in hypno stance, she can keep recovering heat as long as she stays in that stance. I personally think that if they kind of just made the timer a lot shorter, so it's like a short burst of like, Super Saiyan powers, then that would
Like
be a
4
lot better.
seconds.
Yeah, some like not even 4, like 5, like something just a short burst. 'Cause I feel like sometimes people are in heat for too long.
Law's one's ridiculous. Law has a ridiculous heat smash, in my opinion.
Yeah,
You know what you know what I find interesting? What they should have done instead. They want more aggressiveness and the game being more interactive. Instead of giving full screen homing I-13, I-15 mid heat smashes that are plus on block from range 5, how about we just increase the movement like in Tekken 6? Because people tend to think when we say Tekken 8 is not that good or there's problems with Tekken 8, we say that we love everything about Tekken 7, which is not the case. The problem just arises when you think what Tekken 7 did well and what we liked, we wanted that enhanced, and what we did not like, we wanted that less. What we did not like was coin flip, forced 50-50, bad movement, etc. What we ended up getting is even worse backdash for a majority of characters, essentially sidestepping being not an option, because where can you step on -17? It doesn't matter how good your movement is. And all the good things that we appreciated wanting to enhance it, it got less. So in my opinion, if we took like a base game and then enhance it, I would go with Tekken 6. Tekken 6 is probably the most interesting one from a perspective of a viewer as well, because I know they like the people to have an engaging fight and not just backdashing simulator. But because of the going in and out was so quick in Tekken 6, it just makes that, you know, that Matrix kind of vibe, you know, that movement vibe when it's like that nippy playstyle. Everyone likes to watch that. It's
So
not
you say
interesting. Yeah.
Tekken Tag 2 would be more exciting than Tekken 6, or do you think Tekken
No.
Tag 2 is too over the top?
No, Tekken Tag 2, in my opinion, was also too much over the top and too snowbally. I think Tekken 6 is like the sweet spot. And to the people like Harada, or when they say it's not interesting to watch like Tekken 7 all of a sudden, but excuse me, if you watch a horror movie and the monster comes immediately and you see it, then you get scared for a second and the suspense is gone. The monster can come 10 more times, it doesn't matter. Heat smash, explosions, and whatnot. The interesting parts about Tekken was when there was nothing happening and then all of a sudden explosiveness. This builds the tension. There's no tension in Tekken 8. It's just all the time cruise missiles and bombs.
Because
I don't.
everything is over the top.
well,
Everything is over the top. That's why.
Well, then regarding to that, wouldn't what if like you have a monster movie and the suspense is coming, and then it just barely never comes. That's what I felt like with Tekken 7 tournaments when you're watching
That's
just
bad
poke,
also.
poke, dash, poke. That's like
That's bad also. That's why I said increase the movements forwardly so that we have more like engaging moments. The thing is also we had like M4s and counter tools, get up kicks were too strong, get up free, full launch was a mistake. Good that it's gone, but now we have a different problem where get up kicks are safe on block all of a sudden.
Yeah. That's
What would
bad.
you do? So what would you do, for like? So there's two things. I agree with the movement. I think the movement is trash right now across the board. I think sidestepping.
Sidestep is better, I think.
Sidestep is trash. No,
well, sidestep is stronger overall in this game.
What?
I think sidestepping is
stronger
bad.
overall in this game.
Sidestep is way better than Tekken 7.
Sidestep
Yeah.
is
Way better than
trash.
Tekken.
As in like
Tekken 7.
cool, but I don't feel like
you wanna know
it's
something?
smooth enough.
You
I don't
wanna
feel
know
like
if
it's
you think
smooth
sidestep
enough.
There's too much
You
music.
want to know something? If you think sidestep is trash, in Tekken 7, only Lily could sidestep Devil Jin's laser scraper. They know but in this game, everyone can sidestep it.
No,
That just shows
sidestep is
sidestep
way
is much better.
better. Sidestep is way backdash.
way
Yeah, backdash is worse, but sidestep is way better now. Way
I'm
better.
losing my mind.
When I'm saying sidestepping is trash, I'm saying due to the whole new mechanics and everything and the updated graphics, I don't feel like sidestepping and movement is of its caliber that it should be at.
But updated graphics have got nothing to do with sidestepping.
Yeah,
I understand that. I understand that. But
Mike, tone me down too much, man.
My point is for me to have named stuff like the graphics and stuff. I'm trying to say like they should have been able to place into the side steps and the movements much more better. Is what I'm trying to say. Like,
But yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Applying Medusa, let me just get back to what I was saying. So, like, do you think, obviously with movement, do you feel like that would change everything with this game, especially with like heat and stuff? Because I personally don't think movement will change. It will be better to have great movement. I've always liked moving around the stage and stuff, but do you think that's the only thing that will change Tekken 8?
No, that's not the only thing. It's just one of the things. The Tekken 8 has many problems. Heat dashes are problematic. Heat smashes are problematic. Moves itself are problematic, hitting you in the back. When you whiff a string, the string follow-ups shouldn't automatically realign.
Yeah.
I feel like
moves.
that's character
Really good.
specific.
Get rid of
I feel like
homie
that's
moves.
character specific because when we just saw the recent patch that was put out, you know, I forgot who did it. I think IMOP did it, but somebody showed like what Dragunov's back 4-3 string used to do. I saw a move that he would do with Lily, where Lily would jump into the air and jump literally over Dragunov, and then he did a back 4-3, and the back 4-3 completely turned Dragunov around. Like that's what he used to do, and thank God they nerfed that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's a character specific thing. That's a character
Do you guys have the problem where you backdash now and you tend to get hit in times where you wouldn't get hit in Tekken 7?
No, Medus, even worse. Now, and with the latest patch, I have huge input lag. I don't know what happened to the game, but online, I'm having a lot of problems online. I don't know you guys, but the game has become, with the latest patch, too stupid online. I don't understand. Well, my inputs don't come out sometimes. I don't know if it's happening to you guys too. But it has become worse and worse, and also the backdash. What you're saying, sometimes I backdash and I still get it. Yeah, so it happens.
Something keeps happening to me, right? I don't know if this is me, but it happens especially when I'm playing against Xiao Yu. I will be holding back when she goes into heat, and I'll get hit. And I'm just sitting and I'm like, I'll look at the inputs and I promise I didn't take my hand off the back, I'm getting
it's the
smacked
same.
around.
It's the same for me.
The inputs are trash. Even when I run in and I hold block, I get hit as well.
If anyone plays Lydia, do you guys do something where you go into a stance with Lydia and then you hold back immediately because you know your opponent's going to press and you still get hit?
To get hit.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, you still get hit.
What happens to you about Lydia?
So not to break up the conversation. Sorry guys. Wolf Spain donated 199. Said, is it because there's too many meaty hitboxes?
What?
I mean, like in Phantom Box or what?
I didn't understand the question.
Is it in terms of like the moves hitting you, like in terms of sidestepping? Is what you're talking about?
I'm not too sure what he means. I think he means in regards to sidestepping.
Yeah, because I think sidestepping will be good. Yeah, if there was like no homing moves, for example, just to like increase the movement in the game. I feel like personally, for the game that we're at now, Tekken 8, the latest edition, like movement should be way much more better. And things like back 4-3, for example, that used to catch you when you're sidestepping. I think that's kind of unfair in a way.
Oh, thank you.
I have an idea to this also, actually. You know, imagine this situation, guys, because I am always saying no matter how good you make the movement, if the situation doesn't allow to move, then it doesn't matter how good the sidestep is. If every character in this game, now imagine they would remove the forced 50-50 situations and the over-bloated like heat smashes and stuff. Every character now being Lily. Imagine that. And just stepping like an overly enhanced sidestep and just stepping without any effort, I don't even think that is also good. I don't think that sidestep is a bad, like in Tekken 8. The environment where you need to apply it is just not good. Tekken 8 sidestep is good enough. The system just doesn't allow you to step.
Yeah.
If that's mainly the point, then. So go on.
So I was going to say, the reason why you're saying that is because most of the times if heat engages and heat smashes like on block, you're heavily plus, right? So it's difficult to even move.
Yeah.
So
guys, I'm gonna bring the Jan in here. So I'm gonna trade one of you out. Is any of you have
actually you can kick me because I host a tournament now, but I found the conversation so good.
Which tournament? Which tournament are you?
Yeah, I'm hosting a new tournament series.
Nice.
I don't want to make advertisement here, though.
No,
keep up the good work,
curious.
everyone, and keep the conversation up. We make Tekken great again. Good night.
That's a very weird statement. I don't know.
We're gonna build a wall and have Street Fighter pay for it.
Wow.
All right, guys. GG's.
Take care, bro. All right, let me gonna try and get. I think the John wants to join.
John, my Italian friend. Let's go.
I think it's good.
It's good hearing everyone's like thoughts on the game still. I feel like it kind of it's
good to finally meet y'all. I've been watching y'all for years, so
I appreciate it.
King J and Mike, been watching y'all for a while.
Bro, King J, the GOAT, bro. Man, been watching since
Wow, it's King J fan here. Oh my god, man.
Come on, man. Love,
King J, your funniest video to me, I still remember, was when you were playing Tekken 7. And I think you would think Tekken 8 is better because you don't see this often. You were playing Gigas, and then you were playing against Apollo. I think your video was called No Way Tekken 7. And then you did a move. You guys were at low health. You did a move. It went in slow-mo. Your move literally went through Paul. And you were like, what?
Oh, that's against ASAP Marco. I remember the exact video. That's ages ago. That was season 1.
Yeah, bro. I still remember that video. I still show that to some of my friends these days. I'm like, yeah, y'all think Tekken 7 is better? Look at this shit.
King J, remember Deji? When you versed Deji, that was too funny, fam.
Those matches are cool.
That was too funny, fam.
Wow, he's become red. Look at him. He's so embarrassed. It's so cute. Look at.
I appreciate the love, man. Appreciate the love.
Yeah, I won't lie. Everyone, it's good that we're all having a point on Tekken 8 because if we didn't, for example, and the game was running for how it was today, I don't feel like people would still want to play the game. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's people that make content on the game, for example. There's people that play the game casually. There's people that take the game semi-seriously, and there's also people that make money from the game in terms of like tournaments and stuff like that. So they need the game to be as good as possible so that they can continue playing the game and promoting the game. Because that's literally what we're doing. Like, even now, just having this conversation about the mechanics and the things that goes on in the game is allowing the game to have a form of like lifespan. Do you get? So for us to have a conversation and talk about the things that need to be worked on and trying to like compare it to Tekken 7, I will say it is a bit unfair because the game is early, but it will definitely speed up the process in terms of making the game great and reaching the expectation of what we want
Hopefully.
in Tekken 7 to Tekken 8.
Yeah.
What I've got respect though is that from the start of Tekken 8 when it first released, compared to like now, it's so better, so much better. Like the balance patches. Look, remember Heat Burst where it used to track and it was just like BS. Look now, it's linear. It still tracks a bit, but the changes was amazing. Like Dragunov, the nerfs, even now, he's still a bit busted, but it's gonna keep on changing.
Dragunov, after all the nerfs, went from S plus to finally S plus. Finally.
This guy, bro.
Let Johns talk.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Mike, to give me the space.
What's up, John?
I wanted to try to give a different perspective of what the topic was, because the conversation was a lot about basically what are God moves, extra plus frames, which are everywhere in the game. But if you go, in my opinion, if you go to understand why people perceive Tekken 7 as better than Tekken 8, is because when people think about Tekken 7, they get the image of a 6 years old finished game. That's the memories that we have of Tekken 7, more imprinted. But if you think about the journey that Tekken 7 had, it was a roller coaster. Because I didn't play as much as heavily as I'm playing now. When it released, it was still a casual. It was a green rank at the time. It was awful. But I remember when I restarted to play the game was towards the end of Season 2, beginning of Season 3. And I played the whole Season 3 when Leroy released and Fengwei, when it was Fengwei, Tekken Potsu, and spike combos and everything. And that game wasn't loved. That game, I mean, who played that game? I know that probably most of you did. It wasn't as great. It wasn't the Tekken 7 that people is comparing. Then yes, he had different mechanics and everything. But as well, if you go even way more back on release, on the same time frame that this game is now in Tekken 7, so it's technically, I'm talking about arcade release. I saw little things. I know I never played it. I don't know who had the chance to play it, if some of you did. I saw a couple of videos, and I remember one particular things, but there are sure there are tons. Actually, it's two things. One is, for instance, Brian Hatchet was a counter-hit launcher.
Oh yeah. You talking about the very first game before?
The very first, yeah.
Before
Fatal Retribution.
Super vanilla.
Paul 3 Dead Fist at the wall would kill you. Yeah. So Bandai looks like they have this problem of releasing a game in a decent shape.
But that was arcade version of Tekken 7, or
this basically. Yeah. But we don't have an arcade version now. So in my mind, if I'm comparing Tekken 8 now, I'm still looking on a phase that is getting close to Fated Retribution. And that's what I hope, I think, and I really hope that Season 2 is going to be for Tekken 8. They want to do a kind of Fated Retribution, where they do a really hard rework on the game, and that would give the chance to the game to get into the position that everyone hopes the game is going to be into.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah, that's
what I want to say that what I don't understand is that we're 8 or 9 or 10 Tekken games in now. How many times is it going to be a case where we get to Tekken 9? Oh, it's the first year, guys. Game's broken. How many Tekkens does it take for you to not break the character over and over again? Like they've had Dragunov since Tekken 5. How many Tekkens is it going to take for them to not break the character? And for
you have no idea.
Well, to be fair, Mike, they are trying something new with Tekken 9 or Tekken 8. Sorry, they are trying something new.
No, that's not my point. My point is, I understand new mechanics, but the characters themselves, like they understand what should be plus and what shouldn't be plus, right? This isn't their first rodeo. How many times?
Apparently not. Apparently they don't understand. Apparently.
It's the 30th anniversary, by the way.
30th anniversary, right? So they've been producing this game longer than some of the players have been alive now. How many times are we going to get to Tekken 9 and Dragunov is going to have a plus 16 forward 2 or something, and we're going to go, what are we doing again? Why is this happening again?
This is the longest one. This is one of the longest franchising game. And for example, you've come back to the game every single time that they've released the game. You get, it's like, let's say for example, you're a thirsty man, yeah, you're in a desert, but there's a guy with a gallon of water. if he gives you less than 100 milliliters of water each time, you're gonna keep drinking it to try and quench your thirst. You get what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is like for them to
What's up?
like keep
What's
you on.
happening?
Can you let me finish? But then for them to like keep you on the game, yeah, they're gonna keep trying to like convince you that there's something wrong with the game for them to update the game so that you're still on the game. Does that make sense?
The analogy was kind of crazy, but
That
I
analogy.
Cool, cause yeah, but do you get it though? Do you get it though? Like,
What did he
you get
say?
me?
No, what did he say?
You know what I
Sorry,
mean? Like,
repeat that again.
you're not gonna quench your thirst off of less than 50 milliliter water. Like, do you know what I mean? You need a liter or two. Like, do you get what I'm saying? But my point is like they're gonna just keep on dragging people along the franchise of the game just so you stick with the game and spend money on the game. Like, the game is the longest franchising fighting game that they've got that goes against stuff like Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter. Do you know what I mean? So they're gonna do their best to make the game fancy and make you want to play it, but when it comes down to balancing, when it comes down to like balancing, I don't think that will ever be a new thing. Like, they'll never change that, in my opinion.
Can I just say one thing? Yeah, that I understand that you have to bring fresh stuff into the game. My thing is that people vocally said they don't like meter in Tekken, right? Remember, we was talking about Geese, Sakuma, Eliza. They didn't like meter characters in Tekken. Do you know, I actually honestly said before Tekken came out is that this is the future. The meter system is going to be the future, and it actually came through. And I feel like people have learned to like the meter system. I know we don't like Heat as it is at the minute, but I do feel like Heat has now turned into this thing that we're just kind of like we're in the system now. We play Tekken.
We're just dealing with it.
Yeah, we're just dealing with the Heat system now. So I think they will definitely change it, but I feel like this is their first time trying out Heat in a game. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Now it's like, obviously we're looking at it and we're saying, we don't like the Heat dash, it's 2+, or we don't like this. It's like there's loads of things that they can change. And I think what they're doing now is they're just doing a bit of quality control in terms of Tekken World Tour and, not trying to change characters too much. Like, say, for example, if Dragunov got changed too much, Ulsan, Atif, all these players will be affected by how Dragunov is changed. And then that would ruin their chance of winning money. You get what I'm saying? It's as much as we look at it.
Don't you feel like they're... Yes, no, sorry. I was gonna say, don't you feel like they're only using Dragunov because of his current status?
Of course.
Like a person like JDCR, he's always using Dragunov forever.
Okay.
So no matter how badly Dragunov gets nerfed, he's gonna still use Dragunov, or he might switch to Heihachi. I don't know, but yeah, he's a Dragunov loyalist. But do you feel like these other people? Yeah, I was gonna say, do you feel like these other people are using him because he's so strong?
So, as you said, JDCR was always playing Dragunov regardless of what happened. So you have the loyalists that played Dragunov, but there was a minor few. Obviously, I never known Ulsan to like Dragunov. I've never known Atif to use Dragunov. So there's clearly people that are using this character, knowing how strong fundamentally this character is at the highest level or world-class level, and they are using them in tournament, right? But it is a bit kind of crazy to change a character completely before the Tekken World Tour Finals is finished, which is why they're doing like little changes here and there, like there's little minuscule changes where I'm not happy with it because I'm looking at it from just a streamer or a competitive gamer aspect, but we also got to look at it from the competitive level of people that are going to be winning thousands of pounds at the end of this whole world tour.
Before Frame jumps in, I just want to push back on that a little bit. I don't think that they should prioritize the pro players over the general player base. I think you should always look at who bought your game, right? And the FGC is like a 1%, and then you've got 3 million or 4 million or however many people purchase this game. I think they should focus on making their customer base happy. And I would also say that people are spamming Dragunov in tournament. If a couple players at the top who never played the character in the first place are going to suffer for it, I say so be it. I don't think we should all, who paid money for the game, have to deal with the BS that Dragunov brings to the game just because a couple of top players want to have their fun in top 8. That's just my perspective. I don't think that their needs and their wants outweigh ours, especially because we're the ones that drive the sales ultimately, not them.
But the fact is that The fact is that even pro players aren't liking the situation. It's not like they're liking the situation. They're the first ones to cry probably on Twitter. That's the main point. No one likes the situation. Not even the ones that are playing Dragunov. It's like when I don't remember the player now. Oh my god, I have a. But the one using Leroy the first time in Evo, I don't remember who it was. Sorry, Book, I think. Yeah, that said just play Leroy at the time. Now it's the same thing with Dragon. I mean, no one is happy with that. No one is happy with that. I think.
I kind of disagree with this on tournament level. Because Season 3 Leroy was on a different level than Dragonov. And I have the numbers here because I was working on the numbers. It's still very... Yeah, I had the graphic here open because I just finished to check all the 35 qualified for the finals. There are 5 Dragonovs made between the regionals and the global finalist.
Sheesh.
Yeah, but
It's
the
not
character...
it's not like Evo Japan.
But the character, how many tournaments has the character won?
No, yeah. He's reached a lot on top 8. Yeah, he's the best. I'm not saying he's not the best character.
So
But I mean, that's a little different because Day One Leroy was in just one tournament.
Yeah,
Sorry,
exactly.
AJ, you've muted yourself, dude. You need to turn your mic.
I can't hear you.
I can hear you.
Yeah, no.
Hey, guys, one at a time. Don't talk over
guys,
each other.
Please, it's one question I want to ask. So who is more stronger, Dragunov in Tekken 8 or Leroy at Evo Japan? Because
Leroy was broken.
Day One Leroy was
Leroy
was a boss character.
Leroy
was disgusting.
So
Leroy was stronger. No, you're saying
Leroy was so
relax. I want to hear from Frame. So you've been sitting there for a while, bro. Do you want to jump in?
Oh, I'm just listening. Like, what do you want me to comment on? Is it Tekken 7 versus 8, or are we talking about Dragunov again?
No, forget Dragunov. I'm tired of listening to about Dragunov.
I think, it's like in a shitty debate, it's like a countdown until somebody brings up Hitler. And I think in any like second discussion,
what?
Okay.
No, it's like an old trope that if you stoop to comparing your opponent to the Nazis, then you've lost because it's like this trope, right? With Tekken, any discussion will like inevitably devolve into people shitting on each other's characters and then trying to defend. So it's like difficult to stay on topic. But with Tekken 8 versus 7, I definitely think that 7 is the superior video game by far. And I think an indication that might be true is the fact that it had like an ongoing scene. And I mean, I played it, most of us did, like 10 years after it came out. It was still going pretty strong. It was 4 seasons deep. So I think Tekken 7 was, while it had like a bunch of problems that we talked about at the time, I feel like Tekken 8 is, if you take all the problems of 7 and amplify them and take them to some sort of new extreme, you end up with 8. So it's not like the problems didn't exist in 7. And I was thinking about where is it heading and what is really happening today? I was thinking about that. And I think it's this ongoing trend, just in the entire global video game industry and this is interesting because it's happening both in the West and in Asia. You look at other worrying trends in video game development, like overt political messaging in video games. That's mainly a Western thing. And then you see Asian developers like the people behind Wukong, they pushed back on that. But when it comes to trying to push out the legacy audience to try and find a new, younger, and more modern audience, that is something that is happening like across genres and across the entire world in video game development. So why are all of these companies so interested in driving away their legacy players and finding this younger audience? Why do they care where the money comes from? And I think the obvious reason is that a younger audience is easier to sell incremental content to because they're much more accustomed to business models with microtransactions and in-game stores. They don't notice it the way we notice it. And if you think about it, I think a lot of these developers are trying to chase their own version, their own incarnation of what Fortnite became. And if you think about that from like a financial perspective, it really is the perfect product. You can't really make anything better than Fortnite if you're a video game developer, because it is sustainably profitable across multiple years or multiple decades, and all you have to do to it is like occasional seasonal updates and maintenance. So it's like this absolute golden cow in terms of a product, and I think the entire industry is trying to chase some version of that. And so to get that audience in, you first need to make the game more easy to approach, less intimidating. You don't want the new people to get absolutely crushed by the legacy players, which is like a huge thing in fighting games specifically. Legacy skill. You want it to become like more cartoony, easy to approach, and then if you drive away your legacy players in the process, I think that it's maybe a sacrifice that they're willing to make at this point. But I think these young people, this young audience, is such a profitable demographic that they have the same way you have advertisers in television, which is a thing that people used to watch when I was young. You had to optimize your advertising so that it fell into certain time slots and you were targeting certain demographics, and some were more profitable than others. And I think right now the most profitable demographic that you can go for is like a below average intelligence teenager who spends their entire day botanizing in their own identity and talking about their feelings online. That is like the perfect consumer, right? Yeah. And we're all sitting here looking kind of old, and we're just not as easy to sell games to, and definitely not as easy to sell in-game purchases to. And I think that's what's happening. So Tekken 7 was a step in that direction, but then it was out for 10 years, and the industry evolved during those 10 years. And then boom, Tekken 8 is the result of that trend continuing in the industry for a decade, and we end up with its new incarnation in 8, right?
So you think they made Tekken 8 more like this way to enhance it being sold to younger audiences, basically?
Younger audience, more casual audience, more easily marketable audience, right? And if it's a good gamble or not financially for them, we're gonna see if it makes sense to drive out your legacy players, but I don't know.
But I mean, well, this kind of ties in. I remember a video you had once, Mike Hollow, where where you said something about if FGC is toxic. But I remember you said something in the video about like the FGC is full of people like around our age, like late 20s, early 30s, possibly close to 40s. Whereas like games like maybe Overwatch, Fortnite, stuff like that, they're mainly kids, and that's why they're probably so toxic. So do you really think Tekken will be marketable to a younger audience? Because they're probably just gonna play it, stay. Maybe some will stay. But
no, I don't know if it will be. I'm saying I think that's what Namco's trying to turn it into.
I feel like what Tekken 8 is doing is they're making the game just like brain rot with like all the Force 50/50s. It's like more towards the new era of people, teenagers, where they just scroll on their phones every day and TikTok, stuff like that. That's what I feel like they're catering towards.
Yeah.
I just want to ask two questions.
I don't know.
Black Card. Wait, hold on.
Please,
bro, sorry.
All right, so two quick questions. Yeah, number one, this is the frame whisperer, just from what you said. Yeah. So number one, do you feel like when it comes to like Tekken 8 that basically they're trying to push out all the old school players and bring in a whole new audience with all the mechanics? That's number one. What do you think about it?
I don't think so.
That's the frame whisperer for me.
The first question, I don't think they want to drive out the legacy players because we're paying consumers as well. I think they're trying to find a new market, and a consequence of that is they end up driving out a lot of legacy players. And I think they're never going to acknowledge that, but I think it might be a trend that they are sort of. It's a sacrifice that they're prepared to make to tap into a more profitable market.
Okay, and then the last question is: you see with the Fight Pass, I know that you was talking about Fortnite and stuff, and those are games that I kind of like. I do play occasionally with friends and stuff like that. Do you feel like the Fight Pass, the way how they're handling it, is a step in the right direction? And I'm talking about like them bringing back old costumes and making us pay for it. Or do you feel like they should be bringing up new costumes and making us pay for the brand new costumes instead? What do you think about that?
Personally, I know a lot of people are really into cosmetics in fighting games. I think they're a very minor part for me personally.
Yeah.
But it's the main thing that you can come up with that you can monetize in a fighting game, because you can never monetize power, because then your game is illegitimate, and developing new characters and stages takes a lot of time and money, right? So you kind of have to home in on cosmetics for your monetization. And that's why we see multiple versions of it in Tekken 8. You have the store, you have the fight pass, you have the battle lounge, and I think pretty transparently the battle lounge is so that they can sell a completely different set of customizations. So you can customize the character, and now you can customize the avatar. So they're building a platform for cosmetic monetization with the game, right? Whether they're handling it well or not, I mean, I'm obviously not the right person to ask because I don't really care about cosmetics in video games, but I do think that in order to create this microtransaction selling platform that Tekken 8 has become to an extent, is a large part of the reason the game is struggling with quality in other areas, right? Whether you like Heat or not, I think you can tell that more effort needed to be put into online modes, anti-cheat, balance updates. And when you have limited resources and you're forced to focus on trying to create a profitable product that's going to be rolling for a decade, as opposed to making a successful game, and then it's so successful that you can keep monetizing it for 10 years. Those are two very different things, right? So I don't know if I think the Fight Pass is well handled. I would prefer if it didn't exist at all.
I wanted to say something about what Frame said about their decision about the Gen Z and so on, or younger audiences. I don't know, of course, what they thought about when they thought about the Heat thing, but I personally don't think they did this decision only at least to appeal to younger audiences, because I think they know that this genre is very niche, comparing it to other genres. So I don't think they wanted to expand, because they know, I think, there will be a limit in which they cannot sell more than that, I think. So I think that they made this decision about Heat and so on, just because they wanted the game to be this way, to try and maybe expand it a little more for the casual players. But I don't know how much it is related to younger audiences. So I don't know. I don't know about that. I think it was a decision that went far beyond that, I think.
I just want to respond to someone in the chat called Brent Thompson. I think he's pushing back on what you're saying, Frame. And he's saying blaming the teenagers for this is so ridiculous to me. That's not what I think. That's not what you're saying, though. I don't think that's what you're trying to say, is it?
Not really. It's more like, I think you're seeing across almost all of entertainment, but right now specifically in video games, there's this vision. Like, big companies work like this. They have 10-year plans. They have 50-year plans, right? And it seems to be an industry trend that everybody's trying to target a more modern, younger audience, and they have different sensibilities. So we have to have all of these inclusivity options in our character creator. And as long as we are, let's say, politically inoffensive, and our game is easy enough that a video game journalist can pick it up and play, then it's going to be hugely profitable, because there's this giant demographic that might play it, right?
Yeah.
But is that a reflection of reality? Are they like prophesizing something that is actually going to happen? I don't know. I think in the end, Tekken would be more successful if you focused on the core audience, and then they stay excited, they make content, they go to tournaments for a really long time, and then that gradually attracts people over time, right?
Do you think that based on what Tekken has done so far, Tekken 8, do you think it's going to meet the sales of Tekken 7? Because Tekken 7 was a massive success.
I think Tekken 8 is going to be half dead or completely dead within a year from now.
Oh, really?
No way.
I don't know if that's going to happen. Usually when I make I'm really successful with my predictions. I don't know. I've been keeping an eye on the stream charts, or the Steam charts, the player numbers for the game, and it's honestly doing okay. It's had an upswing since the Heihachi release, but I hear more and more people every day saying that they've left the game behind, and
Yeah,
more and
same.
more legacy players. Arslan Ass is tweeting about
Arslan
the
Ass.
game being trash. Now I know that he tends to like the game when he's successful and like it less when he isn't,
Yeah, I was
or
about to say
whatever.
that. He only tweets when he loses.
Yeah.
Exactly, you know. But it's like I feel like more and more people are losing interest, and so then the big question becomes: okay, this entire new audience that we brought in of people who are new to the franchise and like the new aggressive, you know, 50-50 version of Tekken, are they going to be interested enough and sustainable enough that the game stays alive long term? I think at this point, Namco definitely have already laid out plans for Season 2. I think they know roughly what it's going to contain. I think they have plans for what characters they want to release. But beyond that, it's going to come down to how well the game does. Then again, all of these like dumb fucking kids are buying, you know, pink lily thong and then pink lily thong with stripes for $5 a fucking piece, and they are making hella bank. So if they can keep on gaslighting their community, lying about updates that they're eventually going to roll out but never come, and then, you know, actually selling, you know, these fucking $500 sunglasses to fucking human orangutans out there, maybe they will make enough money that the game stays profitable long term. But I think as a vibrant culture and an engaged community, I don't predict that the game is going to survive unless something very dramatic happens to it.
So can you give us like a rough date? Like, would you say Q1, Q2? When do
Bro
you
wants the game
think
to die.
I don't want it to die.
Neither do I. I want it to be good again. I think by winter next year,
Yeah.
I think you're going to. I mean, Tekken has been around for a really long time, and sometimes it hasn't been very popular. So when I say die, I think it's going to go down to a pretty low, stable level of popularity, and then it's just going to percolate there for as long as new content is profitable to Namco, and then they're going to stop rolling out content and it's going to fizzle out. So I don't think, like, you know, it's Tekken has officially ended. This is the day, bring out the guillotine. I think it's going to fizzle out in terms of its popularity, and it's going to reach a low level of engagement, and then it's going to stay there.
I think it's already dead.
That's a pretty big statement. That's
Yeah. Well, then with that, because I was actually talking to some friends about this the other day. I would say between the big three, Street Fighter 6, MK1, and Tekken. If MK1 is a big three, and Tekken 8, Street Fighter 6 is the clear winner. Right?
Sorry.
By far, yeah. People are still playing. I mean, look at everybody in here. Who like has a lot of fun playing Tekken 8 right now?
No one.
You know,
Apart from Roos, of course.
No, but on that.
First off, wait, what was the question, Frame?
Like, are you consistently playing and enjoying Tekken 8 right now? Do you think the game's good?
I can't lie. I enjoy watching people stress out. When people are streaming and they're stressing out, I enjoy that. I actually like watching the stress in their face.
That's not what he asked.
Honestly,
Let's make a poll. Let's make a poll.
Well,
Who
I'm
likes
consistently playing. I'm trying to. Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Who likes Tekken 8?
I like
Say
Tekken 8.
I like Tekken 8 when I'm playing
The question was different.
I like Tekken 8.
I like
Who
I like
enjoys
Tekken 8, but
Tekken 8
I just
so
like
much?
I like Tekken 8. That's the thing. I like
Hold
Tekken.
on,
wait.
One at a time. Jeff, do you want to go first?
Yeah, I like Tekken 8, but I just like Tekken, so I guess I'm not the right person to ask that. But I'm consistently playing.
First, you have to say your character, though.
Oh,
Huh?
this kid, bro.
No, don't do it. Don't tell them.
I didn't hear that.
Let's just keep it controlled. Let's just go by one.
Yeah.
Do you like?
Yeah. No, I'm consistently playing Tekken 8. You know, I still play it now. I don't play ranked. You know, because I care about my sanity.
That's why.
There you go.
That's why you like Tekken 8.
Black Hearts, man.
There's nothing wrong with rank though.
I care about my sanity, and no, honestly, it's just ranked to me as a joke now these days. And like, you know, obviously with the one and doneers and the rage quitters, it's just a joke. Like, I don't. If someone's at Tekken Emperor, like, I don't take that seriously. I'm like, let me play you first. Let me see what you are.
You might still get cooked though.
Bring back death matches.
All right, Jay, do you want to go next?
As much as I like to say I enjoy it.
I'm still playing Tekken 8, and I have a lot of fun playing Tekken 8. It is it's definitely frustrating and annoying, but I feel like that's every fighting game. Every fighting game has cheap stuff.
Jay, sorry, I forgot you two have the same name. That's why I cut you up. My bad. So I was talking to King J. I'll come to you in a second.
My fault.
J1 and J2. J1 and J2.
King J first, and then.
Okay, cool. All right. So yeah, first things first is I enjoy playing ranked and seeing how far I can go.
Wow.
That has always been my thing. Like just throughout the Tekkens. I don't enjoy Tekken 8 ranked because there's a lot of one and doneers. There ain't no like, I would say you don't really get anything for completing first to twos. I wish they had changed that into season 2. Like, if you complete season 2, you get like a little bit of a bonus. I don't know, 50 points or something. So I don't know, something to close out, first to 2. And also as well, I think once it gets to like that 3-hour mark for me, I start to my brain starts hurting because it's just too much 50-50. So that's
so
for
actually
me.
let me cut you off real quick. So if they did change up rank, like make it to more akin to Tekken 7, would you still enjoy Tekken 8? Would you be able to play more than 3 hours?
I would love to come back to
Yeah.
With Tekken 7, I could play for literally 8 hours, 12 hours, and it wouldn't really matter. Like,
But if they implemented that to Tekken 8, would you be able to play more than 3 hours?
I mean, I feel like
even with the game's mechanics.
If I could finish talking, with Tekken 8,
yeah, my bad.
No, it's cool. With Tekken 8, I feel like you can't, like Tekken 7, when you done death matches, you always used to be able to figure out people's like weaknesses, and then once you figured out their weaknesses, the death match is over. That was always my thing. Like, okay, this is your weakness. All right, cool. And then I get to the next rank and then it's done. But with Tekken 8, it would be a lot more challenging because of all of these new mechanics. Am I going to guess a 50-50 right? Like, no one could, like, you could never be trained to guess a 50-50. That's the problem with this game. Like, 50-50 is literally, do you stand or do you duck? One of the two, right? No one, like, someone could just have a good luck on a day, someone could have a bad luck on a day, and that is that. And I feel like that would be very challenging to see in a death match, to see if I can actually guess right. But I don't feel like that's down to the character. I think that's down to the opponent and what they choose. So that's where it becomes difficult, and that's where the mind games come into it. So I'll be honest, I still stream the game. I might say that I get frustrated and stuff like that with the game, but I still stream it. So I do love Tekken. I feel like Tekken needs to start moving in the right direction, because I know that they want to bring a new crowd into it, but it's still the same players playing in the Tekken World Tour, and this is still the same players that are in the Tekken World Tour leaderboard. So,
all right, Faso, are you still playing Tekken 8 consistently?
Well, on and off, more or less. I mean, I'm getting back into it more recently, but when Lydia came out, I actually kind of dropped out of the game completely. Like, I'm not even kidding with you, man. Like, ranked is such a cesspool sometimes, because I'm going to fight somebody 2 times in a row. Maybe I get lucky and it will get to a third fight. And after that, it's completely done. But sometimes when I actually get rematched with the same person, I'm able to figure them out. So I feel like if they brought back like the function from Tekken 7 where it's like death matches, then this could definitely benefit Tekken 8. And I feel like that would also get me back into the game, because I can then also learn what exactly did I wrong, what exactly can I do against this opponent, for example.
Okay. So you don't like first to twos in this game, right? You don't like first to twos in this game, from what I okay.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
And let me ask John, how do you feel about Tekken 8? Are you still playing it consistently?
So I was playing more consistently when I started to study a lot, when I started to improve, and I got into Tekken King and when I'm now. But then at the end, like if I compare it to Tekken 7, I could play way more ranked in a row than Tekken 7, than Tekken 8. Tekken 8, there is like, I mainly play quick matches, then I say, okay, I do 5 sets. And I limit myself, because then it just becomes like the force 50-50, the not very competitive system of how we set up the first of 2, which is not locked in and everything. It makes it less enjoyable than what it used to be. And there was I think it was 1 month ago, I said I need to relax, and I started Death Stranding again. And now I'm playing Death Stranding sometimes because I needed to relax. And that's the most relaxing game I ever played, because that's the point with how the game is set up now, how fast-paced, aggressive, and how sometimes, especially if you play defensive characters or more wait and repose character, I play Brian, it becomes sometimes way too overwhelming, and it feels like too much, especially in ranked. If you play quick match, it can go. And I will add just one thing, sorry if I take a bit longer. If this doesn't val, there is not the same instance if I am playing with someone next to me. Like, I went to a friend and we played together for 3 hours straight. I was enjoying so much the time. I was playing casual when I was doing side quest showdown here. I was playing against a Yoshi, and he was doing the nastiest Yoshi stuff he could do. But because we were next to each other, it was a different setup. It was still feeling like playing Tekken, like a real fighting game, because we were both laughing and having fun. And
yeah,
that's
Tekken
the
offline
thing.
is always a different thing from Tekken
It's
online.
a completely different thing, and unfortunately, nowadays, the 99% of the experience you're gonna get, it's always gonna be the ranked experience or the online experience. But then the one that counts is the ranked experience. And at the moment, the ranked experience, it's very rough to enjoy, in my opinion.
Yeah.
That's and let me ask RJ and then Blackheart and then Ruse, and then we'll get to Jay because I want to ask Jay a different question.
So I'm gonna go in after this thing. But then let me speak about the rank system. I think the rank system is just abysmal, fam. Like I'm playing the game for like 4 hours, and then like all my work just gets erased because I lose like 1k points. It's just so dumb. In my opinion, my time just feels so wasted. Like that's one of the worst things about Tekken 8. I mainly play ranked, and when I'm playing a game for around like 4 hours and I just lose it all, I just feel so sad. Additionally, heat smashes and heat in general, but heat smash. I'm talking about heat smashes. Yeah. I feel like when you whiff a heat smash, you should be able to get a full punish. Like you should be able to have you should be like locked in an animation, and you should get like an instant punish because it's so rewarding for nothing. Like let's say Yoshi does his heat smash, you can't really punish it. It's just so broken. Dragunov, they nerfed Dragunov, but it's still like hard to punish.
Dragunov's run basically runs 10,000 kilometers away from you, basically, and you cannot punish him.
In my opinion, if you whiff the first hit, you should be able to just get punished. And the animation shouldn't like go and carry on. I don't know why it carries on because it's just like it's brain dead. Just brain dead. That's what I say. Also, what else was I gonna say? The balancing, Yoshi, Flash, Dom, and the Force 50 characters like Steve. I think people are like underrating characters like Steve because when he does his heat smash, he can't really do anything. Like it's the guard break, he engager. Like I'm just like standing there, can't do anything.
Yeah.
Lydia.
Yeah, there's a Steve propaganda. There's a Steve propaganda that says that he's weak, but he's not weak. It's just not.
I have something to say about that, but we shouldn't talk about characters. But I have my opinion about Steve. But
let's just stay on topic.
Yeah, I'm not talking about Steve. I'm just talking about in general the whole cast, like Law with DSS. Like, I feel like the game is just dumbed down characters. Jin, Brain Dead, Law, easy DSS, no execution, just hold forward. Like it's just dumb in my opinion, man. I think hopefully they do change it. Like there's more balanced patch after Tekken World Tour Finals.
Yeah.
But I do enjoy Tekken 8. I play this game. I have like 1,000 hours. I play this game a lot. This is like the only game I play. But hopefully it could just be better if they make these changes and make it less dumb. Because in my opinion, right now it's just so dumb. Too much things track when it shouldn't track. So I'm just getting clipped. Like if they make these changes, one of the best games. But I don't know if they are, man. I don't know if they are. Like Tekken 7, they should have put the blueprint from Tekken 7 into Tekken 8. In my opinion, they didn't really do that. With like all these broken moves with Dragunov, like it's just so dumb. But hopefully it changes, man. That's all we have to say.
No, I appreciate that, bro. Did you say you're going though?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go now. But
Alright, bro.
I appreciate King J back all of you, man. Famous
Nice meeting you, man.
Bye, bro.
I'm gonna have to go now,
bro.
Take care, bro.
Love.
Hey, that felt nice to have a supporter in there, you know. That's kind of crazy.
Alright, let me ask Ruse and then Blackheart, and then I'm gonna ask other Jay. What his? I want to ask him a different question. Blackheart, Ruse, if you want to go.
Yeah. The last time I played this game, I've just checked on Steam. It's like October the 6th. So I haven't actually loaded up this game at all. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not a fun game. Basically, is what I'm trying to say. If I do play the game, it might be to jump into Mike's stream and play against him, because it's always a fun time to jump in the stream and just have fun with other people who are also playing the game. But at the same time, if I was to play the game, it's just to stress people out because I'm having a stressful day at this point. Like I know Dragunov is a good and strong character, so I just jump on to be toxic at this point.
Yeah,
Like,
scumbag. Bro.
I'll just I embrace it. I'll take it on the chin. You know what I mean? I'll do back.
Finally embrace it.
No, but this is of recent. Like, if I was to jump back on it since October 6th, like I'll just gatekeep in it. Like I'll just gatekeep because it's fun. Do you know what I mean? Do like 4 different versions of grabs, like just to make people annoyed. Do you know?
Oh my god, man!
You know what I mean? And I can't, like, there's times when I come across people that are playing the game in Tekken 8, yeah. And obviously, I'm a Dragunov main in it, so I'm not that stressed in it. But when I see other people playing Dragunov and they're sweating and they're just
I will not even respond to this. I think.
and they're so mad. I always thought to myself that there's no point in getting mad at a game, innit? Just choose a character and have fun with it, innit? But I've seen so many people stream the game, yeah, throw their pads, like turn off the stream all because of a certain character. And to be honest, like I just chuckle in it. So my thing is, do I still play the game? Yeah, I do play the game in it sometimes here and there. But I don't play the game as how I used to play the game before.
Thank God.
That doesn't mean I don't hop on and beat people, play the game and have fun. It's just a different type of fun now compared to actually how I used to have fun in the game. So
you're one of those hurt people situations.
Oh, most definitely. Yeah. Like, I like to inflict pain. You know
wow,
It's a dirty game.
Yeah, it's a dirty game. This game isn't fair.
Man right here.
Hey, it's a dirty game. We all gotta play it. We ain't gotta play it. We all play it.
Literally. So I just have fun like that though.
I wanna. Sorry, Blackheart. I don't mean to skip over you.
No, fuck this. Fuck this, man. Fuck this, man.
I know what you're gonna say though.
Jesus Christ, man. First you lower my volume and nobody can understand shit of what I'm saying. Then you want to censor me.
Okay, go on, Blackheart. Say what you want to say.
Shut up. Okay, so since I'm the most I am the player who played the most ranked in this game, and you don't want my opinion?
No, sorry.
Wow.
Go on, give your opinion.
I have 2,000 hours on this fucking trash game. Okay?
2,000.
2,200 hours.
Damn.
All right, cool. Give us your opinion. Then. Give us your opinion on Tekken 8. Do you still play it?
As probably a lot of people know, I dropped the game for a while because I played Sparking Zero. But Sparking Zero ranked is so shit. It's so shit. I mean, made me bring back Tekken. You know, because Sparking Zero ranked is even worse for some reason. So, I have a different opinion from most of those people here that told about how Tekken 7 ranked is better. I actually think Tekken 8 ranked. I like more Tekken 8 ranked actually, because I like more the first 2 system. I know it's a controversial opinion to say, but I don't like death matches too much in general. I don't like playing death matches for long, especially against German players in Tekken 7. And after you left after 10 matches, you say, why didn't you do death match after 10 matches? Why didn't you death match? Because I'm bored to play the same person, the same character over and over again. So it's my personal view, of course. I don't want to say. So I think for the way Tekken 8 works, it's very, very cool that it is first to 2, because it's so oppressive, so stressful, so heavy to play. And imagine a death match in this game. I actually never played a death match in this game, I think. Or just one, maybe. Did you ever play a death match in this? It's so stressful, it's so heavy to play, especially against, I don't know, here comes your ruse friend, your Dragunov friend. Oh, let's play a death match. Oh yeah, let's go. 10 matches against Dragunov. I can't wait. I can't wait to play a death match against Dragunov. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I like the first 2s more. And actually, another thing, the game Tekken 8 ranked is much more forgiving, because Tekken 7, if you lost a rank or something, you had to bring to get all the rank back. Now at least, if you play against a broken character and he wins because of his broken shit, at least, and you lose a rank, at least you are very close to getting it back again. It's something I like. It's actually something I don't dislike. So I don't know. On a lot of things, I think Tekken 8 ranked is better. Of course, on other stuff, it's much worse. For example, I don't know. I don't like the netcode right now, or I don't know. I don't like the online. Sometimes it tells you. Sometimes it tells you it's 5 bars when it's actually 2 bars. I don't know. So I don't know. It's really...
So Tekken 8 rank is more forgiving when Tekken, which is what everyone was just saying. Tekken 8 rank is more forgiving when you gain 300 points but then lose 1,000.
But it depends.
I'm the one that's taking 1,000. I'm taking 1,000 from people. They don't bother me.
It's not happening anymore.
Yeah,
now, right
They
now,
mitigated it somewhat, but it's still.
Side note,
I mean, I haven't played ranked in a while, so I don't know.
it's more forgiving because you know. I don't know if you remember Tekken 7. At least now you can always have a chance to get your points back in some way. Before you got punished really hard if you lost a rank, for example, and it's something I didn't like actually, because it was really a stressful experience sometimes. In Tekken 7 to maybe lose to, I don't know, a laggy ass Katarina, and then you had to get all your rank back because of that.
All right,
so I don't know.
So I want to move the conversation away from this now. I want to ask New Jay, because you were in the chat saying earlier, you made some videos about how this isn't an issue and that Tekken 8 is way better than Tekken 7. I think you said something like the 50-50 situation hasn't changed. If you wanted to like reiterate your point, and then maybe we can go from there. Jay, you here?
Are you talking about me?
No, not you. I'm talking about New Jay.
Yeah, that's why I was kept
That shit
quiet.
was not working. But yeah, I feel like the 50-50 thing isn't really a problem because it's always been in the game. It's been in Tekken since the beginning. There's always low highs, lows. Like I don't understand how that's a problem. Forced or not, it's always been in the game. So you just gotta have knowledge and know what's going on.
Wait, you
Like,
don't
I don't
think
see
there's
why
a
that
difference?
complaint is such a big complaint.
You don't think there's a difference between there being like mix-ups, but then mix-ups where you're forced to stand still?
Well, good point. There is a lot more lockdown moves and whatnot, but still, it's like if you know the low is coming, even after being locked down, you can still block it. So I feel like that's not really a problem.
Let me chime in real quick because for example, with Lydia, when she came out, right, many people didn't really have access to her. So how do you expect to like know when to actually like, for example, jab her or like, you know, block, for example? Because only after a certain amount of months we got like access to her in the story mode in quotations for those who tried to check her out. But the only way to really like practice against her was either a friend, if you were lucky enough to have one, or to purchase her yourself. So imagine if those two options are not there, what are you going to do?
No, because I don't have Lydia, nor do I have Heihachi or Eddie, because I'm not buying them because it's silly to buy legacy characters that should have been in the game from the jump. But you just have to adapt and just feel like and just pay attention to what's going on. Like I said, it's Tekken. Tekken is all about adapting. Tekken is all about obviously adapting to your player, or to your opponent. So I don't.
But okay, well,
that's just something you got to deal with. I think it is BS that you can't lab those characters. You should be able to, but however, you just have to adapt.
Yeah, but
like pay better attention to what's going on.
Yeah, but even then, your ability to adapt, for example, is only limited to 2 battles if you're lucky 3. So if you are able to defeat Lydia, it's not guaranteed that you're going to run into her again in order to find out whether or not you can actually do something in certain situations.
Yeah, it's no guarantee you'll defeat the next Lydia.
For me, it's not even about that.
No, there's no guarantees in life. So I mean, look, you gotta, like I say, you gotta adapt to what's going on. You gotta adapt to what they're doing. Like,
how can you adapt? How can you adapt to Dragunov offense? I don't know.
Bro, Nobi's Dragunov is different to JDCL's Dragunov. JDCL's Dragunov is different to my Dragunov. Like,
wait, hold on. I think we're going.
Everyone, the way they play their character is different than how the next
hold
guy
on.
plays their
This is beside. This is besides the point.
I understand that, but like, if you think about it, the move is still the same. The animation is still the same. So just learn the animation.
Yeah,
I understand you might not have the character to lab, but just once you learn the animation and what's going on, it's easy.
Learn the animation.
No, wait, hold on, guys. That's besides the point. But my problem with Jay's argument is there is a clear difference between a forced 50-50 and a regular mix-up. A mix-up, I have several options and I have my faculties in place where I can move around and go against what you're trying to do to me. A forced 50-50 means I can't do shit. So I don't understand how you could say that it's always been there. It hasn't. This is the first time that we're seeing something like this in Tekken.
Exactly.
Can I say something about the 50-50s? So I think the real problem with the 50-50s and what is weighing so heavily on people is not about how many 50-50s there are in the game, but how easy it is to force a 50-50.
Yeah, exactly.
How easy is to put yourself into the situation. And I'm not talking about hit dashes, because hit dash is a resource. You use it once, you have it. You lost it. You have to wait another round, and you're +5. But why there is dynamic entry 3, why there is quarter seeker 4, why there is all this now, like a lot of characters, this plethora of attacks where they put you in that situation, is that makes it so heavy. There is too many of this, and it makes all that learning curve that this game had lost.
Yeah.
That's the real. That's where it becomes the real problem.
It becomes a more advanced rock, paper, scissors. That's all. It
becomes more streamlined. It's like it goes from us being able to express ourselves through the character to this is how it's going to happen. You're taking this forced mix-up. You might duck low, you might stand high, and you'll be okay. Whereas in other games, when someone went to mix you up, you had a plethora of options and ways out. In this Tekken, you don't have that. It just doesn't exist in the same fashion.
And that's the real problem. It's like there are situations where this is still like the good, the all good, the better 50-50. You know, when you get set up in this situation, but you still get away with it. It's like if I play Brian, I do back 1. You are I am +4, +5. You still can sidestep. You still can block. You can see, but there is not that. You can try even to jam interrupt if I want to do something slower, but there is not like when I have it. I hate the entry. I despise the entry, but it's the best distance. If Lars does dynamic entry 3, the kick, the homing kick, we all know it. You cannot do anything. You just are there, and that doesn't make it for a fun experience.
Yeah,
you have to choose. You have to choose.
Let me give you an example here of something that could happen in Tekken 8.
I was gonna give you an example too.
Let me give you an example.
I want to hear y'all examples. So definitely want to hear what y'all got to say.
Let's say
I don't feel that way.
Tekken eventually is going to get Marduk, right?
Oh, God.
Hold on, guys. Hold on, relax.
I'm out of here.
Relax.
This Marduk
just hear me out. I'm against this. And what I'm trying to say is, he's gonna get Marduk eventually, right? In Tekken 7, Marduk was already a nightmare in the neutral because he could do his tackle from any point. In Tekken 8, what he's gonna be able to do is he's gonna be able to heat dash on your block, and you're gonna stand there and you're gonna guess if he's gonna do down forward 1, valet 2 though, or he's gonna grab you by your feet. You're not gonna have a way out. At least in Tekken 7, when Marduk goes into a crouch, you have a chance to do something. You've got several options.
I don't know.
No, you have a chance.
I don't know about that.
You always have a chance.
Hold on.
When he's about to grab you,
listen, I'll mute every single one of you and start talking to the chat. Let me finish. If Marduk in Tekken 8 goes into heat, he's gonna dash in your face. And all of the options in Tekken 7 that scared you, that can kill you off one tap, you're not going to be able to do anything about it. You're going to take it. Whereas in Tekken 7, when he crouches down, yeah, it's a scary moment. He's probably going to kill you, but you have ways out. You're not going to have that in Tekken 8. So that is the difference in a mix-up and a force.
I still don't know. Tell me, please, what to do. I guess Marduk.
You can sidestep it though.
When Marduk goes into his stance, he's not forcing a 50-50 yet. He's putting you in a mix-up situation. In Tekken 8, when he heat dashes at you, you're going to be stuck in place, and Marduk is going to grab your legs, and you're going to start screaming. That's what's going to happen.
Mike, hear me out. Marduk was a Tekken 8 character in Tekken 7. Period.
No, I want to hear from Jay. Black, I want to hear from Jay.
Which Jay?
You.
Okay. Well, like I said, bro. Like I said previously, it goes down to like learning the animations, learning the character, learning like having knowledge, because like you say it's a force 50-50, but every player has like tendencies. Like for instance, I think Steve has some move where he'll I think it's after his heat smash or something, and he'll either throw a hook to guard break you or go for the low. It's like you got to learn the tendencies of your opponent. I mean, it is a force 50-50 where you can't do anything, but still.
So how are you learning tendencies if you can't do anything?
I don't understand.
Jay, I think what Mike's trying to say, what I was trying to say is like it's a force 50-50 and it's not fun for you. It's not about like learning the matchup. Like yeah, you can learn your opponent, learn the tendencies. Like I'll give you an example as a Lily player here. Even I think should get nerfed. There's something she does like so she'll launch you, she'll do a little combo, then she'll heat burst you, and then she'll go into a crouch dash, and then she'll do the feisty rabbit, and then you have to guess because your wake up options are bad at that moment. You literally have to guess at that moment. I'm not sure if you've been in that scenario.
Didn't
Or if you know
have
which
it.
one.
I haven't really played too many Lily, so I can't speak on that.
What I
It's
don't
the same.
understand
You're
is
lucky. You're a lucky man.
But
You're a lucky man.
that is a literal force 50-50 right there with Lily. And personally, as a Lily player, I think that should be toned down a bit.
But what I don't understand is how can you learn a player's tendencies if the premise is that it's a force 50-50, so essentially it's a coin flip. It's not really a tendency, it's a streamlined motion.
You can't do it. It's impossible.
It's impossible.
No, I don't think so.
It's impossible. That's why I said. That's
I
why I
don't
said.
think it's impossible.
I don't think it's
Like I
impossible.
said,
Ask a question. I want to ask a question. What is the difference between Marduk's Rage Drive and Dragunov's Heat Smash? I don't see a difference.
Oh, come on, man. There's a difference.
There is no difference. He gets in your face. He's plus 15 or 15,000, and then you at his mercy.
Yeah, but you once you block, you have to guess what he's gonna do. Yeah, but you can still jab him, no?
Try to.
Marduk,
But still, I'm not in the advantage anymore.
Wait,
I'm
hold on,
still
hold on,
see what
hold
he's
on,
gonna
hold
do.
on.
Is he going to do Heat Smash
Jay,
into going down into grab?
let Jay
Or is
answer
he
because
going to do down forward
Jay
one?
also
Is he
played
going to do
Marduk,
this?
so he can answer that as well.
Yeah, he would not.
So you do realize Marduk's animation when he does the run is a lot slower than Dragon.
It's slower. I get it.
And
But
Dragunov's
look from where he can come from.
Yeah, but Dragunov has a lot more plus frames than Marduk.
Yeah,
Marduk's whole design is that he has good lows, but if you block them, he's at a disadvantage. Like down four, for example, you can't low parry it, but if you block that low,
Can't low parry it. God damn.
Yes, let me finish. If you can't low parry it, but if you duck and block it, you can launch him. That's his whole design. He's a risky character, but he gets high reward and stuff. We cannot compare Marduk's Rage Drive to Dragunov's Heat Smash. Dragunov's Heat Smash comes out at 15 frames, right? Marduk runs at you before the attack grab it activates. It's not the same thing. And Marduk doesn't really have much like plus frame moves. That's his whole design. Whereas Dragunov has running 2, which is plus, QCF4, which is plus. Like
There are two different characters. Impossible.
It's different characters though.
There are two different characters.
And your character Marduk, he takes too much lives with like 2 moves. Get someone down, grab, punch in your face. You have to guess. Then you get up. He's either gonna go for another grab or low. And then if you're in the air, he just grabs you, knocks your head on the ground off your legs. Like people that play this character is scumbaggery. Like I'm not gonna lie, like it's on the same level as Drag.
Coming from the Dragunov player? Coming from the Dragunov player though?
Wait.
Dragunov player opinion.
Wait. You're saying this character is a scumbag, right? Which we're not. I'm not disclosing. I feel like Marduk is a robbery character. I've always said that. But this is coming from a player that plays Dragunov. You play Dragunov in Tekken 8, and you're saying that Marduk is a scumbag character when your character is played by multiples of random Joes that can get high ranks with this character.
I get your point. I get your point.
4, running 2, down back 3+4, and you are talking about
Bro, first off, yeah, I get your point in it. Like, cool. I've always said that Drag is a strong character and is easy to pick up.
No, not only strong. Not only strong.
Alright, cool.
It's too easy.
Alright, cool. He's too easy. He's too strong. Whatever.
No.
Same time, yeah.
Just admit it. Like
I've already admitted it plenty of times.
I've admitted
that you're a scumbag like Marduk players. Admit it.
I've admitted it so many times. Yes, Drag is easy. Drag is strong. Like Drag will bully you. Like I've said it myself. I gatekeep people. I jump on to
strong is not enough. It's broken.
It's fun
strong
to me.
Is not enough.
Guys. I understand everyone hates Dragunov, but we can't keep coming back to him. The conversation.
Why, Mike? It's so fun.
No, stop. The conversation can't keep coming back to him. Before, I want to go back to what Jay was saying. I'm just going to read out a super chat. Sean Image said, in a forced 50-50 situation, you have no other option but to guess. Also, some people can't react to certain frame data in real time, especially online. It's unrealistic to deal with constantly.
What did you say? Say again?
Basically, that he's saying that it's unrealistic to ask people to deal with forced 50s consistently, which is basically what I was saying, where you can't learn tendencies with forced 50-50s. It's forcing me to stand, and that's it.
There is a very simple instance you can make with this. If I start to flip a coin now, can any of you start to learn what I'm gonna flip?
No, it's luck. It's pure luck.
They're not. That's what is the force 50-50.
I don't think it's actually...
If I flip 10 coin, can you start to learn? Can you start to predict what I'm gonna do with a system? You cannot.
I don't think there's any question that there's like a negative linear relationship with luck and the extent to which the game is about skill. Like skill expression and luck are you can't add any of the one without like deducting the same amount of the other. And if you take it to its extreme, you end up with rock paper demon paw, you know, and then it's just luck. Or a coin flip, you know. So obviously, if the game is more and more based in luck, which is what forced 50-50s to a large extent are, then it is less about skill expression. So there's a lot less skill expression in this game compared to a game that doesn't force the 50-50 that much.
Exactly.
And because of Heat, guaranteed a couple of those force situations are going to happen every round. And you're in a situation now where you don't need that many successful mix-ups to end a round either. And so my main argument was that I want these rounds to get the room to breathe so that players can feel each other out and more dynamic things can happen between the two players. But now, because it's over really quickly and so much of it is either a long combo animation, some sort of cinematic, or a forced situation when one person is just waiting, comparatively there's actually very little you do compared to a round of 7. And I think that's what's frustrating people. But at the same time, the forced 50-50 has always been the great equalizer. I used to say this in my old videos, like if there is a true forced 50-50 and you can force JDCR into it, then there's a 50-50 chance that you're going to fuck him up. And if your character has like broken combos, maybe you steal a round on one of the best players ever. So it's the great equalizer. It's the cult of the fighting game world. And so if you're a fighting game developer and you're trying to make the game more accessible for an intimidated, as you perceive it, casual audience, and they're just getting ragdolled by the legacy players, gearing the game towards 50-50s is a very intelligent way of doing that. It just so happens that the game ends up being trash.
Exactly. Perfect explanation.
The reason I used Marduk as well is that I'll admit when Marduk does his rage drive and he sort of falls to your feet, at that point you're kind of forced into a situation. But that is going to become the entire game when Marduk becomes available. As someone that is a Marduk main, he's going to become available. Let's just face reality.
No.
Okay, I'll be hitting you up first.
No, you and KJ are gonna rinse him.
We need more new characters. I'm sick of them. Sick of adding like
you man are gonna
characters.
rinse it. You man are gonna rinse that character so hard. It's gonna be so bad. Like there's no way you can say that Marduk is not gonna be the top tier or top 5 in the game when he comes out.
We don't know. We don't know what he's gonna be like.
That's what I was gonna say. Let's be real, Mike. They're not gonna port Tekken 7 Marduk to Tekken 8. They're gonna tone down a lot of things.
They're gonna tone it. They're gonna tone it down. But one of the things that everyone knows Marduk for is tackling you, right? And if you're putting Marduk in a game that makes me stand still, because don't forget, I'm gonna be using Marduk, but I'm gonna have to deal with Marduk as well. I don't want to deal with that bullshit.
Oh, poor guy.
I don't want to deal with a situation where Marduk is in my face and I am stuck because I know I'm gonna die, right? So if we're being fair, like if we bring, I don't want to bring it back to Dragunov, but any of these characters where they just put you in place, where Jay was saying that it's always been this way, it has never been this way. This is by far and large the worst it's ever been when it comes to 50-50s.
100%.
They're going to add a stance to Dragunov or to Marduk as well. It's going to be called Down Under Rapist or something, and he goes into it and he has, fucking the counter hit low. He has the homing move you can't escape, and he has a big mid that puts you back in disadvantage. And he's going to cancel everything into it. He's going to combo with it, and he's going to be another version of this fucking Heihachi trash that they released.
Right, before I want Jay to answer, but just before he does, I'm just going to read out a super chat. Fifth Gear says, this is why you burn out quicker in ranked. Playing someone twice and getting blasted is not enough time to learn. Then you move on to the next guy and the pot heats up more and you just throw a building at that point.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, it's true. Before Jay answers what Frame was saying earlier, I only play Tekken 8 once a week now, which is a first for me. I've been playing Tekken since the first one, and every time a Tekken game drops, at least for the first year or two, I'm on that consistently. I don't really touch anything else. This is the first time within the first year of a Tekken game where I'm only playing it on Sundays now with the community. Outside of that, ain't touching it. I'm going to Greece in November or this month for a tournament, but that was booked so long ago, and I was a bit. Now I'm getting to, and I'm like, I just want to stay home and play Sparking Zero. But I might not even show up to the tournament. I might go. It's in Athens. I think it's like Clash of Champions or Clash of Olympians.
Oh, you're
Yeah,
going.
yeah. I'm going to. But I
Is
booked
that
it. It's in Greece. I booked it ages ago in Athens, but because I'm half Greek, I was like, oh yeah, I'll go see the motherland as well. But now I'm just like, I don't want to go to the tournament. I've lost interest completely. I only like playing with you guys. I'm on Sparking Zero most of the time if I'm playing anything. So to answer Frame's question, this is the first time ever for me where the game has come out, and in the first year, I'm playing it once a week. And if I didn't have a YouTube channel, and I didn't have, because the streams we do on Sunday are really, really fun, I don't think I would play Season 1. I think I'd probably sit back and be like, let's see what happens with Season 2, which never happened on Tekken 7, never happened on Tekken Tag 2, even though we didn't really have seasons back then. So for me, looking at Tekken 7, even in its infancy, was way more enjoyable. I had way more fun. Bear in mind, I didn't even have Marduk in Season 1. I was still playing Fang. Negan wasn't out. So for me, this game, it's gone too far into the anime bullshit. It's kind
Dude, I
of
bought
lost
a
itself.
$2,000 computer to play Tekken 8 on and stream it, and I still dropped it within a few months because it's fucking trash.
It's not trash. It's not trash.
Listen, you guys,
I don't think it's trash. There's some trash things, but it's not trash.
It's not trash.
Can I ask a
I gotta go
question?
watch it.
Hold on. Sorry, Frame. What did you say?
No, I was just saying I gotta go. But thanks so much for having me on. I'm gonna go watch the new episode of Bleach that just dropped.
Oh, yeah,
I
I'm
need to
watching
watch
that.
that. I was watching Diamond this
Get
morning.
10 show. Fuck the haters. Let's go.
Alright, bro. We'll catch you in a bit, man.
Hey, thanks, guys.
Take care.
Bye, Frame. Bye.
Jay, sorry, sorry for cutting you up. Did you want to continue? Other Jay.
Which one? King J?
No, new Jay.
Okay.
Okay, let's just call him King J and New J. So we.
No, I mean, I feel like, well, to really answer the whole question about T8 being, or Tekken 7 being worse than T8, I think T8's a lot better, man. I think obviously the graphics are a lot better, the movement's a lot better. Only thing that I wish wasn't in Tekken 7 nor Tekken 8 is Rage Arts. I feel like that needs to go because we already have Heat Smash. As far as dealing with like Force 50/50s, I see where y'all coming from. It's definitely a guessing game, but I just feel like you could learn your opponents to learn what they're about to do, learn their tendencies, learn the move. Like I feel like it is forced. I get what y'all saying, but I feel like there's also on you too.
True.
Yeah, definitely.
Man,
Honestly, my main thing with Rage Arts in this game is I don't know why they're only minus 15, because in Tekken 7 they were more minus, if I'm not mistaken. I think Rage Arts
minus 23, minus 22 or something.
Yeah. I know some people had safe Rage Arts, but obviously they were like highs or something. But yeah, I don't understand why they're only minus 15 in this game.
Because they hate Steve, they don't want him to launch Rage Arts. That's it. That's
I think the biggest problem with Tekken 8 is that it feels like it's neutered what made Tekken special. Like there was a lot of freedom of expression. There was I don't know if you guys ever got this, but when I used to turn on Tekken 7 streams, you didn't have to have the player's name at the top. I could kind of work out who was playing based on their playstyle. I don't feel like I can really get that with Tekken 8. I feel like everyone sort of plays the same because the game forces you to play that way.
Bro, everybody meshes, even at high level. Everybody I meet, even in GOD, just mesh sometimes. Even good players.
I don't come across like mashing or anything like that.
Bro, you never played against, I don't know, a GOD Lars player then. A GOD Lars, just for example, just mesh.
I've fought some very strong characters in all players in terms of characters, sorry. But I don't feel like people mash at high ranks. Like
they do.
They do.
Fair enough, but I don't feel like I come across it. But from Tekken God to Destruction,
I don't want to flame you again. I don't want to flame you again. But how can you mesh against Dragunov? Can you please tell me? When do we have the opportunity to mesh against
Dragunov? Let's all go back in Dragunov, guys.
We get in it. Like Dragunov is strong. Dragunov is this. Dragunov is that. But fam, I paid like what 80 quid for this freaking game. You think I'm gonna choose a weak character? It makes no sense.
No, but
it makes no
you don't
sense.
see
Like,
people-
I'm gonna play the
No.
game and enjoy my 80
No,
quid.
but of course
You know what I
you
mean?
don't
Like, I'm sorry.
No.
If it happens to be that the character that is busted is Dragunov, and I played him in 7,
No,
bro, I'm
it's-
gonna use
no,
him
no,
again.
I'm not accusing. I'm not accusing you everything, but it's just a concept. Of course, you don't see people mashing against you. You have a character which is impossible to mash against. That's
But you
all.
can mash against me if I'm not pressing, for example. You can, and like you can win the neutral against Dragunov if I'm not pressing, for example.
When
like,
our Dragunov players not pressing.
See,
Exactly.
you see, I don't know because I hardly even come up against Dragunovs. The only people that come against and that's Dragunov is like 2 people, like, and I think they're like pro players. So I don't know, but whatever you guys come up against,
I don't want to make this about Dragunov again.
No,
Okay,
but
wait,
you know,
hold
it's
on,
a
hold on,
concept.
hold
It's a concept. Of
no,
course, it
no,
doesn't.
the concept is fine. Like, this game has got a heavy amount of mashes. I'm not ashamed to admit that because the game allows it, I will mash on people because they can't do
Depends
anything
on-
about
yeah.
it. Yeah, they can't
Enjoy
do anything
it.
about it. Like, it's
Enjoy
not, it's
it.
not, it's not enjoy it. Okay, it's not
I will
enjoy,
enjoy it.
I've been playing
Enjoy
Tekken
it.
since I was very small, and I enjoy how it used to be. I don't enjoy what it's become. I enjoy it to an extent. For me, this is more in line of just a bit of dumb fun. It's not the kind of Tekken game where I'd look at and be like, I want to lock in, I want to go to tournaments. I'm not going to be spending money on a game that has forced 50-50s. That is insane to me. I wouldn't even do it for Sparking Zero. right?
Exactly.
I love the game. It's just too much. This is meant to be a serious competitive fighting game. If not the most serious competitive fighting game there has ever been, right? It'd either be this or Virtua, in my opinion. And
It's
to
meant
me,
to be that way, but it isn't, in my opinion.
yeah, in
I
my
don't think it's
opinion, they moved too far from it being a serious competitive fighting game. Of
yeah,
course,
it's not serious anymore. No.
yeah, of course, it's a competitive fighting game, but I think the reason that the pro players are getting annoyed is because they are being caught in bullshit that they know they could beat, but the game is telling them you're standing there and you're taking it. That's why they're annoyed. The reason that
Exactly.
casual players are annoyed is that the developers insult them by implementing dumb mechanics, thinking that casual means dumb. So they've kind of fucked up everywhere. Instead of going down the Tekken 7 road, where Tekken 7 picked up a lot of steam and people loved it, and it was a love-hate relationship for some time, but they went down the right road. In
Yeah.
Tekken 8, for some reason, they did the Mortal Kombat gimmick and they threw everything out the window and said, "Hey, we're gonna do this now. We're gonna say." I remember being in Amsterdam, sitting in the crowd, and Harada came out on stage. And he kept on saying aggressive over and over again. And me and my boys were looking at each other like, what does he mean? Why does he keep saying aggressive?
Yeah, we were
Then-
very worried.
Then he played the
very
Nina
worried.
trailer and she started shooting people. And I remember I put my hands in my lap and I said to my boys, let's just go get some food, man. Like, this is it. This is where Tekken dies. Not like obviously completely perishes, but for me, my interest started to wane. And then obviously the heat mechanic has changed over time. I'm sure you remember how it originally looked, where you had tokens.
Jesus Christ.
And they
Jesus
showed Paul the first time and he was doing death fist dash. I was like, what is
no,
going on?
You could do two heat
Heat
dashes.
dashes.
You could do two heat dashes before.
Yeah, there were the little.
And do you know what the
chains that
worst
you-
part of that clip was? Is that they showed it on the arena stage, not the Coliseum.
Yeah,
And he went to the wall and I was like,
that's the
didn't they
infinite.
I was like,
That could've
that's
been
not
Tekken
infinite
8.
stage. Like, we went to the edge of the stage. For me,
Imagine if we ever played that game. Imagine for one moment. Jesus Christ.
That could have been Tekken 8 right now. Like, we could
Yeah.
have done heat dashes with any character in the game. Imagine how crazy that is.
That would have been fire.
Well, with some characters, you don't need. There's so much wall carry, you don't even need the dash.
Exactly. Yeah.
More.
Anyway,
Yeah, I
just to
remember
say,
that,
I
yeah.
just wanted to add something on casual means dump.
Oh,
And I think this is the biggest difference that they've been doing with that they've been doing things between Tekken 7 and Tekken 8. So in Tekken 7, if they wanted to make the game easier for some people, instead of dumbing down the general game, as they clearly did in Tekken 8, they were adding easier character. And that was kind of the pattern with not everyone, but most of the new characters. You know, Claudio was a very simple character in Tekken 7 when it was released. I
Katarina.
remember because I was playing him. It's super simple.
Katarina was very
Uh,
complicated.
No, not all of them. But there was a plethora. Leroy, fucking Ram, and I played them both. It's like, you didn't need much. They were very strong, but you didn't need much to learn the character, learn the combos, and do the stuff because even the inputs were very simple and everything. But that's what an easier Tekken would have been. You pick an easier character. And this was the case for me because that's where I started to get more into Tekken. It was when they released Fakuram because I loved the character as a design and I started to play more. And then I moved to Brian and I started to practice more complicated things and understand more complicated things into the game. But now, if you just simplify the whole game plan. You gave access to ways to beat someone that is stronger than you with every single character. That's how you basically gonna kind of kill part of the fan base, and that's what's happening. That's why people is getting angry as well, because you lose part of the job that you lose the effort and practice that you put into the game.
Yeah.
It's like, does it make sense? I mean, that's
Yeah.
I
that's
want to
the
ask
thing,
you
what
guys.
they're doing wrong.
I want to ask you guys a different question now. Yeah, now nobody, don't feel forced to answer, because maybe some people won't want to give their take on this. We kind of touched on it at the beginning of the stream with what FDX said. Now, obviously, FDX received some level of hate for what he said. I know people calling him like shill and whatever. I haven't called him that anything. But how do you guys feel about his tweet regarding what Arsene actually saying? Huh?
Can you put the tweet again, because I don't remember
I
exactly
wasn't
what
here.
he said.
Okay, I'll put the tweet on the screen for people to see.
Might be some, I don't even know, but it looks like it's about to be free, fam.
Let's have a look if I can share this with you guys.
Oh man.
Okay.
Crazy.
Sorry, because I didn't watch it too much, so I want to see what
his tweet is in response to Arsenal's talking about the state of Tekken.
Okay.
And FDX says, I think this is mainly a problem with S tiers. So he's saying that what Arsenal is saying, it only pertains to the very top of the cast. The world's best players fight these S tier characters for 6 to 12 hours every day. So what Arslan is conveying here is probably not comparable to most players' experiences, including his own. I wonder how people would feel if everyone was Steve tier. How do you guys feel about that comment? Do you think that he is? Do you think he's given a fair take there, or do you think this pertains to every player level, every character? Jay will start. King Jay will start with you.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie, yo. I like FDX, but this way he says, like, it's probably not comparable to most players' experience. It's like, bro, you're a pro player, bro. Like, fam, you don't want to be like I just don't. I honestly felt like that sounded like it did sounded a bit like a shill type of tweet there, if I'll be honest, because it's like, bro, you're actually a tournament player in it. Like, maybe not now, maybe you've gone into the content realm and that, but you can clearly see you document stuff in the game. You can clearly tell it's not just S tier characters, bro. There's so many characters that are doing these Force 50/50s. I've even said Lydia is one of them. Lydia's not S tier. She gives you a Force 50/50. Like, if I go into Heat and I do 4-4-2, or I do any of the moves that goes into Heaven and Earth Stars, that is a Force 50/50. You have to guess from the unblockable high or the safe mid. Like, there's so many other characters that do that. So when I saw this tweet, it's like, is this a tweet? Like, I'm not saying whether it is or it isn't, but is this a tweet to kind of make it look like to Bandai Namco that you're not really trying to like cuss the game, but you're trying to be in a nice light of things? Like, or are you actually really genuinely saying that you only think it's only S tier characters that are doing this? Because to say that it's like, what do you say? The world's best players fight these S tier characters from 6 to 12 hours every day. So what Arsenal's convoying here is probably not comparable to most players' experience. If he never put in brackets, me including me, yeah, I would have said, oh, okay, cool. But for him to say me included, it's like,
it's a cop out.
Yeah, it just sounded weird to me. I'm just like, bro, are you on a payroll or something? Like, it doesn't make sense, bro, because he plays the game. So you fought like other characters that do 50/50. Every character, well, or should I say a large amount of characters that do heat smash on block have a 50/50. Characters that do heat engages have a 50/50. This sound like to me that you just want to be on the good side of Bandai Namco, bro. I'll be honest. It sounded weird. Like, to say, you should have just not said me included. You should have said, just left it as, it's probably not comparable to most players' experience, and just left it as that. But saying me included is like, like,
yeah,
just so he can alleviate himself from all blame.
Exactly, because it's like you played on the highest level. You've beaten Arslan Ash before in Tekken 7. So for you to say that, this sounds like a heavy load of damage control to me. It just I didn't really agree with that. That's why even when I saw it, I was like, bro, I don't usually comment to stuff like that, but I was like, nah, I can't let that slide. That's not. That's
we can touch on your tweet as well, actually, because I've got your tweet here. just before we go on to it, I'm just going to read out a super chat. Cryptic said, the real problem with 50-50s is their accessibility. If a 50-50 can be prevented, for example, knowledge, then it would be okay. Super chat is too limited to explain this shit. we might get him in the chat, but thank you for the 15 euro donation, bro. But what did you say, Jay? You said, I don't know if these guys can still see it. Lydia is doing 50-50s in Heat, and she's not S tier. This has nothing to do with the world's best players. It's happening with intermediate players as well. Then you can look at Kuma in Heat, Jin, Kazuya, Link, Lily, Shaheen, Eddie, Yoshi, Asuka, and many more. It's nice to be open-minded and always have a good outlook on things, but I don't agree at all with that comment. I agree with your comment. As somebody, I would consider myself like somewhat intermediate at Tekken 8. And I'm exactly what Arslan said. I feel the same way. I don't feel like you need to be a top player in this game to understand that Kuma, Devil Jin, Eddie, any of these characters, you're still experiencing that bullshit.
Exactly. So that's why I'm saying, like, when he said that, and it's like, oh yeah, it's only for world-class players. He's talking about the Atifs, the Kokomas, the Knees, all these people. If you are honestly sitting there in that chair and you typing that out, and you honestly think people that are not on an intermediate level or even advanced level, like, you know, like you said, I'd consider you as an intermediate level, Hollow. Like, I would consider myself kind of more on a little bit of advanced because I can do stuff in tournaments as well. I would say, like, from both me and you playing it, and even other people, intermediate or advanced, they're experiencing the same 50-50 things. And this is not just the top tiers. This is not just the Dragonos and all those characters, bro. Like, there's characters outside of the top. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Like, so it just, I really didn't. But don't get me wrong, like I said, FDX is a nice guy. I'm not against him, like, totally. But that tweet there, that it could be one mistake he's made, but for me, I didn't agree with it.
You know, one thing that makes me even lean more towards this game has really dumbed down its ceiling, and it's made the Force 50-50s way too prominent, is I consider myself an intermediate player, right? I don't think I'm at pro level, but I've played a lot of pro players, and I've taken too many games from them. And I can't remember playing Tekken Tag 2 and Tekken 7 and doing that. Now, I've known you for a while, Jen. I've known a lot of the pro players for quite some while, and I've played games with them. And I remember getting dog walked on Tekken Tag 2 and Tekken 7. And you could dismiss me on Tekken Tag 2 because I was much younger. But in Tekken 7, towards the end of the game's lifespan, I'd kind of gotten to the point now where I could hold my own on Tekken. But when I went up against pro players, they would run me over. I could clearly see the difference. When I play Tekken 8 now, I'm not going to drag anyone's name, but there's a couple pro players that beat me 10-9. And that, to me, was a bit like... It felt
me,
because...
Of course, not me, because I always smoke you 10-1, but okay.
I mean, you're using Feng.
I'm about to... I'll kick both of you. I'll kick both of you. But I don't think I should be coming too close.
We want the names. Who is this pro player? We want the names.
But even like me and Jay were playing when we were at Kaz's house, right?
Damn,
and
Jay.
I know Jay is way better than me at Tekken. But because of the situations this game puts you in, there were games where like I knew that I was basically cheating you out of a victory. Like he was stuck and there was nothing you could do about it.
Poor Jay. Poor Jay.
I can't lie. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I hear it still.
Yeah, so if I can say my opinion on what he said on Fidiak's thing, is that I don't know why he says something like this, because it's like he doesn't understand that or like I don't know, it's like he doesn't convey an emotion most of people feel right now, you know. I don't know why he says that it's only S tier problem. And also another thing that makes me smile in this tweet is that he says, I wonder if everybody were like Steve level, like Steve was weak also, by the way. Apart from that, there's a lot of misconceptions about Steve, I think, in this game because he's not weak.
Actually, that's what I wanted to. That's what I wanted to ask. I'm going a little off subject, but I don't want to make the conversation about that. But what does everyone think Steve is right now?
I think it's a good character. Actually, I think it's a good. I think it's like A plus. I think Steve.
But once you have a god break, I think you're a high character still.
No. I think Steve
I personally think Steve is bad, but But
There's no bad
There is
character.
No
no
way.
Exactly, that's the point.
no, when I say
Like,
bad, okay, when I say bad, like, I
necessarily
don't mean
bad
bottom
when it comes to
five.
Tekken
I
8.
just think it's just on the lower end of a tier list.
But that's
No, I played against good Steves, and he's a menace in this game. I
No,
think.
Steve is a menace. Yeah, I agree. Still, Steve is a problem.
It's not
think-
like top tiers, of course, but it's not like he's weak. In a game like this, having good counter hits like Steve does, it's
No, but
huge.
you guys mentioned the guard. Like I said, I don't want to make the conversation about that, but you guys mentioned the guard break. You know, it only leads to 19 damage, but
No, but guard break should not be in the game though. Yeah, I feel like guard break should not be in the game. Do you know how many times like people could just guard break you and then they've got a chance to attack you? Obviously, I play my character, whatever in it, but it's still annoying to have to know that you're blocking and someone just guard breaks you and they can start attacking you. Like it almost feels like you don't go on.
How plus is 2-2 with Steve? How plus is it?
I think it's plus
on
8.
hit, on hit.
That's the, you know what's funny? That's the only thing I'm afraid of with Steve. It's not even the damage he gets from the guard break. It's just the plus 8 he gets after the 2-2. That's the only thing that really concerns me. But the 19 damage, I was like, oh wow, you just did a guard break for 19 damage. Ooh, big whoop.
It adds up, man. Adds up.
It adds up.
It adds up.
He's not.
Yeah, if he spams guard break, then yeah, then that's where it would probably be on you to like probably okay. He's spamming guard break. Maybe I should.
The fact is that these people see some weaknesses in a character and say, okay, he's trash. That's the thing. Because the characters in this game either are perfect in every way or they are trash. I don't know why. It's not like he's weak again. It's
There's no weak characters in this game.
Exactly. That's the point, and that's what makes FidX tweets very weird. Because at the end of the day, it's always at the end. It's like, who are the worst 5 characters in this game? And like, if all of us list the worst 5 characters in this game, there are gonna be many differences. And the one that are gonna be there, they're not there because they're bad, but just because they're bad, they have better iteration of the same character in this game.
Exactly.
And if you play Panda, why don't you play Kuma? You have a mid electric and you can spam. Devil Jin. If you can play Devil Jin, you have
Kuma is so
efficient Mishima player. Why do you play Devil Jin? Because there are way better Mishimas. But this doesn't make Panda or Devil Jin bad characters. Everyone has incredible tools, and this goes back to be the main problem of this game, which is, yes, people can argue that apart the S tier, the characters are balanced, but not because the characters are balanced in a nice way. It's just that the power creep is like Yu-Gi-Oh now. You can do everything, and every character is so strong. Every character is viable because every character is strong. I don't understand FidX tweet, honestly. And I'm honestly surprised he tweets something like this because he's very knowledgeable and his level of Tekken is way above mine. And it's like I'm surprised. I saw this tweet now.
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah, I don't know his position in it, but he must be gaining some form of advantage from just being able to like put out this kind of tweet. Because you know what I mean? Like think about it. Think about it. Like if everyone plays the game, not just pro players, yeah, even casuals, and they're all having to deal with all these characters are S, yeah. Why is it that he's trying to make it a secluded type of thing? Does that make sense? And on top, like it just don't make sense. If I was him in his position, there must have been something for me to gain from it. Personally,
does anyone here know FDX? Like,
personally no.
We can get him in the chat. I'd like him to explain himself.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, I know.
I mean,
I don't like him.
No one's attacking him here.
No.
Just I want to understand the mindset.
I've interacted with him sometimes, and also we raided each other's channels sometimes. So yeah, I know him, but not this personally. We used to play Noctis both in Tekken 7. So so yeah, it's I love him because of that.
Let King J speak. Go on.
Just a quick one. Yeah, I don't think it's a mindset. I just think he made a mistake. That's it. I just think that tweet was like,
no way.
Yeah, I just think that tweet was just a bit like I don't know whether you're getting paid or whatever.
It's pay, man.
That tweet there.
What are you saying, bro? What are you saying? You can get sued by him if it's not true. You know that, right? Don't say stuff that.
He can't get sued because he said I think. He didn't say I know.
Okay, yeah, but it's still I don't know.
Yeah, I don't. Like it just seemed like when you say not, but like me included, it's like, bro, you're a tournament player. Like, regardless of whether you're in this content creation realm now, you've beaten players, right? You played Noctis. You saying, oh yeah, like I wonder if Steve is not a bad character. Steve still can go in Lionheart and he could make you whiff a lot of your moves or your strings, and then
Yeah,
he
he has
launch
crazy
you
evasion.
or do the guard break high. He can still do all of those things. So it's like that tweet just again, I just feel like it was just one of them ones where maybe he just wasn't thinking, or I don't know. In it, like he wants to paint it in a good light, so and I look at him like, yeah, he's a good face for the community. I have no idea, but it's not just pro world-class players, intermediate players, advanced players, casuals are dropping the game. I know casuals that have spoken to me and they're like, oh, I'll be like, yeah, I'm not playing Tekken no more, I'm playing a different game.
Yeah, I know one.
So yeah, that's all that it is really, to be fair.
Yeah, I know one casual that has dropped the game almost, and he's here with us, Mike, of course.
Yeah, it's reasonable still. What King J
Oh,
saying as well.
One
as well.
last thing before I finish talking. He beat Arsenal with Noctis. Noctis is a 50-50 character, by the way. I just want to let you know. So for him to say that even more, so there's a lot of things that when I saw that, I was like, bro, you playing Noctis. Noctis is the definition of 50-50 in Tekken 7. For you to say that, am I lying? Noctis never took skill.
No, not at all.
Noctis
he took zero skill.
50-50, I don't know.
Was Noctis 50-50 forced 50-50 in your opinion, or like
50-50 was
Where
different.
does this come from?
Bro, he can throw he'll throw his
sword.
sword
And done the big sword thing.
Exactly.
So this is a 50-50.
Yeah.
This is a 50-50.
You can also do that thing where he rolls and he pulls out the shield or hits you as well.
Where is no? Where is the 50-50 Noctis? Tell me.
Okay.
Tell me.
Full crouch. That's all I need to say.
Full crouch. You can defend against that. What is wrong?
This guy's trolling, man. He's
what is wrong with that? I don't understand.
Two. Like, come on.
Where is the 50-50?
And that's skill. You call that skill.
Well,
1-1.
It's not a 50-50. It's just a.
No. Listen,
guys, one at a time.
I dabbled with Noctis, bro. I think I even got into Tekken Prime, bro. I know Noctis. I know what the character can do. The character's stupid. He had the full crouch down forward one way. That was the shoulder thing with the shield. That is safe.
Yeah, safe. That's good.
Or you had full crouch down forward one, which is the low sword thing.
And that's 150-50.
So
then
that's 50-50, right?
You
also had the down back 2, which was the sword thing, or you had the big you up in
down back 2, man. Come on, down back 2. Come on.
Bro,
I beg, like, this is not even the time to do this, but I beg any of you lot in Hollow's chat or my chat, go pull up one of these matches with VDX playing Noctis and I will show you exactly where the 50-50s
are.
No,
it's not a debate. We know Noctis is a 50-50 character. Come on.
No, that's not true. It's not true.
Bro can literally throw his sword from half screen. Like, what are we talking about?
That's not a 50-50. That's a huge as with punish at most.
Oh yeah. So what I'm trying to say is he's a 50-50 character that could also had advantages at long range, where 95%, not even 98%, because only Kunimitsu was another one that could throw a dagger and get full range, hit. Like, these are the only characters that were doing this, bro. Like, the character was that.
But it's not
at least not just when he threw his sword, it was unsafe. Kunimitsu, I think she was safe, wasn't she?
It's not. -9. At least, and Noctis could literally throw his sword from wherever, and he can then hit you, go all the way to the wall, and do a combo. His wall combo done chunks of damage, and you was plus. Oh, come on, man, that character.
But what I'm saying is that Soup is strong, but it's not a 50. It's not a 50-50.
You have to.
It's a with punish. It's a huge.
Oh my lord!
What can I 50-50 you with from 10 kilometers away? Apart from that thing.
All right, then, bro.
That's why Arsenal lost. The character VDX played.
VDX admitted it as well.
Yeah.
Like, not that he won because Noctis was strong, but he said that.
I get that it's
that
wrong.
kind of character.
I get that it's strong, but you're saying it's wrong for the wrong reasons.
But
I just gave you an example.
Those are valid reasons.
I understand. I acknowledge he's OP, but you're saying it from the wrong reasons. It's not because he was OP in 50-50. He was OP in poking, with punishing, counter hits, and this kind of stuff. But you cannot say he was good in 50-50s. At the wall, yes, with the demo man and so on. But in the neutral, I don't know.
Is this how?
After this podcast, I'm pulling up that match. I'm going to show you 50-50 how he did against Arsenal, because this is ridiculous.
Blackheart, do you feel that we're invalidating you as a player?
No, but I know Noctis was OP, but they're saying he's OP for the wrong reasons. I think.
I forgot. Oh my gosh! Wait! I forgot. So after 4-4-4, was that not a 50-50 on wake up? I just forgot.
I think it's a 50-50 situation.
You think? Come on,
you
man.
think? I'm
You
thinking
think?
neutral.
Yeah,
Oh, come on. Come on,
like, you
Mike.
should know.
I'm
What's
saying
Come on,
neutral, like I
mate.
don't know, like Leroy or like I don't know, other characters.
No. We're not moving the goalpost there.
No,
I'm
we're not
asking
doing
you a
that.
simple question.
I'm saying,
After
yeah, but they
4-4-4,
are in specific situations. I'm saying in the neutral.
is it a 50-50? We're not, but it's not a political answer. Is
On
it a
some
50-50
situations,
as
yes,
well?
some 50-50s, of course, but I like all the other characters, of course.
Throwing your sword
On
mid-screen is
specific
outrageous.
situations.
Throwing a weapon mid-screen is outrageous.
But I'm saying as it's not built around, it's not a 50-50 character, you know, like I don't know, like other characters. Yes, 50-50s, but it's not like a 50-50 character that has, I don't know, like Kazuya. I don't see him in the same prototype as Kazuya. That's all I'm saying.
Kazuya's, at least his stuff is
say
really
he doesn't-
unsafe, especially if you guess right with Kazuya. That's always been the thing.
The only thing I'm saying is that he's strong, super OP on his prototype was around defense, like I don't know, counter it with punishing, punishment, I don't know, this kind of stuff.
Nah, the
And
Noctis defending.
poking. That's what I'm saying.
The Noctis defending is outrageous. I'm not gonna
But
lie.
no, I'm not defending. I'm saying he's broken. But for other
Nah.
things, I'm saying.
No, it's terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible.
Just at the wall. At the wall, I can say yeah. At the wall,
Throwing your sword mid-screen to then hitting a person on the wall and then doing damage combo.
Yeah, but I'm saying I'm saying he was OP, but for other reasons, not for 50.
Bro, you're behaving like the Tekken Twitter mafia. You're
That's
just
egregious.
defending, downplaying, bro.
Can I just
Bro,
say
the
this?
character-
We are not all like this from Italy, okay? We understand sometimes. Can I just say?
There is no way you can do it. Like, imagine. Hold on, let me just break this down to you.
Yeah.
His full crouch game was a 50-50.
Oh yeah, see, on that yeah.
Blackhole, let him finish, because we need to move on from this. 'Cause I don't think anyone really cares.
Yeah, no one cares about Noctis or winning back. I just want to give you just the understanding of how the character is. The character, full crouch game, is a true 50-50. You have to guess. If he does that shield, the one with the shield thing, he is safe. You can't punish him in Tekken 7, right? The only thing you can punish him for is the full crouch low sword thing where he hits you.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's a true 50-50.
Yes.
Oh, not only that, when he combos you and he does forward 4 as the combo ender, you are right by his feet and you have to guess how you get up. That is a true 50-50.
Yep.
It's not even
Yes.
I think it's even more than that because you could have a side roll and get hit. You could either get up and get a full combo again, like down for 2, because you'll be in your back if you get up. There is so much options. This character was absolutely toxic in Tekken 7.
I know.
That's why I'm not taking away no wins from 3DX, but that character is a true 50-50 character. That's it. That's what I'm saying.
I don't agree.
Oh my lord, it's coming. You don't need to agree. You play the character, so we all know you're defending.
I know, but that's why I'm saying what I'm saying. because I played the character.
We get it. Still, you played Noctis, not even an original character in the game. You get it,
bro. Again, what I'm saying, then we'll end. What I'm only saying is that I don't see him as a prototype character based on 50-50s. He's super strong in all the areas I told, like poking, range, with punishment, counter hits, and so on. I don't see him centered around 50-50s. That's all I said.
Okay, so he had 50-50s. It's just
he had 50-50s, but they were something cornering the character. They were not the core of the character. That's all I'm saying.
So he's not something like akin to Anna Williams, who is a true 50-50 character.
Exactly. It was not like it was not his core to play 50-50s like I don't know Anna or others. That's what I'm saying. But of course he had broken 50-50s, of course.
It's not even close to Anna, but okay.
So you admit?
I admit he had strong 50-50s, but they were not his core game plan. That's what I'm saying.
All right, let's move away from Noctis because I'm glad he's not in the game. He's not a Tekken character. I don't know why he was there in the first place. Let's step away from Noctis. So another question I want to ask you guys is that, in your opinion, when someone like, I'm not saying 3DX has done this or Main Man has done this, but sometimes to me it seems that there's very blatant issues with the game. There are people that have bad takes. I've had bad takes before. We've probably all had bad takes. But do you think that content creators, because I see this on Twitter a lot as well, do you think content creators that turn a blind eye to what is going on with the game and sort of like talk about it and only a positive light are doing damage to it? Because this is also not doing damage to it. Do you think that they are hurting the betterment of the game or the integrity of the game? Because this is something that was spoken about in the Mortal Kombat community as well. I'm not saying that they're obligated to speak about it in that way, but do you think that they are hurting the scene by doing that? This is something that I saw coming up on Twitter, which is why I'm asking. Jay, you can go first.
People are always, if people are always positive about it, of course, it's completely delusional to do that. Absolutely.
Yeah, so basically you're talking about
no question about this because
The problem is...
because
Oh, sorry, no, King
Wait,
Jay
hold
goes
on.
first.
Let's start at King Jay and then we'll work our way around.
I definitely agree. They are definitely hurting the game. If we look at like Tekken, like we spoke about earlier on in terms of how long it's taken. Like, remember, we're on the 30th anniversary of Tekken, and we're still falling for the same problems over and over again. They're not changing like the way how they do things fully. Tekken 8 has its issues. Like, a lot of people are saying, oh, like, you know, they should have went to the arcades, they should have done this. Like, that's an old format. Like, that's what happened in the past. That's how they balanced the game before. They should have thought about how to balance the game again. Maybe do like an open beta with all the characters in. Like I said, there was a bunch of characters that didn't get checked in the game. Like Dragunov, Reina, they had like, well, Dragunov still has a lot of issues in terms of how strong he is. Reina had a lot of issues with how strong she was. Then you look at Victor. These are characters that weren't in the beta. I can go on and list a couple others. Devil Jin had a couple stuff. Even though people say that he's not that good now, but like, look how far his Heat Smash went. Like, it was insane.
He's still good. He's
And
still
like, yeah. So, and like, for me, I'm looking at it and I'm just like, well, like, you lot have done this so many years. Like, you lot should be able to kind of like figure out. But what they do is, if like they listen to people that are content creators, right? So if you have, you know, content creators saying certain things like, hey, like, you know, there's nothing wrong with it, it's just well-cast players or whatever, then they're going to look and be like, oh, okay, the game is fine then. Like, it's just everyone just having a free-for-all. Because obviously someone of 3DX's clout and respect that he has, they're looking at it thinking, yeah, everyone kind of looks up to 3DX, right? Or someone like that. I'm not saying this is just him, because there's other content creators, but they're going to look at him as someone, as a, you know, he's got a good reputation. But
yeah, it's one of the most known ones, I think, right now.
I don't think so. I think the main man's more known, but
yeah, main man more, but he's still very followed on socials and so on, I think.
Yeah. So if they're looking at like people and they're just saying that, oh, it's all in a good light, and then you've got other content creators that are talking up about it, like, I don't know, yourself, Hollow, or me, or whoever else, they're then gonna be like, oh, okay, well, these people probably just hate the game. Like, let's not listen to him. Let's listen to 3DX, or let's listen to the other people that are talking the game in a good light. And then what happens is that there's going to be more layers of situations and issues because no one is talking about the problems of the game, which is why I myself didn't want to talk about just the positives of Tekken 8. It might have been a downfall to me, but at the same time, it was kind of like, I'm just honest about certain things. And if I see that certain things are wrong, I'm going to speak up about it. And I don't feel like what I said was wrong. Everything that I've said has now come to light now from other players where they're saying, oh, yeah, it's too aggressive. You know, Yoshimitsu is really strong. That's stuff I said at the start of the game, whereas everyone was saying he wasn't. Now everyone's saying Yoshimitsu is strong. So now it kind of now makes a problem now of how is season 2 going to be. And that's why there's a big, like, oh, if season 2 isn't going to do well, a lot of people are going to shift off and probably play another game. So I do feel like players should be talking up and saying stuff because it helps the developers. Again, I've always said there's like a kind of like a cutoff between the developers and the community. It doesn't feel like we're all in sync right now. It kind of feels like they're doing their own thing and we're doing our own thing. Do you get what I'm trying to say? But yeah, like I feel like creators need to start speaking up. Don't worry about like the bag or making money and all of that stuff. Think about the game, the longevity of you playing it. I love Tekken and I want to be able to sit down for longer than 3 hours and play the game. So I would like for them to fix things and change things. So just be honest about what you feel about the game rather than just, you know, do all of that, like not being fake about it. That's
Do you
that's
think?
life.
Just to before everyone else answers, do you think that some of them are on payroll, and if they are on payroll, do you think that the company would make it so they can't speak in a certain light? I don't know how free the Tekken devs are in terms of people criticizing their games. I don't know if you know better than I do, but if somebody's under contract, do you think some of these bigger creators, now that they've reached a certain level and they're under contracts by some, allegedly, this is what I've heard, that they would not be able to speak in the same light that they used to, and they sort of have to, like, don't want to say toe the line, but obviously I've heard some creators speak very harshly about things in Tekken, and then in more recent times, without naming names, they have been not harsh, but they've been critical, but not to the point where it'd be like you're really pointing out the problem.
Yeah, so there's such things as NDAs, non-disclosure agreements and stuff like that. So a lot of these people, they'll probably be on a payroll to something, or they're doing an advertising thing for the game, and it's like you cannot talk about the game in a bad light. Like, these are things that they're in place. I haven't had one for Tekken, but there are other games and other things that I have done where there's campaigns, and it's like, yeah, you can't talk about this in a bad light, right?
So specifically, there's been a game that you've done a campaign for, and the developer said to you, "Don't shit on our game. Like, speak about it in this way."
Yeah, but I can't say what game.
No, you don't have to say what game, but just to confirm, that's a thing that's happened.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so these are things that actually do happen, and it's either you could say, like, there's certain ways how to phrase things when it comes to, like, doing stuff like this. For example, if I don't like something in a game, you could be like, oh yeah, I think they could improve on, or I think they can do this better. But you can't say outright that, oh, I don't like this game. If you say, I don't like this game, I don't like this, I don't like that, then there will be problems. So that's the issue that I have. But I've openly said in certain things, I think they can do this better. And it's just certain ways how you just phrase things. You got to say
The way you
right.
say it.
Yeah, like, but you can critique. So let me just go back on what I'm saying before we even move on. You can critique a game, right? But it's the selected words you say. You can't say, I don't like, or this game is rubbish, or this game is crap, right? Do you understand what I mean?
Just to Austin, just before we move on, have you ever crossed the line by mistake? Have you ever been reached out to and they've been like, you went too far?
I've never gone to the bit where they said I've gone too far, but anything that you have seen in terms of content and stuff, and I've said, all right, cool, you know what, I think they could do better on this. That's just generally how I feel. But sometimes I could, if there's something that I haven't been paid on, sometimes I might be a bit raw. It all depends on how I feel. But if it's something that I'm contracted on, I will obviously not say this game is crap, because I'm contracted on, and that's just how it is. You know what I'm saying?
No, that's fair enough. I mean, I think that works. It works that way of all companies that you end up working for. Like, I've worked for companies before where if I badmouth them, I'd be out the door. So I get it. But at the same time, it also makes it so that you can't really trust some of these bigger content creators to give you their honest thoughts. Not just with Tekken, but with all games. There's loads of games that come out where I can see the game is a pile of garbage, but this content creator is telling me, no, it's good, it's good, it's good. So it's a bit difficult now because YouTubers have crossed over with corporations where it never used to be like that back in the day. YouTubers
but it's definitely something that happens.
Yeah, it's definitely something that happens. It's something that I'm going to be speaking with somebody that works in the industry, somebody that has had ties to, like, not ties, but has worked with Sweet Baby Inc. before and has worked with some developers. And I'm going to be asking similar questions. But it's good to hear that, like, you've been on that side of it where they've asked you, don't say this and don't say that, or like toe the line, and you've had to do that.
I don't understand what happens though if you say that. What happens? Maybe you get boycotted or what? I don't know. Like,
well, if you're on a contract and you're
in a
paid,
contract, yeah, of course. If you're on a contract,
if you're on a contract and you're getting paid, and you say you don't like this, and other, then your contract is
they're gonna kick you out, basically. Yeah.
Because there's articles that you need to read where it says, okay, if you violate this or you terminate, if you violate this, then will terminate your contract. So, say for example, just for people that don't understand, if there's a 15 grand contract there, and it's like, oh yeah, we want you to do X, Y, and Z for the game, this and other. And then it's like, okay, there will be a part where it'll say the stuff that if you violate these terms, we will cross out the contract. You won't get no money out of it. And then all it does is it blacklists you from that company. So that's why if you are doing a contracted gig with any of these companies, best thing, like I said, if you don't like something or you feel like something needs to be improved, you just need to say, oh, I think this could have been done better if they done this. So it's constructive. Whereas if you're saying I don't like, it's an aggressive attack at whatever product. Well, you just gotta think of it in your own shoes. If you're paying someone to promote your product and they're like aggressively disliking it, then it's like, well, why would I spend my money on that person aggressively disliking it? You want them to be honest, but it's just the way how you select your words and how you're doing things.
Yeah.
I see someone in my chat saying they're talking about the main man and you know he's up. The main man I don't feel like I haven't heard him critique most. I haven't seen him critique stuff yet, but that's only because I haven't checked his channel out. But I don't feel like he needs to rely on anyone because he has a large amount of subs already.
Yeah.
And he's kind of got his cult audience already. So I don't think he's one of them ones. But I definitely do believe that a lot of the players that are coming up that are content creators or you know that have had a massive success, I do believe a lot of them are doing stuff where I'm looking at them and I'm like, yeah, you're getting paid or something's going on because the stuff you're saying just doesn't add up.
Yeah.
From what I noticed, I mean, I don't watch a lot of the main man's content, but what I noticed recently, he has been calling out a lot of character balance and things that need to be fixed, but maybe not like the monetization practices and stuff like that. I don't. At least correct me if I'm wrong. I don't see him.
He did talk about it in a way. Like in the beginning, there was a video called Tekken 8 is in a bad state right now. I gotta give credit where it's due. He talked about the balancing. He talked about the battle pass thing. He talked about the modding situation. That's all. That's what he talked about. And I said, hey, I was actually quite surprised that he did talk about it. I said, okay, that's a good thing. Like at least you're acknowledging that there is a problem with Bandai Namco going against the modding community, which was stupid. And also the idea with this, the battle pass thing that that they used content and then it's not really quality items. It's like who would buy that? Like he actually said these things. Like he literally said it for 12 minutes straight. He completely ripped the game apart.
No, fair
Completely.
enough. I'm just saying I haven't seen it, but I'm not locked into his channel like that.
I mean, watch the video and then give you and give a verdict. But when I saw it, I was surprised because I also had the feeling like, okay, he's a little bit more on the payroll and maybe he goes a little bit too soft at the game and Bandai Namco. But when he did that video, he really went in. He really just for 12 minutes straight ranting about the game. I don't know if a shill does that. And the word shill, by the way, is being used way too much.
Yeah,
seems a very toxic word. I'm not gonna lie.
That's
Very
why I didn't
toxic.
say his name. I didn't say main man's name deliberately.
Yeah,
because
exactly. But like I said, I just don't like when people. If someone is a little bit too positive for their own good, like according to other people, he's a shill.
Yeah,
I get it.
no,
You
I
don't like the
completely,
game.
I understand that completely because people have been.
I get it. I'm for good criticism, but if someone makes a video and says the FGC is dead, Tekken 8 sucks, and if you like it, you're an idiot. Like,
yeah,
how am I supposed to take you seriously?
Yeah, you can still like Tekken 8. I mean, you can still like the game. It's not
exactly.
it's not a sin.
If you have critique, give at least good etiquette with it. Come with etiquette, not with bullshit.
That's kind of the problem that comes is that being critical and being negative, being constructively critical and being negative, they get received by the people in two different ways. Because the people that reacts to a negative video and that pushes it up, especially now in Tekken 8, the video that says Tekken 8 is shit and blah, yeah, what we have been talking about for the last hours, but in a less critical way, but just in a more aggressive way, just saying whatever is bad in the game and everything, it gets seen in a way more positive way for part of the community, obviously, than a critical video. While if you try to be critical and try to explain some things, why some things are happening and everything, people might just say that you're copying and everything. And that's what happened to me in my last video, for instance. I tried to explain what happened with the last patch, and I said why, in my opinion, like nothing was surprising because that's what they declared. That's what was planned for them and everything. And people were saying that I was copying. It's like, no, I'm not copying. I said it in this video. I'm not happy with the game and everything, but because I wasn't saying, "Oh, this game is shit. This patch, Dragonov is still blasted and everything. Quadricycle 4 is not nerfed." People just wasn't receive it as a positive video to push because I wasn't attacking the game directly. I just was trying to be a bit more critical and constructive about it.
Yeah.
And this is, I think, one of the this kind of reception is one of the biggest, the most difficult things to manage as well. And what I noticed as well on the main one, that's personally, I've been watching him for a long time now. I'm watching him less, but when I started to develop the game, he was one of the few channels I was watching to get better. And I noticed that it looked like he got a bit softer when he makes his arguments. He used to be very harsh. In Tekken 7, he used to be very aggressive. Like now as well, when he does the video, he sounds just way more, as I said, way more critical. He says his criticism and everything, but he's way more composed. That's a personal opinion, and
that might just be him as a person, like changing, like going from...
It might be that. I'm not implying anything.
Because he is older than most of us, I think. He's like...
he's like 38 or something like that.
Yeah, so maybe he's just... Because he's been on YouTube for so long. You know, he started as like in his early 30s or 20s. Now he's going into his 40s. His personality is going to evolve over time.
It might be.
I would rather have someone to be more composed about his criticism than somebody who's just screaming all the time. Because then I feel like, okay, you just talk out of emotion than rather really logical responses. Like, you know, I would rather have a better discourse than someone just screaming about something is shit. And if that's the case where you're still playing something that obviously makes you so mad that you go on a video and rant about and literally screaming at something that is just a game. You know, I mean, come on.
No, 100%.
I've seen it also with Sparking Zero lately. Like, I was like, why is everybody so mad about the rank system and all that stuff? And then people go insane. I watched the video that 23 minutes long. The guy was playing unedited ranked, and he just goes insane. Like,
Dude,
what is this?
I have received...
How can you blame him? How can you blame
No, wait, hold on, hold on, Black Heart.
I think ranked in a video game will just do that to you.
I've received more aggressive comments about Sparking Zero than any other game that I've covered ever. I'm having a ton of fun on Sparking Zero. I know it's got its problems, but like I said earlier, I look at everything like a pie chart, and if my fun section of the pie chart is overwhelming it, that tends to be where I focus my attention. And I'm having a good time on it. So I made a video saying, "Oh, these are the things I think would be good to change." I couldn't believe some of the messages I got. I was like, "Bro, did I cuss someone's mum here?" I'm enjoying the game, I'm really having a good time on it, but not everything's perfect. So I'm putting them out. They went mad. They were like, "Go back to Fighters." I was like, "I don't even play Fighters. I've never even played it on my channel." It's very hard to have like discourse with people, especially because like, in my videos, and you guys can see my face and whatnot, I'm very like not low energy, but I'm a calm person. I don't really like start flailing my hands and getting angry. But giving any sort of critique on a game these days basically gets you lynched by people, and I can't really understand it. A part of me is like, Sparking Zero maybe has like a younger fan base than Tekken,
exactly.
Why I'm probably getting more hate comments, which I find funny. But reading some of them, I'm just like, he's got to be in like year 7 or something. I'm not even gonna respond
mostly
to him.
10-year-olds.
Yeah, that's how I feel as well when because I play Dragonov. Everyone is always attacking me. Does that make sense? It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
It's a bit different.
To be fair, you did say you just like hurting people with Dragonov. To be fair,
it's the same thing. Stop. We're not going back to Dragonov. I don't want to hear about.
No, we're not going back to Dragonov. I'm just trying to explain my point. I'm just trying to say, like, the same way you're getting discourse, it's probably you because you choose a strong character and you're whooping people, like, or something. I don't know. Do you know what I'm saying?
Two characters nobody uses.
You deserve
everything. What's your characters?
I'm using. Oh, actually, Blackheart uses them. Super Perfect Cell and Freezer.
No, not anymore. Not anymore, man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I use Cyberman as well to like.
Oh my
god. People. Yeah, not to troll people, but I have two.
Trolls.
I've got two. Hold on, it's not to troll people. I'll tell you why I'm using Cyberman. Is I'll start off with Super Perfect Cell, and then I'll bring Cyberman in because I've still got 2 DP points. I had to put them somewhere because I'm using First Form Freezer in Super. I'm not using Golden, so I had 2 spare points. So I was like, let me save my character's health. I'll switch them out. I'll bring Cyberman in. I'll do a bit of damage. I'll bring Cell back. So that's not to troll people. It's I had 2 free points.
I use Chelsea to troll. I enjoy it.
Use Yasuo at this point for 2 DP
I did the self-destruction thing too many times. It's just too funny when it just dies. It's just so
You wanna hear the
And
you
when
wanna
you
hear
just
the
heard,
perfect team?
when you just heard Diego Chelsea, like, trust me, on the other side when I'm playing, I'm giggling, I'm laughing so hard, like it's just so funny, bro.
This guy
And
is a resident hater.
bro, I thrive in it. Literally, I use Krillin, Chelsea for the trolls, Pan for the troll, and then I use Kid Buu because I'm proficient with Kid Buu at the end. But once I lose Krillin, I'm just trolling throughout the rest of that match.
I want to ask Jay a quick question regarding like working with companies because I saw a comment here by Sneaker View, and he said King Jay gives his genuine opinions. That's why these companies love working with him, and he's a charismatic guy. Do you think has your takes on these games, because you've been more outspoken recently, has it affected companies working with you, or are they still happy to reach out?
Oh, that's a nice question, man. That's a very, very good question. So I feel like, honest, I wasn't really gonna talk about this, but honestly, I think one thing that stagnated my channel, or my socials altogether, was talking about Tekken in a negative light. It didn't stop my other brands and all the other companies I work with. I still, I've worked with Razer, got the Razer Blade 16, the latest laptop. I worked with Gigabyte, got the latest laptop as well, 4090s. I've still got that type of relationship. But I think as a brand new game for Tekken, I felt like me being too honest, I felt like I should have took the other route where it was like, maybe don't say certain things. Like sometimes I'll be like, oh yeah, no, I don't like the way how this is. And again, it's all about selective, like the way how you word things. The way how you word things can take you a long way. And I think because I'm comfortable in Tekken, I kind of feel like I was a bit too aggressive with it. Do you get what I'm saying? And it was like, if I wasn't that aggressive with it, like if I said, oh yeah, I think this should have been done differently, or I really didn't like it at one stage. Like you could really tell, like I was playing Leroy and getting super frustrated. And, from someone else outside looking at the way how I say certain things, it could come across like, it could come across rude. I don't like this, or if I wouldn't gone on my rants or whatever and got really frustrated, it could be seen as something else than what it really is. I generally have a loving passion for the game, which is why I still play it. I don't make like, the bank, or, I'm not in no mansion from playing it, but I genuinely have a passion for playing Tekken. But I just felt like me saying certain things could have hurt some relationships, in my opinion. And which is why I kind of feel like I try to not really say too much anymore. And sometimes I don't even, there might be days where I just feel like, nah, I'm not streaming because I just don't want to play the game. I just don't want to get into that frustrated, like King J. Do you know what I'm saying? Like this is the only game where I get so frustrated.
Yeah.
He is funny when he's frustrated. I can't even lie. I crease so hard. It's just so funny.
I don't like that. Yeah, like
Bro has the Pennywise laugh.
Nah,
King J, do I need to bring up that old Tekken 7 video?
Tekken 7's fine. Like Tekken 7, I get frustrated on Tekken 7, but it's never been as bad as Tekken 8. Like there might be a time where I just pause the game and I'll just talk. Like Tekken 7 never really done that to me. I'll be playing death matches in Tekken 7 and just being a bit frustrated with some situations, but yeah, I feel like now, like just moving forward as a creator, and if there's other creators streaming Tekken 8, yeah, just be a bit more mindful and a bit more selective with your words. I think that's one thing I've learned, because I think had I have approached it in a different way, I probably would have been a lot further. Yeah, I feel like the words that I was selecting and the certain things I was doing, even though it came from a place of frustration, it can damage some stuff in it. So that's what I'm working towards, just obviously trying to rekindle, or just say a lot less of in it. So,
It's definitely something I need to learn. It's definitely something I need to learn.
You're way off, Blackheart. You got a long way to go. You need to go to anger management. Right, I wanna get some of the chat's questions in here before we round the things off. Kiptik did a €10 donation. He said the internet has made the general public less emotionally composed, and content creators exaggerate this further. People either hate or love something and bend logic to defend their point. I think that's completely true.
Yep, I agree.
I wouldn't push back. John, did you want to push back on that?
I think that's something like I think that this is the perception that you get because this is the people that speaks the most. But like, there is a massive chunk, biggest chunk of people that probably agrees with you or what you're saying. A critical way doesn't start to be negative on something, but they don't comment. We are always to remember there is a massive shroud of people that just watch stuff. I've been one of those without being start to be more active, and this is more that usually is the more neutral people or anything. Because I remember, like for instance, I saw a post from Moonsoul Slayer. Okay, he has quite a decent big following, it's like 25k or whatever. And it was a question: do you like Tekken 8? Yes, no, whatever, blah blah. Still, 75-80% of the people said yes.
Do you like
But
them?
this will not be the people that will go there and rage and put hate and put gas on the flames. So that's what is get prospect. What you perceive, yes, and it's been increasing in the last years, yes. But I don't think that everyone sees things as black or white. Who shouts, who screams, mostly sees that. That's my opinion, at least.
Okay, and sorry, Tom with a $50 donation. Thank you so much, bro. He
Gee.
said, crazy man. Thank you, bro.
Damn.
Gonna get myself a cheeky Nando's today. Tekken 7 is a better game in my opinion. I much rather deal with character specific moves being cheap and have multiple fighting playstyles, unlike Tekken 8 having to respect forced 50-50s with universal mechanics on top of character specific problems. Yeah, that's basically what I was saying earlier. Like Tekken 7 even if I bring it back to season 1, I think TomTom's completely right. Even I got the chance to play Tekken 7 in one of its worst forms. When the game had that weird tint. Do you remember? It didn't have the same look that it had later on. And I still had more... when people had different rage arts as well. Dragunov had a really weird rage art.
Devil Jin's was cool.
Yeah, that Devil Jin's... I didn't really like that
Noctis
much,
was very cool.
Noctis wasn't.
Yeah, I got to play like the really old version at one point. And I actually enjoyed it more than what I enjoyed Tekken 8. I sat there with a particular individual. Some of you will know him in the scene, but it's quite like well known. And we sat there and played for ages. And I remember, and I was like, man, I didn't actually dislike it. He was using Akuma as well, and he knew how to use him. And I didn't dislike it as much as what is going on in Tekken 8. So I agree with TomTom. Once again, thanks for that donation, but that's crazy.
Let's play Tekken 7, Mike, together. Let's play Tekken 7.
We'll do a Tekken 7.
Yeah, let's all re-download Tekken 7.
I've still got it on my console.
So I'll show how Noctis is not a 50-50 guy.
I am not re-downloading that crap.
Tekken 7. I can't remember. Tekken, there's two things I wanted to say, because just in regards to that comment, I think that I don't like the 50-50s, but what I also don't like is that they keep giving character stances when they don't need them. So like,
yeah.
I don't think Eddie. Eddie.
I just want to say,
Eddie
well, no, I just want to, because I have to actually head out soon. But to answer your question, Mike, in terms of like what's better, Tekken 7, Tekken 8, if I put my biasm aside, I will say Tekken 7 is better. You know, overall was received well. Personally, for me, I would say Tekken 8 is better just because Lily is a lot better in this game. Because Lily's been trashed for almost every Tekken she's been in.
Voila. Oh,
Well, I hear that because I played Soul Calibur 5, which was hated by the Soul Calibur scene at the time, but because my character was really good in it, I had a good time. So I understand where you're coming from when you say that.
But yeah, but I'll say Tekken 7, biasm aside, it was better overall. But it did have more time to cook.
Yeah. I think Tekken 8 in the long run will get better. I don't think the Frame Whisper before said that the game will die in a year, but I don't feel like it. I feel with the next season, I hopefully at least hope so. With the next season, they know the community doesn't like a lot of the aspects in the game, and they will work to improve that. I think. I don't think they will let this game die because they know how much of a following it has. I honestly don't see like saying, okay, no, actually they like the aggressiveness. Let's keep it that way. I don't think they are so stupid. I don't think they are that stupid. I think they know the game has a lot of criticism in the community, and as they showed with the last apology post they made about the stage drama and everything, like they know they are messing up on some stuff. So I'm actually positive for the last time. If they mess up even season 2, like they come out and say, okay, we finally have season 2. We nerfed Devil Jin, we buffed Dragon of SU. Okay, at this point I say, okay, fuck you. So, but I don't think that will be the case. I think the game will thrive again, hopefully, at least.
Hey, yo, quick question, yeah. You see the 500.
Sorry, Ruse, one sec. Before you ask the question, I just need to read out a super chat from Kiptic again. €30 donation. Thank you, bro. It says we need a community Discord debate at some point. Your chat has some really good points. But it's kind of what this is. It's kind of hard because there's so many people watching, but we'll try to create something where everybody gets to get in. But thank you for the donation. Sorry, what were you saying, Bruce?
I was gonna say thanks for having me on, Mike.
Oh, no worries, bro, man. Have a good one.
You too. You be safe, yo.
Take care. You see the thing where they gave like 500 points and all of that stuff, yeah, for the community from October to like November, midterm, whatever. Is it enough for you to get the battle pass?
I will never buy the battle pass.
No, but is it really enough to get a battle pass?
With the free coins you get, I'm sure it is.
Yeah, alright, so then that means continuously from here on, yeah, if you do decide to start playing the game, you can always get the battle pass again and again and again without actually having to spend your money.
Basically yes, but I heard that there is some weird Japanese law, so it doesn't apply to our version of the game, where basically online currencies like these kind of coins, they have an expiry date and they just vanish after 6 months. So if you go into your customization, if you go on the shop, you go on the purchase and you press square, you can see if expires or not. Should it be happening in the Western version of the game, but that's something which I don't want to say, but that's because of Japanese laws and how it works. Apparently.
Yeah, no, I think it's good incentive to give people 500 Tekken coins and it being enough for you to get the battle pass. You know what I mean? Because it will make the person who stopped playing want to play continuously if they see something new in the store that they like.
That's more the reason why they did that. They did that because otherwise, like, that's the alternative of I give you 500 coins, £5, euros, dollars of what is of transformed in our money, rather than start to issue rather than start to issue refunds for all the people that buy the Genmaji Temple and put it in Genmaji Temple for free. And that's how they kind of solved the problem, in my opinion. That's what they wanted to do with that. That's like the kind of way of doing apology instead of, because like the Genmaji Temple is still £5 if you want it, and if you have the season pass, it's not included. Because as well, logistically for a company, it's way easier to do something like this that starts to issue refund, image-wise as well, and not image-wise, and business-wise as well, because people at the end of the day, when the game gets in a good shape and Genmaji Temple might get discounted, they're still gonna buy the stage. So
in the battle pass, in the battle pass, then there's nothing to do with like in the future DLCs giving up for free or anything like that. It's just strictly skins and coins and balls.
That's what they implemented so far. They didn't declare anything about the battle pass, what they're gonna do. So like they could do, the battle pass is so much wasted potential. It's been implemented bad, and what they could put into it could be way more valuable. Instead, they just put trash skin and Unreal Engine bolts, while just put like the general costumes. Just put every month, every battle pass, the last 3 months, just put one of the general costumes that goes in all the roster over there, or put a rage art for a different character, a different rage art, customizable rage art, all this kind of stuff that we see already is in the game, because in the story mode, every character has got different rage arts and stuff. So they could have played way better. Instead, they had shit communication, because when Bandai talks, sometimes it feels like I'm using WhatsApp with my grandmother and grandfather in Italy. That's the kind of communication feels like you're having in there with the community.
I think that what they do next is going to be really pivotal on where people sit with this game over the winter period. I think that, do you know what? I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist, but I think that Kiryu might actually be the last character.
Who's that?
Who said who's that?
I did. Who's Kiryu?
Oh,
I don't play Yakuza, but I well know.
I don't play Yakuza either. Like,
you don't need to play Yakuza. That's like saying who's Sonic.
Nah, Sonic. Sonic is too much of an icon. Who the heck is Kiryu? Like,
all right,
that's
Ruse, listen, okay, you're clearly too young to be here. I shouldn't be talking to minors. I don't know I don't know how you don't know who Kiryu is, but that's crazy to me.
Bro,
Anyway.
Even 20-year-olds seem like minors to you, bro. Though I gotta say, you boomer.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you, of course.
Anyway, let me get back to what I was saying. I think Kiryu is going to be the last character in the game. I was looking back at some of the things that were dropped before Tekken 8 came out, where you could kind of see, I think you can see a place in Kamurocho. And then the other day I was watching the live action Yakuza show. This might be reaching a bit too far. But when there was an underground fight and he was fighting a capoeira fighter and he kind of looked like Eddie Gordo, and I was like, are they like, is that a hint?
Wow.
That's a teaser, huh?
It might be a teaser.
Really an overstretching, to say the least.
It might be a stretch, but I think basically my point is that I think the guest character for the last slot, which I do think is going to be a guest, because I don't think they're going to go for a Tekken original after Heihachi. I think they'll go back to that in season 2. I think whoever they drop with the winter season is going to be really pivotal in this game going into season 2. I think if they drop a dead character, right? I'll even go as far as to say if they drop Marduk in the game, who I want, Blackheart, relax. If they drop Marduk in the game, who I want personally, I'd say it's a bad move, and it might end up hurting the game. I think they've got to put some real sauce in the game that's going to make everybody go, oh shit, we need to come try it out. I remember Jay was saying that because Evo is going to be in Shibuya, it could be Itadori or some sort of JJK representation.
Yeah. I think that's a trash take.
You think that's a trash take?
I think that's a trash take.
What part was trash?
Jay, you're
Itadori, bro, being in Tekken, bro, like get out of here, man. There's no way.
But, okay, well, all the DLCs have domain expansions, all of them. Eddie, Lidio, Heihachi.
I would prefer Gojo.
You know the fact that you said the fact that you said no. But the fact that you said domain expansions, yeah, it makes it automatically feel as though a JJK character can come into the game. But I don't think Tekken 8 is gonna have Itadori in the game. It just don't make sense. Like all of that like for example in quotation marks domain expansions.
What are you saying? Negan didn't make any sense. And look at Tekken 7.
Yeah, but I don't feel like JJK is gonna be in Tekken. I don't feel like no way.
They want new casual audience. I don't even watch JJK, but I know that that's the new anime way that everyone likes.
Mm-hmm.
So they want a new audience. If you bring that character in or one character from there, then that will bring a whole new audience to want to play the game. And plus, obviously, the Shibuya Crossing arc is an actual arc in the anime.
Yeah.
I could be wrong. But
it's a good take.
No, it is a good take. Don't get me wrong. I'm saying it's a trash take because like I just can't imagine them bringing Itadori into Tekken 8. But when you're saying domain expansion and that, like I get it, like it makes so much sense. But I just can't imagine them bringing Itadori in the game.
I didn't think Noctis. I didn't think Geese. I didn't think all of these other characters.
Even just Akuma. Even before Tekken 7, who would think like, before that trailer, that teaser with Akuma on the abandoned temple, who would ever thought that Akuma would have been in the game? It would have been so impactful into the game.
Yeah,
Geese.
Do you guys not remember the reaction when people saw Akuma's back? Everybody was like, "What the fuck?"
Hype was all very high.
Insane.
But even Geese, when you heard him say Mishima, everyone knew who it was. And then the door started opening. People, because you're a child, but the door started opening. Wow. Before we move on, $4.99 donation from Daniel. Having custom rage arts would be nice. Yeah, that would be nice. Thanks for the donation, bro. That would be nice. I think as long as the rage arts function, as long as you go into it the same way that you would with the regular one, and the animation's different, then I've got no issue with that. If they function differently, then that's almost like paying for power, which I'd be completely against.
Absolutely, but that's why you can do it with a rage art, because at the end of the day, it's just a in-game cutscene. You just need to to have the same frame startup.
They did it with King, right? King had a New Japan.
The story mode. Yeah. The story mode. They have different rage art.
It was a preset as well.
Yeah.
By the way, so you could legally use that in the Tekken World Tour for Tekken 7.
Lars in the stage with a different rage art. So if there are instances in Tekken 7 and Tekken 8 of this, I really don't understand why they don't do it. Because like people would have a better reception on everything. I don't know them. It's probably
Yeah.
about budgeting and everything.
I would love for Jun to have the other rage art in which she
Domain
basically shows
expansion,
light me up your head. That would be so cool.
Itadori don't even have a domain expansion now that I think about it.
But Itadori, out of everyone in JJK,
Yeah,
is the perfect fit because he just throws hands. He's not doing anything weird. His heat could be his black flash. You can get the black stuff on his hands. He's actually a good pick. He's better pick than Gojo.
He's a better pick than Gojo. Just prefer Gojo as a character.
I don't even know what you guys are talking about.
I hear it still, but
if you're gonna put anime character in the game, personally, it would either be Baki, Yujiro, or Oma. Those are the three characters.
Bro, who the fuck are those guys?
I would say you don't know who Baki is, alright?
No.
Most people know who Baki is, but the reason I would lean more towards Kengan Ashura is because you can actually do costume changes for the existing Tekken characters. Because there's some characters in Kengan Ashura that kind of resemble Tekken characters. Yeah. Like if you got, I think his name is Seki Habura. If you had like Marduk in the game, you could give him that skin. The crazy guy that Oma fights, you could give that to Brian. The guy that had the demon Ashura thing, not Ashura, he had that demon mode. You could give it to him. I think Kengan Ashura.
Oma.
No, not Oma. The guy Oma was fighting from the other family.
Homer Simpson.
Oh, I can't remember the name, man.
You know who I'm talking about, though. He's from that assassin family. Yeah, you could.
The one with the black eyes.
He's
from yeah.
Yeah, so Kengan Ashura would be the perfect fit because it's all hands. It's no like weird powers and everything. Like people are just throwing hands at each other, and you can also take the stage, and you can put it in Tekken. It's similar to the Colosseum, but it'll have its own spin on it. I would go down that route if I was Harada, but JJK is probably a more profitable route for them.
That's exactly the point. It's like Kengan Ashura and Baki. They both have they're both IPs. They fit more the Tekken concept. At least the old Tekken concept now is a way more like Jin does backflips and everything.
Hey,
but
I can't like
they fit way more the grounded fighting style.
Exactly.
While JJK though, he can easily be a better pick because
Itadori's in the game.
It's the shonen of the time. Like there was Dragon Ball, there was Naruto, there was Bleach and everything. Now it's JJK. Obviously so, because the animations are great and everything. If you can stick in someone from JJK, business-wise, it makes more sense that, Baki. For how I would prefer Baki or Yujiro. Fucking counter it from Yujiro. It's insane. So,
Baki, muscle guys, very muscle guys, those ones, right?
Hold on. Let Jay speak.
King, you have your mic very low, by the way. It's like...
My mic, do you know what? I don't know. It's really close to me, though.
Yeah, no, I can see that.
Yeah, I don't know how close I can be, but
it's like the volume.
I can't turn up the volume on it. It's like the highest.
Okay.
Let me try and does that sound any better?
No.
Yes.
That's okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. But yeah, I was saying they made a game. Bandai Namco made an actual Jujutsu Kaisen game. That game didn't do well. So I feel like if they brought a character in to the game, not only are people going to cosplay a character that looks familiar from, Jujutsu Kaisen, it's going to be familiar to a character that's in Tekken. So it kind of merges them together. I also think, I know you lot was talking about Baki and Kengan Ashura. I reckon they should do like something in the Fight Lounge where they do limited events. So you get to play like certain characters, like, I wouldn't say Yujiro because Yujiro is one of those characters that doesn't ever lose. So it will kind of be a bit weird to see him on the KO screen getting beaten up and stuff like that. I think they should put a character like Baki that is he wins and loses at the same time as well. I think they should do like limited time events. So like, I don't know, Baki crossover with Kengan would have been an absolute sick one. I think a lot of people would have appreciated that. I don't know how it would work in terms of them getting those type of IPs and stuff like that, but I definitely think stuff like that would work, and it would make people want to go into the Fight Lounge a lot more. Someone that plays the game, I play Tekken a lot, and I tell you from now, I don't go into the Fight Lounge. The only time I've gone into the Fight Lounge is to do one of the Teach Me episodes, and that's because it's got online practice. But other than that, I have no interest in going to Fight Lounge. So I think they should do more limited time events and just try to see how that works out.
Yeah, I would agree. Just before I let you guys answer, just Tom with a $10 donation again. Thanks, bro. It says he said, "Here's a question: what's the new audience when Tekken gets bastardized? Trying to be a game for everybody, but ends up being a game for nobody. Is it worth the price?" Yeah, I think they stuck their foot in it. Really, I think they tried to open the door to loads of new players, and in the process. Like the new players walked in and then they walked out, and the older players walked out with them. So I don't think they went down the right road personally.
I don't know if Tekken has really been bastardized this much to say it's not Tekken anymore, but I can feel the frustration, but I don't know.
Man said new people and old people left together.
Yeah, they went over to Sparking.
Yeah.
But thank you for that, Tom. What I was gonna say is that I think the reason that I'd go like Kengan Asura or Baki, I know not everybody is for animes, and I'm not saying I'd choose an anime over an actual fighting game. If it was down to me, I would go Yakuza because it has fighting game elements in there, and the general aesthetic of Yakuza looks like Tekken. There's even a picture of Kiwami 2 and Kazuya from Tekken 7 standing next to each other, and Kiryu's fighting Kazuya. It looks like it's in the game. I would go down a fighting game personally, or Yakuza. I'd go to like Akira. I think he would be my top pick from a fighting game. But with anime, with what you're saying with the Fight Lounge, like when they did the Baki and the Kengan crossover, they went into that ring. With Tekken, you could literally make so the Fight Lounge transforms into the ring, and like Marduk can fight Sekihabara, or Kazuya can fight Oma, Jin can fight whoever, and you can make it a whole event. Where you're saying it's a limited time event, that would make people be like, I don't want to miss this. This is like a big event. I want to be there to see this, and people would tune in. But I don't know, man. Like I don't know who's on like the team that comes to these decisions. It doesn't really feel like they're utilizing all of their. I don't think it would be hard for them to get their hands on Kengan Asura. I'm pretty sure it's Shonen Jump as well, isn't it?
That's what I'm saying.
They've got the rights to all the anime games.
It's like that's the point. It's like that we saw something like a micro step in this direction with the last update. When you get Arada and Hachi, the little avatars, so you can go and fight them. So you get this kind of interaction and this kind of feeling of is actually a live environment that updates, not just a living room, a virtual living room that represents a Wii avatar arcade, basically. And having this kind of interaction, this kind of updates and everything creates more reason for people, even people. Not, I don't want to say not like us. I don't want to sound elitist, but even people that he doesn't grind for the ranks, maybe, or doesn't grind the game like we do or like I do. Let's as much for like, even for the more casual audience, it gives them a reason to go back and say, oh, you know what, this week I log in into Tekken 8. Why? Because there is the little update. I get my little custom for free. I have my little battle to do and everything. Then you go in. Maybe they force you to play with a different character. You notice that character is actually a bit fun. And that's the spiral, and it keeps you, which you use to keep the player into the game, the more casual audience, because that's the hard thing for a fighting game, is keeping in the casual audience. It's not getting them in, it's keeping them in, because they are not soft game, they're not easy game. No, they're rough. Jesus, they ruin your day. We all know that.
No, it's completely
it's a game,
true.
but
I completely agree. I feel like they're dropping the ball massively. Do you guys remember PlayStation Home? Do you remember when that came out?
Massive wow.
I remember going on there and being like, you know the John Travolta meme where he's like, like, why am I that? Okay, I've looked at my trophies now. I can talk to Becky and Samantha in the corner and play bowling. Why wouldn't I just go play Wii Sports? It was a complete waste of time, and that's what Tekken Lounge feels like. It's like, okay, you got this pretty arcade. Is this, like, what else is going on here? I don't have to like walk over to the beach to play Tekken Ball because I could just do it from here. There's no reason for me to go in there. I've used Tekken Lounge once, and that was because Jinmei is over in the Philippines and we couldn't connect through the the player match, and I had to go there to find her. That was it. I've never used it outside of that. It's Tom.
I'm not gonna lie.
Wait, hold on, Blackheart, one sec. Tom with a $5 donation again says, honestly, in my opinion, Tekken 8 is just Street Fighter 5 with side steps. That might be a bit harsh. That might be a bit harsh. I wouldn't go that far. But thank you for the donation. Sorry, Blackheart. Go on.
No, I was saying, not gonna lie. I think Lounge actually is one of the coolest aspects about Tekken 8. I actually like it a lot. Not gonna lie, because I like it because it. It's a cool mode. It's very fun looking, like the whole aspects of a offline lounge event with a tournament and everything. So if they could improve that a little bit, I guess it's a cool mode. Also, it's very useful when you have to do tournaments
Even Tekken Ball,
because
Tekken...
there is no tournament mode in this game for
because
God
there's
knows
no
which reason.
Yeah, even
What
Sparky
the
Zero's
fuck?
got a fucking tournament mode.
So it's the most, like it's the quickest way in which you can organize tournaments, online tournaments, and so on, basically. So I guess if they could improve some aspects about it, for example, honestly, they could put a whole ass tournament mode. Imagine doing a whole tournament just from the game and not by Star GG and so on. Would it be so much awesome? For example, I know they could improve definitely some aspects about it.
Does
But
Tekken Ball have a ranked mode?
no, it doesn't. No,
Yeah, I
no.
didn't think so because I was saying this to my friend, right? I think Tekken Ball is a good addition, but if there's no leaderboards, unless I'm messing around with a friend and they don't really like Tekken, I'm like, oh, let's play some Tekken Ball. I'm not gonna touch the mode because I'm one of those players that I'm kind of incentivized by competition, and if you had a ranked mode for Tekken Ball, as silly as this might be to say, I might jump in there and be like, I'll do some shoulder barges into the Tekken Ball if I'm gonna get some points and rank up.
Ranked Tekken Ball would be so toxic, bro. I
Yeah,
swear.
but anyway, will still bring you in to play it. It's the same thing with Sparking Zero. When they announced Sparking Zero, like one of the things that was worrying me is like, I hope they're not gonna do it, the new competitive Dragon Ball fighting game, because that's not Tenkaichi. And I grew up with that series. And then the developers announced way before the release, no worries guys, the balance is gonna be fucked up. But still the game has a rank mode. Why? Because it's incentivized the player to get in and play, and still has a massive amount of offline content that makes Tekken literally shy out of it.
If you think about it,
and longer. So having a Tekken Ball, even for how broken it is, because Low's nunchucks is one of the best moves you can have in Tekken Balls and everything. It's still gonna give a reason for the player to go there and use the mode. And again, it doesn't feel, and if you have that, you don't have people that says the fight launch is useless. Very simple.
Yeah.
It's all a subsequence of things that happens. It's a domino effect.
Yeah, I get what you mean, but I don't think they ever wanted the Tekken Ball to last long. I think that's why it's just a mode that is there. For
Why
fun.
wouldn't they though? Like I don't understand. Why would you not want something in your game to last to stand the test of time?
Because I think they know the game lasts only with competitive ranked mode online. Basically, I think that's why.
That's not true. Put the team battle online.
No, I know, I get it.
Oh, that would be good. That would be
the best. That's
It's very strange that Tekken 8 does not have team battle. I think that's really weird.
Would be so cool,
even
like...
redoing time attacks, survival modes. You can all redo these things now. Like we see in the DLC story.
Yeah.
When you are with what was the beginning? You are with Eddie, okay? And you are fighting back to back. They are the crows, the falcons, like the Tekken Force guys.
Yes.
You fight them back to back. Put a survival mode where you have stages, like stage 1, and you have 5 characters that they come. You have to deal with them. Then you go in the next stage. You have 5 more of them that you need to take out. Nice. Put a time attack with a leaderboard, and people speed runs it. You know, even casuals, they enjoy it more. Team battle, like these things, I don't want to hear that as like, oh, they take too long, because it's all stuff that is already in the game. It just needs to be reiterated.
Yeah,
they said they're gonna bring something like this though. I think one of the last Tekken talks. I think they said they're gonna bring something.
I think that's so boring. I'm not gonna lie. When I play this game, I play this game for only ranks. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like I haven't even played the story mode, and the game's been out for what, a year. Like
but Ruse, you gotta look at like the entire consumer base and not just yourself.
I hear it, but I feel like I'm also part of the majority of people who are like playing the game casually.
I like playing story mode. Not gonna lie, it's the first
story
thing
mode is so boring. Like story mode is so boring. I literally play
but
for
you. For you,
people.
it's boring. For you.
But then there's a plethora of people that also find story mode boring and they only play for ranked.
No, that's not. But the thing is, you need to look at it this way, Ruse. Tekken's been out for over 30 years now, and there's a lot of people that have been following the Tekken lore. And so, if you're Mortal Kombat changed the game, right, for fighting games. Fighting games are now, they kind of have to have a story mode because Mortal Kombat changed everything. for the better, right? People become more attached to characters if there's lore behind them. So if you're
Of
gonna
course.
market a game and you're gonna like Tekken 7, for example, was the first one where they really tried to market the story mode. The story mode cutscenes are really what drew a lot of people in. Like when people saw Akuma and they realized that he's part of the story, a lot of people are like, okay, I want to see what's going on there. I want to see how a Street Fighter character is going to interact with the Mishimas. If you just axe story mode from Tekken now going forward, you will hurt the sale of the games. People will be less attached to their characters, which is not good for business because if you're looking to sell things about the character to people, I ain't gonna buy a character buy things for a character I don't give a shit about. So yeah, ranked should be a priority. I agree, but you can't not do a story mode anymore. I don't think we live in that age anymore.
But also because story mode helps you with understanding the game's mechanics and everything. You know, you can practice the game mechanics and at the same time you can
You can do that online. But you see with the story mode thing,
No,
yeah,
you cannot, because when
yeah,
I
you
started
can.
Tekken 7, the first thing I did is jumping online and I wanted to cry. Because it's different. If you have people that plays online, you are the one that plays at home and kicks all his friends' asses, then you jump online the first time. And if you don't, start to practice yourself and everything, you just play online, especially at the beginning, your experience is going to be a nightmare. Because
for me, then
online
that was
work.
my experience, innit? I hopped in a game, I got whooped so many times. Like it didn't bother me. Like losing is not fun to do, innit? But I learned through that way, innit? And plus with the Tekken 7 story, I remember it was just like it wasn't even proper cutscenes. It was just slideshows, and I think that's what threw me off because I've played other cutscenes in games like Call of Duty, for example, where they're proper engaging you and they're proper like interesting to be involved with. So I think when I played Tekken 7 and I didn't enjoy it, I just kind of gave up on Tekken 8 and like any fighting game story mode. Like even with Dragon Ball Sparking, I don't do none of the episode battles. Like
Yeah,
there's
but
no point. Like,
everyone knows the Dragon Ball story. Like that's everyone. Not
Yeah,
I haven't
that's
even
why
finished it
it's like
because I did the Gohan Black stuff and I was like, I'm good now. But
mm.
what are you telling me then? If you were put in charge of Tekken, you would drop story mode completely and just go back to regular arcade battles?
Will not last. It will not.
Yeah, what would
will
you
not.
put
It will
in-
never start. It will start
see-
once.
Wait, hold on. Would you do that, Reese?
No, my thing is with the story mode is like if you're gonna do story mode, it needs to be like your full on efforts. Like it needs to be engaging. It can't be slideshowing and then it's not interesting. Like
I mean,
do
the
you know what I
Tekken 8
mean?
story was
Tekken
not.
8's not yeah.
Tekken 8
but
story was
story-
not live showing. Like,
Tekken
No, but
7 story.
Tekken 7 story mode was.
You know
Yeah,
why?
but Tekken
You know
7's
why?
budget was much less than
Yeah.
Tekken 8, so they
Alright,
did what
cool.
they
7,
could.
we have to
But
thank
remember,
God
I
that
did,
Tekken 7
but remember, I'm not.
existed.
Remember, I started at Tekken 7. Do you get? Especially when it comes down to fighting game, this is what I started at Tekken 7 officially. So when I'm playing Tekken 7, I'm seeing this story mode. I'm expecting the same in Tekken 8, Tekken 9, Tekken 10, and so on and so forth. And especially when it comes down to fighting games, like I'm not willing to buy a game for the story mode. I'm there to play online.
Of course,
ranked.
you don't buy the game for a story mode, but
In the day when I bought Call of Duty, when I used to play, I used to buy it for everything. The rank, the story mode. That's my whole point. So like, if I'm buying a game and the story mode isn't really storying, like I'm just gonna play ranked.
I mean, Tekken 8 story was kind of nice for what it was.
I mean, the thing is that one of the reasons that people got so invested
didn't
in
even
Tekken
play
8
it.
story is that people actually liked, even though the narrator part or the journalist part was kind of shit, people liked what they were doing with Kazuya and Heihachi.
Yeah,
And I
the
think-
final battle was so hype.
It was very hype. And even Tekken 8 did the climax of Jin and Kazuya was really good. They did a good job of it. Obviously, they fumbled with Heihachi's return, but you need to release fighting games with story modes now, and they need to be at least somewhat coherent. Mortal Kombat changed all of that. You can't drop a fighting game now without a story mode. It's not going to do as well as other games that have them.
Yeah.
I think that Tekken though needs a bit of a rework on how they do the story mode on
Definitely,
that side.
'cause it's
Because
trash.
no, but wait. Because no, it's not trash. It's not trash.
Not
The only
trash.
problem is not trash. The quality, the level, the quality that there is of cutscene and everything is just insane. It's not trash. Especially for a game that is a story mode that is a one-time usage and you basically don't do it anymore. Well, you do it twice to get the second ending, but no, the level, it's insane. But what Tekken differs from Mortal Kombat, in my opinion, and I say this, but I didn't play Mortal Kombat 1, so I'm referring more to Mortal Kombat 11, because I played that a bit, is that Mortal Kombat does all Korra stories with all the cast, but the whole cast fits better in a whole Korra story because the context works better. Tekken, when I see King running against an army, it's like I rather have 7-8 character in the main story mode, and I have a bit smaller story mode and have more developed character episodes, not full-on cutscenes and everything, but still with more solid story and serious story like Tekken 4 vibe, because now the 75% of the roster is just watered down to be dumbass. It started, Paul in Tekken 4 was super cool, Tekken 5, Paul and Low, to be a broken guy and someone and another very serious fighter, they became dumbass.
Yeah.
Then they introduced Steve was the new story guy, and his storyline with Nina, and in Tekken 7 he still had kind of a serious storyline with like serious ending with finding Nina and looking at her, not much. And now it's just Jackass on steroids. It's like all the character episodes, I played 10 of them because they don't add absolutely anything to my character. I play Brian, and it's a Mad Max scene, what you see. Is him on a tank on his throne with Lo and Paul for God knows whatever reason down there. And there is no real story, there is no background and everything. I was working on a character, on a lore video on Armor King and King, Marduk. Their storyline is one of the best you can get on the Tekken. It's so gloomy, so serious, it's so revenge after revenge, and they go back together. There is so much back and forth. But Tekken lost everything of this, and it's just
Do you
watering down all
remember?
their characters
Do you
into the
remember?
Castlevania.
Do you
Nishima
remember
Bloodline.
Eddie's? Do you remember Eddie's story mode ending in Tekken 7 with Lucky Chloe? Like,
That's exactly what I'm. But yeah, that's the point.
Yeah, they clowned on a lot
I
of
don't want to talk about this Lucky Chloe girl, man.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
can't stand this character.
In a game
Season
of
Pass 2, Lucky Chloe, Marduk. What do we want to add?
In a game like Tekken 8, yeah.
Marduk is gonna come back though. Lucky Chloe.
In a game like Tekken 8, you need like story mode for casuals, yeah. And you need to hook them so that they can go and play ranked. Because if you get them to fall in love with the characters and the story mode is good, especially for their own individual character, they will decide to choose in ranked. It's gonna make them want to play the game and go through the hardships of when they are losing. Do you get it? Like no matter how much you fall in love with a character, if you're going to use that character because you've enjoyed their story and you know more about the lore about them, even if you're losing 10 times to 20 times, you're still going to want to try your hardest to get to be good with that character. And ranked is a disgusting place. You're finding people literally who have like 10 years of experience, not even just 10 years if they started from Tekken 7, people who have played from Tekken 6, Tekken 5, that adds up like 20 years, 30 years plus, and they're going to beat you because they have the knowledge, the legacy knowledge. So just one of those things where like if you're going to put out a game, you can't waste your time on in my opinion, stupid things like Tekken Ball. Like, what is that to me? Like, you're hitting a ball and it's a waste of time. And the lounge, no one uses it clearly. That's a waste of time.
You don't use it.
That's
a waste of time. That's a waste of time. The things that people play, you should concentrate on those areas: the story mode, the player match, the ranked, the tournament modes. Those are what people.
The reason that I can't agree with you is that people were asking for Tekken Ball. So from a marketing standpoint, when you're putting the game out, if they're answering what people are, because they put polls out, right? They also said Tekken Ball, Tekken Ball. Tekken Ball kept winning, and people kept going on and on about it. So in terms of selling the game, initially, Tekken Ball helped that. Even though people are not really playing it now because they dropped the ball
Exactly.
in it. No, but
So what's the point?
No, because when you're developing a game, people are asking for a mode over and over again. Sometimes people will ask for things that they don't really want, but it turns into like a stampede on social media. If it doesn't cost them that much to put it in, and they can add it to the game to sell the game initially, it's a smart thing to do. If they didn't put Tekken Ball in initially, I think it wouldn't. Although the game probably would have still sold well, I don't think that's the be all and end all. It definitely added to the hype around Tekken. Like, everyone's like, "Oh my god, it's Tekken 3 again. Tekken Ball's coming back." That all plays into selling a game. So I don't think you can exclude it.
Those are catering to the people who have like 30 years experience.
Not even because Tekken Ball is like almost a meme online.
I don't know what Tekken Ball is, and I played from Tekken 7. So what I'm saying is that people with mad experience is people who have played old Tekken that know about it, that are calling for it. Yet these people are not even trying to give a new gen game a try. So if we're gonna do that, then like you said earlier on, old people are leaving, and the new people are leaving because they clearly find the game a bit too hard, and the old people are not enjoying the game. Then the people who are playing the game concentrate on those people, even the casuals, the intermediates, the people who go to tournaments. We just want a great story mode, yeah, to draw new players, yeah. We want a good rank system where we're not frustrated and in losing points, and we want to be able to just enjoy the time that we're doing whilst we're
Yeah,
obviously
but
playing games.
that's where, like, if they go to bring out Tekken 9, they would look at the response of Tekken 8 and see what did well and see what didn't do well. And if Tekken Ball is something that doesn't pop up again, then they're not going to put it in. But in the lead up to Tekken 8, people were going on and on about Tekken Ball. So in terms of helping the game sell, you'd put it in. Maybe for Tekken 9, people are going to go on and on about Tekken Ball, right?
There are people dedicating themselves to Tekken Ball.
Bro, there was a tournament. I don't know
yeah.
if you were guys, the AVS fighting in Birmingham.
there
was
are
a little
there are
tournament
Tekken
of
Ball
Tekken.
tournaments.
A
There is
Tekken
Nah,
Ball.
they're forcing it. They're forcing it. Literally, they
They're
make
not
all this
forcing
money.
it.
They make all this money, and the three things that the four things, yeah, including tournament that we want. You're telling me they're not putting all their time into that, but instead they're making a game a hazard to the point where we're all complaining about what's in the game and how the game is supposed to work. They've had 7 previous iterations, and you're telling me they couldn't get around 8, but they're gonna probably do the same thing on 9, and we're still gonna be sitting there saying, "Oh, where's Tekken Ball?"
No, that's besides the point. That's beside what I'm trying to explain to you is that you're correct in saying that there's issues in this game that probably shouldn't be there, but in the lead up to Tekken 8, people were asking for it, and if you're trying to market a game and get in people's good graces, you can give them a bit of what they want, and then when Tekken 9 comes out, we can be like, right, people asked for this, they didn't use it, we're not putting it in, we're gonna pivot. So that's
cool.
That's how that's the logic behind it. I don't
Rules,
think we'll
what-
see Tekken Ball come back in Tekken 9. I think they did what they had to market the game. They'll go to something else because people are going on and on about Tekken Force now, right? Everybody wants Tekken Force. I don't think we're gonna get it, but I do think it's something they could use to sell Tekken 9, a separate Tekken Force mode.
Roos, what would you like in Tekken 9 to be added?
What I would want in Tekken 9 is to have a player match, a balanced fighting mechanic.
What do you mean a player match?
Player match, you don't use player match. That's like normal casual when you don't want to play ranked.
But there are an option in Tekken 8.
No, you asked me what do I want in the game in the next iteration, innit? I'm saying that's what I want. Yeah, I want that player match. I want ranked. Yeah, I want story mode. I want tournament mode. I want episode. What's it called for each individual character,
Okay.
so that you can see the music that they've got in the game from previous iterations of Tekken, like screenshots, pictures. Do you get like customizations? Yeah, theater mode customizations, like free frame data, like good maps, at least like 15 maps. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, bro, like
Is there anything that you would want that isn't like, because what you're saying is like the given, right? We kind of expect those things. Is there anything that you would want to see Tekken?
Oh, you want Tekken 8, basically.
Bro, I want Tekken. You can't say I want Tekken 8 because if I wanted Tekken 8, we will not be here debating on how bad the game is.
So what do you want more in Tekken? What other modes do you want in Tekken?
I want the game to be what it's meant to be, bro. Like a balanced fighting game.
It doesn't matter. What modes do you want in Tekken 9?
I've already said the modes. I've said the modes. Unless you wasn't listening, like I've said what I want in the game that we can play.
So you want all the Tekken 8 modes then?
I don't want all the Tekken 8 modes. I've already said the modes.
Alright, well maybe this is a stream for another day. We've been going for 5 hours. Is there anything that you guys want to close on? Because I need to get to the gym, and I don't know if you guys have anything to do today, but I am way behind schedule, even though I've had a lot of fun doing this. So is there anything, Jay, you want to add before we close off?
Just want to say, obviously, this was a good talk. I didn't even know it was going to last for this long. This is a world record between us. It was good. It was good talk. It's good to kind of like get a grasp of what everyone kind of wants for the game. Obviously, our initial topic was Tekken 7 and Tekken 8. I still believe that it's still too early. The stuff that this game needs, this game needs a lot, but I guess they've started out with, I think the story mode was really good, in my opinion. The first story, not Heihachi's one. Heihachi's, I don't know what was going on with that story. That was kind of crazy. but the actual real story was really good. I think they just need to kind of like just take a step back for a bit and just see what is actually needed in this game. I think the season pass, the first one, is not really good. I think Eddie, Lydia, these are kind of specialist characters. This is not what gets people into Tekken. They should have thought more about characters that get people that want to play in Tekken. I need them to stop making characters that have stances. Not every character needs to have a stance. Sometimes they just need to have moves and maybe a wave dash, like Bob. Bob has moves and a wave dash. Let it be. But locking people behind stances and stuff, this isn't what Tekken like. And not every character, not everyone wants to see that. I want to see archetypes come back again. I want them to kind of redo the heat system more. And yeah, I'm just looking forward to season 2 and season 3.
Cool. BLN?
Nothing really. I think we said a lot today. A lot. More than enough.
Fair enough. John?
Not really, no. I basically agree mostly with what JC said just now. Really hope that in season 2, what I'm expected to happen, and just the power creep of the game gets turned down. Probably the only little dream I have is to having hit usable only twice per match. And that's it.
Yeah.
And that would be already, if you, or you just remove completely the hit launchers, the hit dash launchers and all that stuff. But still, I think that just having, like, I was thinking about that the other day, because I was thinking about, the 2-8s that were in the alpha editions. You can do double hit dashes. If you re-implement this, but basically that's your hit charges. You start you have 2 per match, and that's what you have. That's your hit, that's your resources. Use as you think is best. I think that as well will increment a bit the mind game. My opponent pops hit, so I can pop it myself and everything. And it will justify having hit to be so strong. Because anyway, it's a very limited resource, and it's not potentially 5 rounds. But it's just 2. And if you use it and your opponent did not, then it's up to you now to defend against someone way stronger than you. So, yeah. That's something, a way I would see it working. But yeah, apart from that, thank you for having me.
That's cool, man. Ruse?
I think the game is good, innit? I just think at the same time, like, it just needs a lot of work in terms of the balancing and stuff like that. But,
Definitely.
But we can't be comparing a 10-year-old game like Tekken 7 to Tekken 8 and then saying that Tekken 8 is not a good game. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, it's too early for us to be given that kind of, like, opinion on the game. Like, give the game time, innit? It hasn't even been 2 years. Like, just give it time, like, and we'll soon be realizing that the game is so much more better than Tekken 7. Literally. Yeah, that's my take.
Blackheart?
I want to thank you again for the opportunity to have brought us back together to have a good talk. I want to thank the chat for having heard us for all this time. And remember that Noctis is not a 50-50 character. Remember, and also remember that Ruse will play Marduk after Dragunov gets nerfed, and Marduk will be brought back. Remember that.
Nah, I'm a loyalist.
You are. I'm sure you are.
Guys, don't start fighting at the end. We've had a good chat. But to everybody in the chat, thank you so much for joining us. I'll be streaming again tomorrow at 3 p.m. UK time. Thanks for all the donations. That was crazy.
Thank you. He will give us the money too.
Yeah, I'll share it out. Stream. We'll go Nando's. But thanks, guys. I appreciate you all being here. It's been a good talk, and I'll see you all very soon.
Bye, man. Bye.
Ciao.